poster display area and technical room for sessions have been aligned and demarcated accordingly. In case of any concerns or queries, please feel free to reach out to the in-house JSW volunteers or the watermark team that you will find around in black t-shirts, or go to the help desk on the ground floor. For pre-registered participants and delegates, you would have received a welcome kit comprising of a detailed 3-day event schedule, a badge, a souvenir book. We request you to kindly wear your badge and your lanyards at all times while present on the venue premises during the span of the event. Please note that you can also view and share the live streaming version of the IIM-ATM 2024 website. Thank you, and we now begin the event. I hope all of you are geared up and comfortable on your seats. And with that, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. Ladies and gentlemen, the 78th Indian Institute of Metal Annual Technical Meeting 2024, the International Symposium on Transformational Technologies in Material and Manufacturing, is now beginning. I request all of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode. And with that, welcome to IIM-ATM 2024 and NMA, a prestigious occasion that celebrates exceptional achievements and contributions within the field of metallurgy and material science. Today, we recognize the dedication, hard work, and innovation of individuals and teams who have driven progress not only in advancing our industry, but also strengthening India's position in global manufacturing and technology industries. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin this ceremony by inviting our esteemed dignitaries onto the stage with your loud round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I call upon stage Mr. Sajan Jindal, President IIM. I would also like to call upon stage the Vice President of IIM, Professor B.S. Murthy. I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Komal Kapoor, Vice President IIM. Keep those applauses going as I call on stage Brigadier Arun Ganguly, retired Secretary General IIM. Also like to call on stage Mr. Somnath Guha, Honorable Treasurer IIM. Please put your hands together for Mr. Dhiren Panda, Convener IIM-ATM 2024. Once again, could we please have a loud round of applause for our dignitaries on stage? Thank you, gentlemen, for being here with us today. And with this, I now request Mr. Somnath Guha, our Honorable Treasurer IIM, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen on and off the dais. I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of IIM and myself to this signature event of IIM Award Ceremony 2024. This is a start program of the 3-day signature events which will follow one after another. Hearty welcome to Sri Sajan Jindal, President IIM, Professor B.S. Murthy, Vice President IIM, Dr. Komal Kapoor, Vice President IIM, Dr. Panda, Convener IIM-ATM 2024, my colleague, Brigadier Arun Ganguly, Secretary General IIM. I also take this opportunity to welcome all former presidents of IIM, the council members of IIM who are present here, the delegates from Bharat and overseas, award winners, press, sponsors, and who all are joining us through the live streaming program, which has been organized by IIM and the organizing committee here. Your presence and active participation shall make this program a grand success, and we must thank you for your taking out time for attending this program. Congratulations to the IIM Award winners of 2024 to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Komal Kapoor, Vice President, IIM, to address the audience.
Distinguished personalities on the dais, President IIM, Mr. Sajjan Jindal, the Vice President, Professor B.S. Murthy, Brigadier Ganguly, Secretary General, Honorary Treasurers, Mr. Somanath Gua, Convener of this ATM, Mr. Dharin Panda, the various distinguished past presidents of IIM, various distinguished dignitaries and various participants of this event today. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you all in this proceedings of the National Metallurgist Day and ATM. Going in with the theme of today's international event, well, the Amrit Kal towards Viksit Bharat 2047. In this Viksit Bharat, the share of manufacturing is expected to scale up to 25% of our GDP from the present 18%. More than tenfold increase from the present manufacturing infrastructure will require to realize nearly 7.5 trillion GDP contribution towards this 2047. As we embark our journey in the Amrit Kal, it is clear that the embarrassing technology is no longer a choice but a necessity. The traditional manufacturing methods presently are struggling to keep pace with the challenging demands of consumers, and they are often inefficient, wasteful, and inflexible. The sustainable manufacturing will be a key for the success of industrial growth to meet the country's aspiration of becoming important manufacturing destination in the world. India's long-term low-carbon development strategy on net zero by 2070 rests on 7 key traditions to low-carbon development pathways, which includes adaptation in energy and materials efficiency, development of carbon dioxide removal and related engineering solutions. The green energy transition is a shift of energy mix based on the fossil fuels to one that produces limited, if not zero, carbon emissions based on the renewable energy resources. Presently, the nuclear power is an integral part of world energy mix, but there is still need to do exploring it towards full potential towards and going through a research and innovations in the advanced technologies such as small modular reactors. The continued utilization of nuclear energy systems for electricity generation offers a number of material challenges. The high reliability of the present reactors demonstrate the dependence of the energy towards normal operating conditions. In this symposium, we debate upon various materials in the various applications. I hope that the delegates will have a fruitful discussions during the deliberations, and these areas of materials require progress in our country. I wish this symposium a great success. I congratulate the award winners in the various categories for their wonderful achievement. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone right on what to expect from this symposium. I now request Professor B.S. Murthy, Vice President IIM, to kindly address the audience.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to the Festival of Metallurgists and Material Scientists. Sajanji and Komal, Arunji, and all my friends on the dais, and my guru starting from Professor Ranganathan to all of those who I have been seeing and growing from my student days. I became a member of IIM when I was in my polytechnic as a diploma student, 82. Since then, my first NMD-ATM, we used to call it as NMD those days, was 1990 Trichy. From then, I have not missed even one ATM of IIM. So every year, we have been seeing this celebration of all the metallurgists and material sciences coming together. Today, we have 3 presidents of our, I would say, collaborating organizations, ASM here, and TMS, and JAM, all of them assembling here and trying to talk to each other and see how we can collaborate and work together for the growth of the world is one of the main objectives of this event year after year. Bringing people together so that we have established strong collaborations. And I'm a strong believer that collaborations are the key to success. Working together brings a lot of synergy, and the synergy can make 1 + 1 significantly greater than 2. Is something that every one of us have realized in our lives. And this is an event which brings all metallurgists and material scientists. I don't think in any other field, whether it is chemical engineering or mechanical engineering or electrical engineering, there is an association like this which is so strong, is something which is very unique of all of us. And welcome to today's one more episode of coming together. And I'm sure each of us will renew our friendships, make new friendships, and ensure that we grow together, and ensure also that India becomes Viksit Bharat with all of our efforts together, industry and academia, R&D labs, all of them coming together, and ensure that we become a global leader. I think this particular event of today should bring all the talents together to move in such a direction, and I'm sure all of you are looking forward to it. Thank you very much, and wishing you a great success for the next 3 days of working together. Thank you, friends.
And thank you, Professor, for those kind words of encouragement and motivation. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Mr. Sajan Jindal, President of IIM, to deliver the presidential address. Could we please have another round of applause for Sir, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed awardees, past presidents, delegates, and members of the Indian Institute of Metals. It is my privilege to address you all at this prestigious ceremony celebrating excellence in metallurgy and material sciences. As Professor Murthy just now mentioned, material science and metallurgy is one of the most important subject and most important engineering thing in the world. And IIM coming together under this ATM and all the global associations coming together today from Japan to the United States is a phenomenal, is a fantastic thing that IIM is doing. The IIM Core Awards exemplify the highest standards of achievement and contribution in the field of materials and metals. These awards covering areas such as R&D, innovation, young metallurgist contributions, and lifetime achievement are a testament to the thriving intellectual and industrial ecosystem of India. Today, we honor individuals and organizations who have pushed the boundaries of metallurgy, creating impactful solutions that drive not just our industry, but our nation forward. As Komalji mentioned, that to get to Viksit Bharat, metals and material sciences have to play a very important role. And thereby, IIM has to play a very important role for taking India to its rightful place by 2047, which is what has been the task given by our Honorable Prime Minister. The work of the awardees is shaping a new era for India, a country that aspires to lead the world in materials, innovation, sustainable industrial practices, and advanced manufacturing technologies. This year, I am proud to see the exemplary work of organizations like JSW Steel and Tata Steel being recognized for their leadership in creating more sustainable integrated steel-making process. These accomplishments demonstrate the growth and environmental care can coexist and thrive together. They inspire us to innovate further to ensure a cleaner, greener, and more resilient future for our planet. The stories of today's winners, whether through breakthrough research or game-changing technologies, highlight the incredible power of collaboration. It is only when we come together, industry leaders, academics, policymakers, and innovators, that we can tackle the complex challenge faced by the metals and materials industry. Indian Institute of Metals, with its commitment to advancing research, innovation, and skill development, continues to play a role in ensuring India's competitive edge in the global landscape. As we honor these achievements, I am also reminded of the brilliant young minds, students, researchers, and early career professionals who are here with us at this conclave. You are the future torchbearer of this industry. To all the awardees, I would like to, in advance, extend my congratulations. Your accomplishments not only will inspire us, but also set the benchmark for future endeavors. Let us continue to celebrate excellence, nurture innovation, and work together for the prosperity of our industry and the sustainability of our planet. Thank you, and I wish you all the success and insightful contribution to the IIM-ATM 2024. Thank you. Jai Hind.
And thank you, sir, for your kind words and wishes. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Brigadier Arun Ganguly, retired, to kindly conduct the IIM Award Program.
Thank you, Shruti. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand before you to have a special privilege and an onerous task of announcing the recipients of IIM-ATM Award winners of 2024. Before I call upon the President of IIM, I request all the recipients of the awards to please walk up to the stage from the center, the steps which are there, and please walk out from the right side of the steps which are there. And also I have made a special request. There are few awards where I'll request the award winners to give their acceptance speech of 2 minutes, and the rest, after receipt of the award, they can just take their seats. So, without wasting any much of time, I request our President of IIM, Mr. Sajjan Jindal, and Mr. B.S. Murthy, the Vice President, to please come forward to present the award. And I also request the other dignitaries on the stage to kindly rise and join the award felicitation ceremony. Coming to the first award in the list is the conferment of IIM Honorary Membership 2024. And I have the proud privilege to announce that the honorary membership goes to Mr. Satish Pai, Managing Director, Hindalco Industry Limited, and the immediate former President of the IIM. I request Mr. Satish Pai to come on the stage and receive the honorship. And I request Mr. Satish Pai to please give us a 2-minute speech, please.
Yeah, I just would like to thank the IIM for conferring me this award. I think the last couple of years I've been involved with the IIM has been an amazing learning experience for me, thanks to all my colleagues. And I also commit that going forward, as I said, development of technology and the people that are required for metallurgy and materials, I will try to do my best to enhance that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I make the announcement for the second honors of the day, the conferment of the IIM honorary membership to Dr. D. Day Sarkar. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Indian Copper Development Center and also a co-chairman of the AFRC, what we call as Administrative and Financial Review Committee of the IIM. I request Dr. Day Sarkar to please come and receive the award. Now I request Dr. Day Sarkar to please say a few words before he takes his seat.
Mr. President, Vice Presidents, other dignitaries in the dais, former presidents and guests of the dais, I feel really privileged to receive this recognition from IIM, and I'm deeply grateful to the Award Selection Committee and the nominators for considering me for this great honor. Words cannot express how thankful I am to all the former presidents, senior members, chapter office bearers, and other members for allowing me to work very closely with them for running IIM in a better manner for almost 25 years during my tenure as office bearer at the head office. I feel blessed that I came in contact with many illustrious personalities in the field of metallurgy. Some of them, I would like to take the names: late Professor A.K. Seal, late Dr. Dada Piantia, late Dr. Vedanath, and of course, Professor Ramarao, and then Professor Ratan, who is here today. I'm really grateful. They encouraged me to join IIM, brought me to the fold of head office, gave responsibilities and mentored and guided me as a real teacher. I place on record my sincere gratitude to them from the core of my heart. Equally thankful to the colleagues at the head office for their unstinted support. And last but not the least, I place on record my sincere thanks to all the stakeholders of Indian copper industry for allowing me to work with them very closely for almost last 5 decades for achieving our common goal of having a developed and matured Indian copper industry. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Now we come to the next series of fellowship award, conferment of the IIM Fellowship 2024. I start with Professor Bikramjit Basu. He is a professor, Material Research Center, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. I've been told that he is not present today. I request somebody from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to come and receive the fellowship on his behalf. Anybody from IISc Bangalore? Okay. Okay. Yeah. And now again, next is Dr. Deepa Srinivasan. I request once again, please come on the stage. She's a Dean R&D, Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, Bangalore. Thank you, ma'am. The next is Dr. Naveen Manjuran. He's the chairman, SOLV, and the president, ASM International. Dr. Naveen Manjuran. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Sublime Ning Sen. He's a scientific officer and head of Corrosion Science and Technology Division of IGSR Kalpakam. I request Dr. Sublime Ning Sen to please come on the stage to receive the award. Is he here? Okay. We proceed to the next. I request somebody from the IGSR Kalpakam to come and please receive the award fellowship on his behalf. I thank Kamachi Mudali sir to receive the award, fellowship on behalf of Mr. Dixon. Now, we come to the prestigious award of IIM, the IIM Platinum Medal 2024. And it goes to Dr. Samir V. Kamath, Secretary, Department of Defense R&D and Chairman, DRDO, and also a former president of IIM, in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the metallurgical and materials science profession, research and development, and to the Indian Institute of Metals. I request Dr. Samir Kamath to please receive the award. I request also Dr. Samir Kamath to please give a 2 minutes of acceptance speech.
I'm indeed privileged and honored to receive this medal, and I would like to place my gratefulness to IIM and the selection committee for choosing me for this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next award is the IIM Tata Gold Medal 2024. And the award goes to Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Executive Vice President, JSW Steel Limited, in recognition of his exemplary contribution in the advancement of the art and science relating to the metallurgical industry and metallurgical science. Mr. Sanjay Sharma. Thank you. Now the next award is the IIM G.D. Birla Gold Medal 2024. And the award goes to Dr. M. Vasudevan, Associate Director, Material Development and Technology Group of the Indira Gandhi Center of Atomic Research, Kalpakkam, in recognition of his continuing and outstanding research work in the field of materials science and technology. Dr. M. Vasudevan. Thank you, sir. The next award is IIM Tata Steel Limited New Millennium Award 2024. And the award goes to Mr. Tapas Dasgupta, CGM in charge, Iron Steel Authority of India, Belai Steel Plant, in recognition of the original contribution in the area of blast furnace-based iron making. Mr. Tapas Dasgupta. Thank you, sir. Next is the IIM Hindustan Zinc Gold Medal 2024 goes to Dr. Kingsuk Dasgupta, Head Advanced Carbon Materials Section, Materials Gova Baba Atomic Research Center, in recognition of his significant contribution to the non-ferrous metallurgical industry and to advanced art and science relating to non-ferrous metallurgical industry. Dr. Kingsuk Dasgupta. Thank you, sir. Now the next is IIM SMS DMAC Gold Medal 2024 goes to Mr. Barun Roy, the Joint President, Head Upstream Operations and Projects, Hindalco, in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the creation and development of innovative solutions in the non-ferrous metal industry. I request Mr. Barun Roy to come on the stage and receive the award. Thank you, sir. The next medal, gold medal, is IIM OP Jindal Gold Medal 2024. And the award goes to Dr. Siddharth Mishra, Chief Process Research of Tata Steel Limited, in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the development of ferrous metal and alloys. Dr. Siddharth Mishra. Thank you, sir. Next award is the IIM NALCO Gold Medal 2024. The award goes to Dr. Amit Gupta, Senior Lead Scientist, Aditya Birla Science and Technology Company Private Limited, in recognition of his distinguished contribution to the aluminium industry concerning research and production of bauxite, alumina, aluminium and its product in India. Dr. Amit Gupta. Thank you, sir. Now we come to the technical papers which are published in the transactions of IIM. Before we start the proceedings, I request Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy, Chief Editor, Transaction of IIM, to come on the stage and join the award felicitation in this category of awards. Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy. Now the best technical paper published in the transactions of IIM in the 2023 in both ferrous and non-ferrous category I'll be announcing. We start off with the ferrous category. The IIM SAIL Gold Medal 2024 goes to Mr. Manish Kumar Singh, Assistant General Manager, Research and Development Center of Iron and Steel, Steel Authority of India, Rourkela. As the first author of the technical paper on the topic correlation and prediction of molten steel temperature in steel melting shop using reliable machine learning approach, which are published in the transactions of IIM during the year 2023. Mr. Manish Kumar Singh. We have to finish with a lot of this long list of awards. I also now request the co-authors of the same technical paper, and there are 2 or 3 of them. Professor Amitabh Chaudhary, they have been given the Certificate of Merit. He is the Assistant Professor of Department of Computer Science Engineering, Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University, Gandhinagar. Mr. Dushyant UK, Rourkela Steel Plant of Steel Authority of India, and Dr. Sneshus Bapal is Associate Professor of the NIT Rourkela. I request all 3 of them to please come together and to receive the Certificate of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the first time in IIM that we are also giving a certificate of appreciation for the 5 shortlisted papers which got published in the IIM Transaction 2023 as IIM SAIL Gold Medal. The first author is Dr. Ambuj Saxena. He is the Associate Professor of JL Bajaj Institute of Technology and Management, and the co-authors Dr. Shashi Prakash Dwivedi, Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava from JL Bajaj Institute of Technology, Mr. Abhishek Kaushik, he is a Department of Mechanical Engineering for Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, and Dr. Shubham Sharma, he is from IK Gujral Punjab Technical University, Jalandhar. And as the first author and the co-authors respectively of the technical paper on micro-mechanical finite element analysis on mechanical behavior of the steel-based metal matrix composite, which got published in the IIM Transaction in the year 2023. Another certificate of appreciation to first author, Mr. Jitendra Narayan Mohapatra. He is from the JSW Steel Limited, Vijayanagar Works, and the co-author, Dr. Satish Kumar W. and Dr. G. Balachandran of JSW Steel Works, Vijayanagar, as a first author and the co-author respectively on the technical paper or topic development of ultra-high strength steel with a versatile range of properties by single stage quench partitioning process. This article got published on the transaction of Indian Institute of Metals in the year 2023. I request the author and the co-authors to kindly come on the stage and receive the certificate of appreciation. Continuing with the certificate of appreciation, another technical paper, the first author has been Mr. Banti Kumar. He is the Department of Metallurgical Materials Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. And the co-author is Professor Gaur Gopal Roy, a professor of the Department of Metallurgical Material Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. As a first author and the co-author respectively, the technical paper they wrote on a novel method of producing iron nugget under flash heating, which article got published in the IIM transaction in the year 2023. I request Mr. Banti Kumar and Professor Gaur Gopal Roy to please come on stage and receive the certificate of appreciation. And the next technical paper on the same continuation in the ferrous category, certificate appreciation goes to Mr. N. Jagadish as the first author, and he's from the IIT Roorkee, and the co-authors are Dr. N. Kumar from IIT Roorkee, Dr. K. N. Shashidhar from the Max Planck Institute of Germany, and Dr. S.R. Meka, who's a Department of Metallurgical Material Engineering, IIT Roorkee. As a first author and the co-authors of the technical paper on role of dislocations and deformation induced martensite on salt bath nitrating response of austenitic stainless steel. This article got published in the IIM transaction in the year 2023. And the last certificate of appreciation in the ferrous category goes to Dr. Vishwajit Mishra. He is from the Tata Steel Limited, Jamshedpur, as a first author, and his co-authors were Dr. Amit Kumar Singh, Dr. Lokaku Shankar Roy, and Dr. Girija Shankar Mohobia from the Department of Metallurgical Engineering, IIT Varanasi. As a first author and co-author respectively on the technical paper, they have written a reducibility and kinetic studies of pellet made from the novel multi-metallic magnetite ore. This article got published in the transactions of IIM for the year 2023. So we are finished with the IIM SAIL gold medal. Now we come to the non-ferrous category, and the award is called the IIM Best Paper in Non-Ferrous Metallurgy of the Transactions of IIM 2024. And the first author is Dr. Jayaraman Thagmani. He is from School of Mechanical Engineering, Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. He is not here. I request the co-author, Dr. P. Krishna Swamy. He is a professor in the School of Mechanical Engineering, VIT, Vellore, to come on the stage to receive the award on the topic which they had written on coated natural fiber reinforced hybrid composite mechanical, thermal and acoustics performances. This article got published in the Transactions of Indian Institute of Metals in the year 2023. I request Dr. P. Krishna Swamy as a co-author to come and receive the award of Certificate of Merit. Oh, yeah, next. Now coming to the, again for the first time, as I had said earlier, we are also giving a certificate of appreciation. There are 5 on the list which have got shortlisted. I start off with the first is Professor Kora Dagu. He's from Department of Mechanical Engineering. He's an assistant professor in B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, Telangana. And the co-authors are Dr. M.V. Satyanarayanan. He is from a Department of Mechanical Engineering from Anil Nirpundu Institute of Technology and Science, Vishakhapatnam. Mr. K. Hari Krishna, Department of Mechanical Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Warangal. And Mr. Adepu Kumar, the Department of Mechanical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Warangal. I request all of them to come on the topic they wrote, the influence of interlayer material of softening and wear behavior of friction in the stir welded, which got published in the Institute of Metals in year 2023. The second paper, the certificate of appreciation, goes to the first author, Mr. Peng Deng, School of Resources, Environmental Material from Gongzhou University, China. And the co-authors are Yongzhu, Yuking Li, Xinjiang. They are from School of Resources, Environmental Material from China. And Shonjung Deng, he's from the Guangzhou Allen Institute of Aerospace, Aluminum Alloys and Applications from China. The topic which they had written is the preparation, microstructure and mechanical properties in aluminum matrix composite. And this article got published in the Transactions of IIM in the year 2023. I believe they are not here. Going to the next certificate of appreciation. The first author is a Professor R.S. Mishra. He's an ex-dean and ex-HOD of Automobile Engineering Department of Delhi Technological University, New Delhi. And the co-author is Dr. Sumit Jain from Department of Mechanical Engineering from Delhi Technological University, New Delhi. I request both of them to please come on the stage to receive the certificate of appreciation. And the topic with what they had written in the technical paper was parametric optimization of dissimilar composite joints using the RSM method, which got published in the Transactions of Indian Institute of Metals in the year 2023. I believe they are not here. We go to the next award, a certificate of appreciation, goes to the first author, Xingbi Zhao. He's from the College of Materials and Chemical Engineering from the University of China. And the co-authors are Weiming Huang, Yongzi Wang, and Zilong Han. They all are from China, from the School of Academics of Ordnance Sciences. And the topic which they had written was a high temperature rheological behavior and composition design of a high entropy amorphous alloys. And this article got published in the Transaction of IIM in the year 2023. The next is, again, the first author is Xingzhuang Zhao. He's from the Department of Metallurgical Technology from the Central Iron and Steel Research Institute, Company Limited, China. And the co-authors were Xingxing Li, Department of Metallurgical Technology Research from China, and Wei Wu is the Department of Metallurgical Technology from the Central Iron and Steel Research Institute, China. And the topic which they had written was effect of bottom blowing intensity on kinetic condition of vanadium extraction converter. And the article got published in the Transaction IIM of 2023. We come to the end of the best technical paper award presentation. I request Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy to kindly take his seat. And we continue with the rest of the presentation. Now we come to the IIM Distinguished Educators Award 2024. And the award goes to Professor K. Narayan Prabhu. He is a professor NIT Karnataka in recognition of a distinguished service to the metallurgical education. I request Professor K. Narayan Prabhu to please come on the stage to receive the award. Thank you, sir. Now we come to the exciting part of the award ceremony. Is basically the various categories of award for the IIM student prizes. So I'm sure the students who are here waiting for the announcement of the result. We come to the first IIM Dr. A.K. Bose Gold Medal 2024. It goes to Mr. Harsh Singh, Department of Metallurgical Engineering, IIT BHU, in recognition of his MTech thesis on investigating thermal expansion behavior of high entropy alloy designed via machine learning. Has been adjudged the best paper of 2023 in academic session. Mr. Harsh Singh. We also have IIM Dr. A.K. Bose Gold Medal 2024, a certificate of appreciation, and this goes to Mr. Dudyal Venkat Praveen Kumar, Department of Materials Engineering, ISC Bangalore, in recognition of his M.Tech thesis on tungsten partitioning in zinc coating on mild steel, evaluation of optimum tungsten concentration for enhanced corrosion resistance and hydrogen permeation behavior. It was adjudged the best M.Tech thesis paper in the academic year 23-24. Now we come to the award, the best CGPA among the IITs. The award winner of the IIM Vidya Bharati Prize 2024 goes to Adit Thampi. He is from the Department of Metallurgical Engineering from IIT Kanpur, and it has been jointly won along with him is Mr. Arya Bhavishi from IIT Madras. So the highest CGPA, and I request, they both are in Stanford. They have requested the parents to come and receive the award. I request Dr. Jagdish Thampi and Mr. Kaushal Bhavishi to come and kindly receive the award on behalf of their children. Now we come to the next category award, that the best CGPA in the non-IIT award winner. The award goes to Mr. Mukti Prasanna Rath. He is from a Department of Metallurgical Material Engineering from NIT Roorkee. He has expressed his inability to attend today physically, but he has requested Mr. Sambit Swen. He is a PhD student from NIT Rourkela to kindly come and receive the award. Is Mr. Sambit Swain there to receive the award? Okay, I think, oh, you're there? So this is the highest CGPA in the non-IIT, and he's from NIT Rourkela. This award goes to securing the highest marks in the order of merit in the final BTech examination during the 2023 academic session among all non-IITs of India. The second prize goes to Satvik R. Kashyap. He is from the Department of Metallurgical Material Engineering, NIT Surathkal. I request Mr. Satvik R. Kashyap to come and receive the award. Is Satvik Kashyap here? Okay. Now we go for the third prize. The third prize goes to Firaz Rab. He is from the Department of Metallurgical Material Engineering, NIT Durgapur. Mr. Firaz Rab. Now we come to the IIM Best Chapter Award 2024. We have, in the large category, we have IIM Kolkata Chapter, which has come first among the best chapter in the large category. I request Mr. Sudeep Kumar Basak, the Chairman Kolkata Chapter, and Mr. Surajit Datta, Honorary Secretary of IIM Kolkata Chapter to come and receive the award, and the Vice President, Chairman of the Kolkata Chapter, Mr. Tanmay Bhattacharya from Tata Steel Limited. The chapter has done phenomenally well, and they were way ahead. Well done, Kolkata Chapter. The second prize goes to IIM Kalpakam Chapter. I request Dr. V. Ganesham, Honorary Treasurer of IIM Kalpakam Chapter, to please come and receive the award, second prize among the large category of the chapters. And the third prize goes to IIM Bhubaneswar Chapter. I request Dr. A.K. Chaube, Chairman Bhubaneswar Chapter, and Dr. Shishir Mantri, Honorary Secretary of the Bhubaneswar Chapter, to please come and receive the award. We come to the small category. Among the small category, the chapter which has come first is the IIM Bokaro Chapter, and I request Srimati Sunita Mins, who is the Honorary Treasurer, and Dr. Gadadhar Sahu to please come on behalf of IIM Bokaro Chapter to please come and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, these awards have been recently constituted and been given as a mark of encouragement for the chapter activities. And there are various parameters which are there, and it has been made online and has been made very dynamic, and anybody and everyone can see the thing on the website, where exactly the chapters are performing. So it has been very lively and dynamic. Now we come to the IIM Best Student Affiliate Chapter, and this is again a maiden award, first time been given in the year 2024. And the first prize goes to IIT Hyderabad Student Affiliate Chapter. And I request Ms. Radha Ambe, a research scholar from IIT Hyderabad, to please come and receive the award. Somebody from IIT Hyderabad? Yeah. Yeah. Somebody from IIT Hyderabad? Please, go. She is Radha Ambe, a research scholar from IIT Hyderabad. The second prize goes to NIT Durgapur Student Affiliated Chapter, and I request Dr. Arup Kumar Mondal, the faculty in charge of Department of Metallurgy Engineering, NIT Durgapur, to please come and receive the award on behalf of the chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, and the third prize goes to Government Polytechnic College, Vizag, Affiliate Chapter. And I request Dr. K. Ratan Kumar, Head of Metallurgy Engineering Department of the Government Polytechnic College, Vizag, to come and receive the award. Next award is the IIM Professor Brahm Prakash Memorial Quiz Award 2024. And the winner is Master R. Sham Sundar and Master Sarvjit Murli from PSBB Senior Secondary School, Chennai. And they were nominated by IIM Chennai Chapter. I request, if they are here, they can come and receive the award or the first prize. Or anybody from IIM Chennai? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Master R. Sham Sundar and the Master Sarvjit Murli for being the quiz award winner of the year 2024. This is a very competitive award, ladies and gentlemen, and they are the prize winner of this year's Professor Brahm Prakash Memorial Quiz Award. And the second prize, the runners-up prize, goes to Master Kevin Sundaram and Master Subramaniam M. They are from Sri Jayendra Swamigal Silver Jubilee Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Tirunelveli, and this has been nominated by IIM Trichy Chapter. Congratulations, Master Kevin Sundaram and Master Subramaniam M. Now we come to the IIM Certificate of Honor 2024, and the award goes to Dr. Arup Kumar Mandal, Faculty in charge of IIM Student Chapter of NIT Durgapur. In recognition of his commendable work in Jamshedpur Chapter in organizing flagship event in the overall membership development of Chapter, interaction of IIT, students and colleges and effective coordination of IIM head office in various segments. I stand connected to the Durgapur chapter. Congratulations, Dr. Arup Kumar Mandal, for the good job done. And now we come to the IIM Distinguished Contributors Award 2024. And the award goes to Mr. Lokendra Raj Singh, the Chief Operating Officer of the JSW Steel Limited, Vijayanagar Works, in recognition of his outstanding contribution and exemplary support provided to the Indian Institute of Metals in various capacities, and his effort has been great in the membership drive, which has been done from the Vijayanagar. There has been a record membership drive from the Vijayanagar works of the JSW. Next we come to the IIM-ASM Lectureship Award 2024. There are two awards. One is below 40 years and one is above 40 years. In this category, under below 40 years, the award goes to Professor Ankur Chauhan, Assistant Professor of Department of Material Engineering, ISC Bangalore. Congratulations. And in the above category of 40 years above, the award goes to Professor Chandan Srivastava, a professor in the Department of Metallurgy Engineering and ISC Bangalore. Professor Chandan Srivastava. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the IIM Organizational Awards 2024. I start off with the Ferrous Division. The Ferrous Division of the Indian Institute of Metal has been organizing the national quality competition since 1991 to encourage and recognize quality assurance aspects in the steel sector. The award has been renamed as the National Sustainability Award from 2007 onwards. The awards are in three categories: the integrated steel plant, the secondary steel and alloy steel plant, and the third is the DRI plant of the pig iron plant of the major re-rolling unit. So coming to the first in the Ferrous Division, large integrated steel plant, there are joint winners, and this time the award goes to Tata Steel Limited Jamshedpur and JSW Steel Limited Vijayanagar Works. I request Mr. Chaitanya Bhanu, Vice President Operation of Tata Steel Limited, to kindly come to receive the award. And I request the JSW team of Vijayanagar Works to please come and accept the award. Thank you. Coming to the second category of award, that is in the Ferrous IIM Sustainability National Award for 2024. The secondary steel and alloy steel plant. The winner is Salem Steel Plant of Steel Authority of India. I request Sri V.K. Pandey, Executive Director of Steel Authority of India, Salem Steel Plant, and Sri V. Ravichandran, Chief General Manager of Maintenance Steel and Projects, Salem Steel Plant, to come and receive the award. Coming to the third category in this segment is the DRI plant of the pig iron plant in the major re-rolling unit, and the winner has been L&T Special Steel Limited, Hazira. I request Mr. Amit Gupta, the Chief Executive of L&T Special Steel Limited, Hazira, and Mr. R. Rajkumar, Head Metallurgical Laboratory of L&T Special Steel Limited, Hazira, to come and receive the award. Thank you very much. And now we come to the non-ferrous division of the award. The non-ferrous division of the Indian Institute of Metal has been organizing the national quality competition since 2002 to encourage and recognize quality control aspects of the non-ferrous sector. The awards are in this category: in the unit plant of large integrated production organization, a secondary processing or fabrication plant of non-ferrous product, or the third is the unit engaged in casting and forging in non-ferrous metals and alloys. Coming to the category of secondary processing and fabrication plant, other than casting and forging, the winner is Hindalco's Industry, Hirakud FRP. And I request Mr. Soumitra Roy, the Joint President and Unit Head of Hirakud FRP Unit, and Mr. Atul Devangan, a Manager Quality of Hirakud FRP, to please come on the stage to receive the award on behalf of the industry. Coming to the third category, that is casting and forging in a non-ferrous, the award goes to Hindustan Aeronautical Limited. And I request Mr. B. Bhargava Reddy, Additional General Manager, Foundry and Forging Division of Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, and Mr. Ashish Mishra, Deputy General Manager, Foundry and Forging Division of Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, Bangalore. Now we come to the IIM Material and Technology Startup Award 2024. And this year the award goes to Eris MR Technology Private Limited. They are the winner of the Startup Award 2024. And I request Mr. Abdas Samad AR, the CEO of Eris MR Tech Private Limited, to come and receive the award. We also have a special jury award, and the award goes to Midwiz Material Private Limited. And I request Ms. Rashmi Dharam Adhikari, she's the director of this Midwiz Material Private Limited, to come and receive the award. This is a special jury award in the startup category. Thank you, ma'am. And this year onwards, we are also giving a certificate of appreciation. And there are two startup companies which are there. One is certificate of appreciation goes to Pandav Applications Private Limited. And the second is Riaspro Lab. I request Mr. Adriti Gupta, CEO of the Pandu Application Private Limited, to come and receive the award. And I request Ms. Usha Kiran, she's from a research, Riaspro Labs, to come and receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much, sir. I request all the dignitaries to please take their seat. Now I request Ms. Sonal Chaudhary. She is the publisher, Mathematics, Physical and Applied Sciences, Springer Nature of India Private Limited. And along with her, Ms. Amba Pote from Springer Nature India Private Limited, to come and do the honors of giving away the award from the Springer. I request both of them, and along with them, I request Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy, who is the Chief Editor of Transactions of IIM, to please come on the stage and give the award from the Springer to the award winners. So the first award is the Professor R.N. Ghosh. He's a retired professor, Department Materials Science and Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. I request Professor R.N. Ghosh to please come and receive the Springer Award. Is Professor R.N. Ghosh there? Huh? Yeah. Somebody from IIT Kharagpur can come and receive the award. Thank you. Next, I call upon Dr. Shubhabrata Datta. He's a mechanical engineering from SRM Institute on Science and Technology, Chennai. Please come on the stage, Dr. Shubhabrata Datta. A round of applause for the winner. The next is Dr. Sunirmal Jana. He's a scientist, CGCRI, Kolkata. I request Dr. Sunirmal Jana to please come on the stage and receive the award from the Springer. Next is Dr. P. Suresh Babu. He's from ARCI, Hyderabad. I request Dr. P. Suresh Babu to please come and receive this award from the Springers. And the last is Professor Shanti Srinivas, Department of Metallurgical Engineering, IIT BHU Varanasi. I request Professor Shanti Srinivas to please come on the stage to receive the Springer's Award, the Springer Natures India Private Limited Award. Thank you. I have come to the end of the, I would request please take your seats, and I hand over to the MC, Ms. Shruti Goradia, for the book launch series now award ceremony. She will be taking it ahead for the rest of the presentation. Ms. Shruti Goradia.
Thank you very much, sir, for conducting the award ceremony. Thank you, gentlemen, for presenting the awards, and congratulations to all the award winners. Ladies and gentlemen, adding to this program, we now have a release ceremony of the IIM Springer Book Series. This is a series of 6 books, and to do the honors, I would now like to call on stage Dr. U. Kamachi Mudali, former President, IIM, and Chairman, IIM Book Series. Please put your hands together as we invite sir onto the stage. Over to you, sir, and We look forward to now the release ceremony of the IIM Springer Book Series.
Very good morning, Honorable President IIM, Vice Presidents, distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, former Presidents of IIM, Council members, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I am very proud to present here the IIM Springer Book Series. Over to the presentation. The book series was initiated by late Dr. Baldev Raj, former president of IIM in the year 2006, coinciding with the Diamond Jubilee celebrations of the institute. And in the beginning, we had Universities Press, Hyderabad, as the partner. We have published 11 books under the IIM Universities Press book series. And some of the books were also co-published by CRC Press USA in that series. From 2016, IIM entered into an MOU with the Springer Nature, and I'm very proud to tell that we have published many books, monographs, proceedings, more than 15 now. Today we have 24 books already published, and today we are releasing 3 as part of the book release function, and many books are under preparation and discussion stage. I'm very proud to tell you that along with me, we have Dr. Divagar Ramachandran, the Director of Metallurgy and Materials Group, IGCAR, as the Member Secretary. And the Editorial Advisory Board has got Professor Bikramjit Basu, now presently the Director, CGCRI, Kolkata, Dr. Suman K. Mishra from CGCRI, Kolkata, Dr. N. Ishwara Prasad, ex-DMSRD, Kanpur, Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy, VSSC, Trivandrum, Dr. R.N. Singh, BRC, Mumbai, Dr. R. Balamurali Krishnan, Director, DMRL, Hyderabad. I am very proud to show you the list of books, some of the books that have been published. And I'm very proud to tell you that today we are going to release 3 books. The book number 1 is, the next slide please, Novel Defense Functional and Engineering Materials. And this is part of Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 is on functional materials for defense applications. And the Volume 2 is Engineering Materials for Defense Applications. The editors are Ishwara Prasad Namburi, Dr. R.J.H. Van Hill, and Dr. Deepak Kumar Setua. And there are totally 20 chapters in these 2 volumes. And this book provides very salient features on aero, naval, and ground-based defense systems. And many chapters that are very useful to the students, active researchers, defense experts, and faculty members. I'm very proud that these 2 books, Volume 1 and Volume 2, will be released today. Next slide. The third book that will be released is the Handbook of Material Science. Next slide, please. This is part of 10 volumes of this. Today we are releasing Volume 2 on magnetic materials. Editors are Raghumani and Professor A.K. Tyahi from Baba Atomic Research Center. And this book also has 20 chapters and 699 pages. And it gives the state of the art on basic concepts of magnetization and electron spin interaction, electron spin magnetic field interaction, and magnetic properties, and the proximity effects on core cell structure, and the fundamentals of all magnetic materials are given in the scope of the book. And in future, we have, on the next slide, 4 more books are under the process. 3 of them will be released in 2025 NMA-ATM, and these 3 volumes will be on catalytic materials, photocatalytic materials, and nuclear materials. I'm very proud to invite the Honorable President and the distinguished guests on the dais to join the book release. And the first 2 volumes of the Novel Defense Functional and Engineering Materials will be received by Dr. Samir Kamath, Secretary DRDO, on behalf of the editors. And the second book on Handbook of Material Science will be received by Dr. Kishanu Dasmukh, representing the editors from BRC.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Moving to the last leg of this ceremony, we now have the vote of thanks. And to deliver the same, I request Dr. Dhiren Panda, Convener, Core Organizing Committee, IIM-ATM 2024, onto the podium. Please invite him with a round of applause.
Respected President, sir, Vice Presidents, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, and fellow participants. This is a pinnacle moment for a lot of participants in the organization, and you can see how wide and encompassing the field of materials and metallurgy is, that we have startups all the way to established companies. And we have students that are in their high school all the way to lifetime achievers. So that shows the width and the breadth of the materials and the metallurgy field. I would like to express my thanks to the organizing committee, specifically the IIM-HO folks. Can you please give them a round of applause? They have done a wonderful job in kind of selecting the awardees. Also, I would like to thank all the participants that participated in nominating representatives for the awards. All said, we received about 115 nominations. Out of the 115 nominations, we had selected 54 of them, and all of them deserve a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This concludes the program. Appreciate everyone's presence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we break for high tea. I request all of you to kindly be back in your seats in exactly 15 minutes, post which we will witness a lamp lighting ceremony in the presence of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister, Government of Karnataka. I repeat, I request all of you to kindly be back in your seats in exactly 15 minutes. important announcement, requesting all of you to kindly enter the auditorium and take your seats as our Honorable Chief Minister is on his way and will be gracing us with his presence in the next few minutes. Requesting the audio team to please cut the volume. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly enter the auditorium and take your seats. Requesting the ladies and gentlemen to kindly not leave the hall, the auditorium, and requesting all of you to kindly remain at your seats as we are expecting the Chief Minister of the Government of Karnataka to arrive any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, outside of this auditorium, requesting all of you to kindly move back into the hall and take your seats as we are expecting our chief guest any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats as our Honorable Chief Minister has arrived at the entrance. Requesting all of you to kindly make haste and take your seats. Also another request, ladies and gentlemen, adhering to the protocol, requesting all of you to kindly keep the center aisle and make it a free way for the movement of our honorable guests. I repeat, requesting all you ladies and gentlemen to kindly make the center aisle a freeway space for the movement of our honorable guests. Requesting the ladies and gentlemen not to use the center aisle and keep it a freeway. To the ladies and gentlemen who have just entered the room, requesting all of you to kindly make haste and take your seats at the earliest, as our chief guest has arrived and will be joining us very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen who are on their feet, requesting you to kindly take your seats. I repeat, requesting all the ladies and gentlemen to kindly take your seats as we are now ready to welcome our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, who is joining us very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly rise from your seat as we welcome our Honorable Chief Minister, the Government of Karnataka. We are now joined by Shri Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of the Government of Karnataka, requesting all of you to please kindly put your hands together as we welcome our chief guest into this auditorium. Sir is also joined by our guest of honor for today, Shri M.B. Patil, Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development. Requesting all you ladies and gentlemen to kindly put your hands together and give our guest of honor, our chief guest, a loud round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the ceremony, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats and get comfortable in your seats, and let's look forward to yet another interesting session. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಗಣ್ಯಾತಿ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸುವ ಮುನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಳಕಳಿಯ ವಿನಂತಿ, ತಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇವೆ. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Symposium on Transformational Technologies in Material and Manufacturing IIM-ATM 2024 is now going to begin. I request all of you to kindly put your mobile phones on the silent mode. Dear all, welcome to IIM-ATM 2024 and NMA. We are delighted to have all of you at this 78th annual technical meeting of the Indian Institute of Metals IIM and International Symposium on Transformational Technologies in Materials and Manufacturing IIM-ATM 2024, beginning today until the 22nd of November at the sprawling campus of Dr. Babu Rajendra Prasad International Convention Center, Bengaluru. It is a great honor for the IIM Vijayanagar chapter, IIM Bangalore chapter, IIM Dolvi chapter, and IIM Salem chapter in association with JSW Steel Limited, along with all the esteemed co-organizers, to host the 78th IIM-ATM 2024. To begin with the inauguration ceremony and of the Indian Institute of Metals 78th Annual Technical Meeting 2024, I would now like to call upon stage our esteemed dignitaries. To start with, I would like to call upon stage Shri Sajjan Jindal, President IIM and Chairman and Managing Director JSW Group, requesting all of you to kindly put your hands together as we invite Sir on stage. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರನ್ನು ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇವೆ. I now request our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiah, to please join us on stage. Requesting Sir to please join us on stage. And with that, I request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to join me in inviting Sir with the loudest round of applause. And with that, I also request Mr. Jindal to kindly welcome our Honorable Chief Minister onto the stage. Thank you very much, sir, for taking the time off and joining us today at our program. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೆ. I would now like to invite on stage the kind presence of our guest of honor, Shri M.B. Patil, Minister of Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite Sir on stage. Requesting Mr. Jindal to welcome Sir on stage as well. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today at our program. I would now like to invite on stage our esteemed dignitaries, starting with Professor B.S. Murthy, Vice President, IIM and Director, IIT Hyderabad. Please give him a round of applause. And I would also like to take this opportunity to invite on stage Brigadier Arun Ganguly, retired Secretary General, IIM. Sir will also be joined by Mr. P.K. Murugan, Convener, National Organizing Committee and President of JSW Steel. Please give Sir a loud round of applause as well. And we would also like to now invite on stage Mr. Lokendra Raj Singh, Chairman, Core Organizing COO, JSW Steel, Vijayanagar Works. Please give Sir as well a loudest round of applause. I thank the gentlemen on stage for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's commemorate the event by lighting the lamp and marking today's proceedings to be an auspicious and an enlightening one for all of us here. It is our honor now to invite the dignitaries on stage to do the honors, requesting the dignitaries to kindly move forward towards the lamp and light the lamp and commemorating this event. Witnessing the lamp being lit may it inspire all of us. The flame's upward movement, defying gravity, stands as a symbol of our quest for knowledge, upliftment, and to resolve to rise above all challenges. With this luminous start, we now officially declare the event open and proceed with our planned schedule. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸೋಣ. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this very auspicious spectacle that we have just witnessed here, along with also putting your hands together for our dignitaries on stage. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now like to invite Mr. Lokendra Raj Singh, Chairman, COC IIM-ATM 2024, to give us the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Mr. L.R. Singh.
Ellagaru Namaskara. Good morning to all of you. Our chief guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri Siddaramaiah ji. Our guest of honor, Sri M.B. Patil, Minister of Large, Medium Scale and Infrastructure Development. Our President of IIM and Chairman, JSW Group, Sri Sajjad Jindal ji. Professor B.S. Murthy, IIT Hyderabad. Brigadier Arun Ganguly. Mr. Murugan, President, Vijayanagar and Salem. All the industry stalwarts, delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on the 78th Annual Technical Meet of IIM-ATM 2024 and the International Symposium. This prestigious gathering has brought together over 1,700 of the experts from across the globe to explore the theme transforming technology in material and manufacturing for sustainable growth of the country and the world. This year, we received an overwhelming response with around 1,400 abstracts from all over the country and abroad, reflecting the vast interest and expertise within the community. From these, out of total 1,400 submissions, around 650 technical papers were selected for detailed discussion, and 500 posters will be showcased during the poster session, highlighting groundbreaking ideas and innovations. Today's highlight include the technical exhibition featuring the cutting-edge advancement from 65 leading companies. This platform provides an excellent opportunity to witness the latest development, sharing the metal and material industry. Already we have seen the event of distribution of the core awards of IIMs, recognizing almost 55 outstanding individuals across 26 categories, including the IIM Sustainability Award jointly won by the JSW Steel and the Tata Steel, and the contribution for the sustainable steel making. Importantly, this event focuses on nurturing the future talent. We are proud to host 350 students all across the country from institutes like Indian Institute of Technologies, IIT Bangalore, and who are going to participate in interactive session, and there are going to be a lot of student-centric sessions. And additionally, we have also just onboarded 15 PhD students to present their cutting-edge research, offering fresh perspective on key challenges and opportunities. I am confident that over the next few days, we'll learn from each other, collaborate on solutions, and drive innovations and continue to lead our industry forward. Thank you all for being the part of exciting event, and I wish you a productive and inspiring IIM-ATM 2024. Thank you very much. All the best.
And thank you, sir, for delivering the welcome address. I now request Mr. P.K. Morgan, Convener, National Organizing Committee and President, JSW Steel, to kindly address the audience. Can we also have a round of applause for sir, please?
Thank you. Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning to all. It is my profound privilege and honor to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this inaugural ceremony of International Symposium, the poster session and technical exhibition. This event, in my humble opinion, is a testament to our collective commitment to innovation, development, progress in ever-evolving fields of science, technology, and industry. We are truly honored today to have amongst us the esteemed presence of our most respected and visionary leadership of Karnataka. The chief guest for today's function, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiaji, the person, the leadership, who has placed Karnataka at the forefront of development and innovation. The guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Large and Medium-Scale Industries and Infrastructure Development. Being an industrialist, he continues to champion the industry expansion and sustainability in our state. And of course,
ladies and gentlemen, we are also now joined by our guest of honor, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, requesting all of you to kindly put your hands together as we welcome Sir to our program. Thank you very much, Sir, for joining us this morning.
Right on time. The other guest of honor, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumarji, a true advocate of economic growth and societal progress. Shri Sajan Jindal, the President of Indian Institute of Metals and the Chairman of JSW Group, a dynamic visionary leadership and the passion for excellence, which has created numerous global benchmarks in the industry. This symposium, in my opinion, is an event which is a dynamic platform to explore the kind of groundbreaking ideas, probably to showcase the cutting-edge researchers, and also to engage in meaningful discussion which will shape the future of technology and industry. The poster session highlights the innovative spirit of young researchers, and at the same time, the technical exhibition gives us an opportunity probably to witness the latest advancements and the technological marvels in developing progress in various domains. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is aptly organized and celebrated in Bangalore, the state of Karnataka. Karnataka has been a land of wisdom, innovation, progress, and courage, starting from the contributions of ancient poets and thinkers to today's thriving IT sector. As a state, Karnataka has been pioneer, be it in information technology, biotechnology, or sustainable industrial practices. This symposium only further cements that Karnataka as a reputation is a global hub for innovation and collaboration. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed dignitaries, guests, and the participants for making this occasion a grand success. Let's work together to make this symposium a grand one. Thank you and welcome to all. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together now for Professor B.S. Murthy, Vice President IIM and Director IIT Hyderabad, requesting sir to also address the audience. Can we please have a round of applause for sir?
Good morning, friends. Thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister and the Minister for Industries, Large and Medium to be there with all of us today and at this inauguration of this event of which is, as I mentioned in the morning, a festival for all the metallurgists and material scientists of the country. And while we all come together to celebrate the greatness of metallurgy and material science, we are very happy that such luminaries have joined us today to be part of this gathering. And as we all look forward to a wonderful ATM in the next 2 days, sharing knowledge from all of us with each other, and we are looking forward to a great ATM annual technical meeting and great celebration, and I'm sure this is going to lead to significant collaborations between all of us. With that, thank you very much once again, and I'm very happy to be a part of this celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the positivity. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. Sajan Jindal, President IIM and Managing Director of JSW Steel. Mr. Jindal, who has expanded the reach of the steel all the way to Kashmir, exploring avenues that were never thought that were possible before. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite stage onto the podium for the presidential address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiah ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar ji, Honorable Minister of Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development, Shri M.B. Patil ji, my esteemed colleagues, past presidents of IIM, members of the Institute of Metals, industry leaders, academicians, researchers, students and friends. Good morning to all of you. Elagare Namaskara. It is a privilege to inaugurate the IIM-ATM 2024 conference in Bangalore, a powerful platform reflecting the shared vision and dedication of the Indian Institute of Metals towards advancing the metals and materials sector. Today, we proudly recognize India's steel industry as a backbone of our economy, symbolizing our nation's resilience and ambition. As the world's second-largest steel producer, we have achieved this position through relentless innovation, adoption of cutting-edge technologies, and a strong commitment to sustainability. Steel is essential across sectors, from infrastructure and transportation to renewable energy and defense. As the world moves towards decarbonization, India's steel industry is setting new benchmarks in green production, aligning with the global sustainability goals. Beyond steel, metals and advanced materials are driving groundbreaking progress in sectors such as renewable energy, electric mobility, aerospace, and healthcare. The integration of digital technologies, additive manufacturing, and material science is accelerating innovations once thought unimaginable. The work presented at this conference showcases how metals and materials are reshaping industries, enhancing lives, and empowering nations. IIM's role in nurturing talent and expertise. For decades, the Indian Institute of Metals has been instrumental in nurturing talent, promoting knowledge sharing, and building a dedicated community that drives industry's growth. Through events like this, IIM has successfully bridged academia, industry, and research, cultivating the next generation of metallurgists, scientists, and engineers. I thank the IIM fraternity for their unwavering commitment and commend their exceptional efforts in organizing this impactful event. Karnataka's contribution to industry and R&D. I would like to acknowledge Karnataka's remarkable contribution in fostering industrial growth and innovation. The state has emerged as a hub of high-tech industries, R&D centers, and manufacturing, creating an ideal ecosystem for thriving businesses. With progressive policies, a skilled talent pool, and world-class institutions, Karnataka is setting an example in industrial advancement. the visionary leadership of Karnataka's Chief Minister, Shri Siddaramaiah and his forward-thinking policies have further positioned the state as a beacon of industrial growth and innovation. I always say that Karnataka is a land of tremendous opportunity and growth, and I am incredibly proud of the role it has played in shaping the future of industry in India. JSW Steel's Vijayanagar plant, which celebrated 25 years of steel making last year, is a testament of Karnataka's industrial prowess. What began as a greenfield venture has grown into India's largest single-location steel plant. Vijayanagar stands as a symbol of innovation, and we are committed to making it the largest single-site steel plant globally. Strengthening the ecosystem. Conferences like IIM-ATM 2024 are vital for strengthening our ecosystem, fostering collaboration, exchanging ideas, and recognizing excellence. They inspire us to think bigger and innovate further. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the awardees whose achievements are truly inspiring, and I commend the presenters and exhibitors who bring fresh ideas and innovations to this event, making it impactful. In conclusion, as we look to the future, let us view today's challenges as opportunities to innovate and excel. May this conference catalyze new partnerships and cutting-edge research. Thank you all for being here and contributing to the success of IIM-ATM 2024. Together, let us shape the future of metals and materials for a brighter and more sustainable world. Thank you. Jai Karnataka, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for delivering the presidential note. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite upon the guest of honor, Shri M.B. Patil, Honorable Minister of Large and Medium Scale Industries and Infrastructure Development, Government of Karnataka, to give us the 78th IIM-ATM inaugural address. Can we please have a loud round of applause for sir?
Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri Siddaramaiah, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri D.K. Shivakumarji, President of Indian Institute of Metals and Chairman and Managing Director of JSW Group, Sri Sajjan Jindal ji, Immediate Vice President of IIM and Managing Director of Director of IIT Hyderabad, Professor B.S. Murthy ji, Secretary General of IIM, Brigadier Arun Ganguly ji, Convener of the National Organizing Committee of President of JSW Steel, Mr. P.K. Murugan, Chairman Co-Organizing CEO of JSW Steel, Vijayanagar Works, Sri Lokendra Raj Singh ji. Good morning to everyone. Ellargu namaskara. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Indian Institute of Metals, industry leaders, and delegates present here. It is indeed an honor to join you all today for the inaugural ceremony of the 78th Annual Technical Meeting of the Indian Institute of Metals and the International Symposium on Transformational Technologies in Materials and Manufacturing. I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Indian Institute of Metals and its esteemed President, Sri Sajjan Jindal, for organizing this important event here in Bangalore. Sri Jindal's leadership has been instrumental in fostering a collaborative environment, and that strengthens our industry's foundation and future. Established in 1945, IIM has been instrumental in promoting a robust knowledge-sharing ecosystem, advancing both fundamental and applied research in metallurgy and materials science. The Institute's initiatives spanning publications, research programs, and technical symposia have played a pivotal role in shaping the course of Indian metallurgy, enabling advancements across diverse sectors like aerospace, automotive, infrastructure, and energy. As we gather here under the theme of transformation technologies in materials and manufacturing, it is exciting to witness the rapidly evolving landscape of this sector. Transformational technologies are not merely incremental improvements, but rather revolutionary shifts in how we conceive, design, and produce materials and products. With the advent of digital manufacturing, automation, and AI-driven processes, industries worldwide are achieving unprecedented levels of efficiency and precision. Bangalore, in particular, has become a center of materials research, with institutions and industries alike contributing to cutting-edge developments. Research efforts here in fields such as advanced alloys, high-strength steels, and sustainable materials have positioned Karnataka at the forefront of materials innovation. Leading institutions and startups in Bangalore have been working on projects related to high-performance materials, lightweight alloys for automotive and aerospace applications, and novel composites, all of which underscore the transformative impact of materials research on industry and daily life. I'd like to mention Karnataka contributes 67% of the aerospace and defense contribution. Karnataka, a pioneering state in India's industrial journey, has emerged as a significant hub of heavy engineering, special purpose machinery, and electrical manufacturing. The state is India's second largest producer of heavy electrical machinery with an enviable reputation for quality and innovation. Karnataka also ranks as the third largest contributing state in India's heavy engineering sector. Additionally, Karnataka contributes 52% of India's total machine tool production, making it a crucial player in the nation's manufacturing ecosystem. With world-class manufacturing facilities and a skilled workforce, Karnataka has become a leader in the machine tool industry, meeting the demands of domestic and global markets alike. This symposium provides us an invaluable platform to discuss and explore these groundbreaking technologies and their implications for materials and manufacturing. By embracing this advancement, we stand at the threshold of a new industrial age, one where India, with its skilled workforce, research institutions, and vibrant industries, can emerge as a global leader in cutting-edge manufacturing. Together, we must foster the convergence of academia, industry, and government policies to create an ecosystem where innovation thrives and transformational technologies are developed and deployed to their fullest potential. In conclusion, let me assure you that the government of Karnataka, with the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Siddaramaiah, stands fully committed to supporting the metals and materials industry. We recognize the strategic importance of this sector, and we continue to foster an environment conducive to its growth and advancement. Wish you a great stay and event in Namma Bengaluru. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Those were some thought-invoking words from Mr. Patil, from whom we have seen promotions of large and medium-scale industries and infrastructure development projects at a much faster pace than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request our guest of honor, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Government of Karnataka, to give us the International Symposium inaugural address. Could we please have all of you put your hands together as I invite Sir onto the podium.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm very happy to be here on this important occasion. My Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, is on the dais. Mr. M.B. Patil, our Honorable Minister for Industries, trying to take a new shape after Deshpande in Karnataka, is also here. Sajjan Jindal, the President, and who is also Ambassador of Karnataka for Industries, is here. Mr. Murugan, Mr. Lokendra Singh, Mr. B.S. Murthy, and all the tycoons of the industries are here. On behalf of Government of Karnataka, first I would like to welcome you for this garden city, congratulations for taking up this great work. Lot of things will come out on this important discussion. I was very thrilled to come and see Ratan Tata's photo here. You all have prayed for him. I remember him when I was a urban development minister about 20-25 years back. I met him. We had a discussion on this international airport. We tried to invite him to take up the responsibility of the international airport, but he refused that time due to some other issues. He said me one thing in some important meeting. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together. Why I'm telling you is this. Today you all have joined together. I will always quote a cooperative slogan. Joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. So I think you all have joined here to give you a new message, to work out what are the problems of this industry, what policymakers can make, what industries can make. I think this paper, this symposium, under the leadership of Mr. Sajjan Jindal, the new president, after a very long time, I think you have come here to Karnataka. There is a big history in your IIM. IIM always feel that Engineering Institute of Management, but it is the strong steel, so which you are built and you are the foundation for all of us. So ultimately we believe in you. But you know that Karnataka is a pioneer on this steel industry, not today, on metal. You know about 200 years back or something, when KGF started coming out of gold, we have a very big gold procuring. We have a very big steel and iron, and Mr. Sajjan is very responsible and he is a leader of that, who took over after Indira Gandhi starting that industry. Now you all have come here to help us, to guide us in a better way. Karnataka is a very big state, the second largest state in giving more taxes. Not only the IT, BT, on the manufacturing sector, we take a very big place. Our state is very large. We have given a lot of opportunity to various industrialists, help them in whatever best way we can. And we have a third largest land in the country, apart from UP, Maharashtra and Karnataka as a different place. And as far as power sector is concerned, you know that we are self-sufficient. We can manage, still we can improve. We last about when Mr. Siddaramaiah was Chief Minister, I added about more than 18,000 megawatt on renewable energy. And now also I think almost 33,000 megawatt is there today in Karnataka. And Mr. M.B. Patil is trying to take up with a new direction. I believe that we look at promoting people, helping people, and the highest technology we have more than 250 engineering colleges. We produce the highest talent pool in the country compared to all the states. And highest number of doctors also has been produced here. More than 67 to 70 medical colleges are here. Lot of management institutions are here. This is a great state where human resources is there. So I'm very happy that you all have come. We seek your advice. I know him better. He is not a product of Bangalore, he is a product of MS Ramaiah College of Engineering. He knows the streets of Bangalore. He knows the street of Bangalore, he has a passion, he is doing a lot of CSR activities, he is helping a lot of sportsmen, he is with football, he has created a stadium, not here, in Vijayanagar, in Ballari. I have looked at everything. So you are a great leader within yourself. So I think let us all join together. You please guide us. I think my government, my chief minister is there for a progressive. We will all work together. We will try to help you. We are there to sort out the problem. Sufficient water is there, sufficient power is there, sufficient land is there, a good governance is there. And I think that we will see that We know that the entire world is also looking at us because of various factors. One thing I would like to remind you, I was on the inaugural foundation laying day of the international airport, which was being held, constructed here in Vijayanagar. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister of this country. Krishnaji was the Chief Minister. Also, Ms. Jindal and all of them were there at that point of time. He said one thing. There was a time when world leaders used to come to Calcutta, they used to Delhi, they used to go to Calcutta, they used to go to Mumbai, they used to go to Bangalore, they used to go to Chennai. But now the situation has changed. All the world leaders are first coming to Bangalore, then they are flying to Delhi. This is what Mr. Vajpayee said. That is because of the good governance, because of the technology, because of the human resources, what you have. I'm sure you could understand what I'm trying to communicate to you. Here is a place for all of you to open your hearts, discuss, strengthen us. We are there to join, make you proud, make you strong, make you more financially sound, and see that you create more employment to the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence today and for sharing with us the national importance of such an international symposium and the impact of the metals and material industries to the common man. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call upon the chief guest of today's gathering, Shri Siddaramaiah Ji, our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Government of Karnataka, to give us his address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri M.B. Patil, Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Scale Industries and Infrastructure Development, Sri Sajjan Dindal, President of the Indian Institute of Metals, Sri Lokendra Raj Singh, Chairman of the Conference Organizing Committee, Sri P.K. Murugan, Convener of the National Organizing Committee, Professor B.S. Murthy, Vice President of IIM, Brigadier Arun Ganguly, retired, Secretary General of IIM, and all our esteemed guests, including leaders from the industry, academia, the media, and ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to inaugurate the 78th Annual Technical Meet of the Indian Institute of Metals, a key event that highlights collaboration and innovation in a vital sector for our state and nation. Bangalore stands as a symbol of technological and industrial progress. It is only fitting that we host this prestigious event, bringing together over 1,700 experts dedicated to shaping the future metals and materials. The theme, Transformational Technologies in Materials and Manufacturing, underscores the critical need to envision and implement pioneering solutions to navigate the complexities of a rapidly evolving world. The materials and manufacturing sectors are pillars of economic growth and national resilience. Their influence extends beyond industry, touching every sphere of our collective progress. As part of our commitment to a greener future, Karnataka is prioritizing the adoption of green technologies across various industries, including metals and materials manufacturing. This helps drive sustainable practices while maintaining comprehensiveness on a global scale. Karnataka's dedication to reducing carbon emissions aligns with India's overall goals to mitigate climate change. Our carbon capture and utilization programs are paving the way for low carbon future in metals and materials production. Karnataka remains dedicated to becoming a global leader in advanced manufacturing. Our policies champion innovation, sustainability, and inclusive development, setting the stage for robust industry growth. The state has prioritized economic development by signing 21 memorandums of understanding with various organizations, bringing in investments worth rupees 46,375 crore, which is expected to generate 21,070 new jobs. A total of 669 investment projects have received approval from the state-level single-window committees, leading to a projected investment of rupees 90,027 crore and the creation of employment opportunities for approximately 1,73,741 people. Karnataka aims to be ranked third nationally by the end of 2023-24 with an investment of rupees 54,427 crore. By the end of June 2024-25, it is expected to move up to the second place with additional investments totaling rupees 19,059 crores. The Government of Karnataka continues to support research and innovation that drive sustainable advancements in the metals and materials sectors, reflecting our commitment to fostering a competitive, responsible, and globally recognized industry. I am pleased to see the emphasis on sustainability woven throughout the symposium. It aligns seamlessly with our vision to balance industrial advancement with environmental stewardship, fostering green and inclusive development. Since its founding in 1945, the Indian Institute of Metals has served as a guiding light for metallurgy and materials science, propelling knowledge and innovation in these essential areas. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to JSW Steel under the leadership of Sri Sajjan Jindal for its commitment to innovation, community engagement, and sustainable practices, values that inspire our broader industry. Together, we can position Karnataka and India as leaders on the global stage, driving innovation, sustainable growth, and meaningful progress. Thank you all for your unwavering dedication and for making this event a platform of inspiration and change. Let us build a future of excellence, resilience, and shared success. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Shri Siddaramaiah-ji, for gracing us with your presence today at this academic and industry gathering to shower your encouragement, support, and contributions in empowering metal and materials industry to reach new heights of research and development. And thank you to all the dignitaries on stage for sharing those kind and encouraging and uplifting words that will inspire each of us to think, to question, to observe, and to thereby excel in our endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the release of the IIM-ATM and NMA 2024 souvenir by the chief guests and the guests of honor. I request the IIM team to guide our dignitaries for the unveil. Ladies and gentlemen, after identifying the pressing challenges, the scope for optimization, and applying new approaches, the 2024 souvenir cover reaches research abstracts, papers, and articles that cover significant strides of progress for the metal and materials industry. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now release the IIM-ATM and NMA 2024 souvenir. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to thank our chief guest and our honorable guests of honor for their presence here today and for taking the time out to be here today with us. I request Mr. Jindal to kindly distribute the memento to our honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiah ji, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, with your loudest round of applause. Thank you once again, sir, for taking the time out and for attending our event today. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Mr. P.K. Murugan to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, sir. I also request Mr. Murugan to also distribute the memento to our guest of honor, Shri M.B. Patil, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can have a louder round of applause for all the dignitaries on stage, for our chief guests and for our guests of honor, and for making this eventful and exciting one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I now request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Brigadier Arun Ganguly, retired Secretary General IIM, to kindly give the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly remain at your seats and adhere to the protocol. Also requesting the IIM team to kindly escort our chief guest and our guest of honor to the technical exhibition area. The technical exhibit features various organizations, equipment suppliers, research institutions, consulting organizations, and industries, both from India as well as from abroad. And for those who have taken the opportunity to display their state-of-art products and technologies to the largest gathering of metallurgical and material engineering community. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a short tea break for the next 15 minutes, requesting all of you to kindly assemble back here in the next 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now very shortly begin with a tribute ceremony to Shri Ratan Tata ji, followed by the IIM JRD Tata Awards, requesting all of you ladies and gentlemen here to kindly presume your seats. I repeat, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats back, as very shortly we will be resuming the ceremony, starting with a tribute to Shri late Padma Vibhushan Shri Ratan Tata ji, followed by the IIM JRD Tata Award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have the inauguration of the Technical Exhibition and Poster Session Display Area by our Deputy Chief Minister, Shri D.K. Shivkumar Sir, and Mr. Jindal. The video can be seen on our AV here, on our screens here, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats and watch the inauguration of the Technical Exhibition and Poster Session Display Area. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly check your kit bags. A gentleman's bag has been exchanged. Requesting all of you to kindly check whether or not you have your own kit bags in your hand. In case you happen to realize that you are holding somebody else's bag, requesting you to kindly hand over the bag at the stage area. I repeat, a kit bag has been exchanged. Requesting you to kindly take a look at the kit bag that you have in your hand. In case that happens to be somebody else's, requesting you to kindly hand it over to the stage area. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats as we will now begin with the next ceremony. I repeat, requesting all you ladies and gentlemen, and those outside of the hall, to kindly enter the auditorium and please take your seats as we will now begin with the next ceremony. The next ceremony is a tribute ceremony to Shri late Ratan Tata ji, followed by the IIM JRD Tata Award ceremony. Requesting all you ladies and gentlemen to kindly presume their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats, we now begin with the next ceremony. The next ceremony is a tribute ceremony in the memory of Shri late Padma Vibhushan Shri Ratan Tata ji. I request Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, Chief Corp Com, TSL, to conduct the ceremony, requesting Sir to kindly move onto the stage, and requesting all of you to kindly put your hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, Chief Corp Com, TSL.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to occupy your seats, please? Thank you. Every year, ATM brings together professionals across material science and engineering, metallurgy and steel industry to discuss topics that impact the industry's future. This year, we are also taking the opportunity to honor and commemorate the legacy of the most remarkable individuals of modern era, Mr. Ratan Tata, whom we lost last month. I want to thank the event organizers for conducting this special session dedicated to Mr. Tata's legacy. Mr. Tata needs no introduction. He was and remains a renowned figure who made the world reimagine the meaning of capitalism and wealth. The world knows him as an industrialist who propelled the Tata Group from being an Indian industrial group to a global conglomerate. But that's not it. He's also remembered for his quiet demeanor, steely resolve, unswerving adherence to doing the right things. When modern capitalism sometimes garners the reputation of following the easy route, he remains an icon of ethical conduct, never preferring expediency to righteousness. He was a testament that even in a cutthroat world, compassion and humility are virtues worth preserving. The man who made a foray into the future, to many, Mr. Ratan Tata represented hope that dreams can come true even if a vision seems to be ahead of the time. For Indians, he was a nation builder who prioritized the nation before business interest and was the torchbearer of corporate philanthropy as a force for good. He won people's heart when he got perturbed to see a family of 4 getting drenched in the rain on a two-wheeler and conceptualized the people's car. Standing outside Taj Mahal Hotel during 26/11 terrorist attacks, concerned yet composed, he was a symbol of resilience and compassion. That is why even for an ordinary individual who may or may not be associated with the Tata Group, the loss was personal. This was evident from the swarm of people who queued up to pay respect outside NCPA that day. As the Tata family mourns his loss, we also celebrate his extraordinary life and vow to honor his memory by continuing to uphold the values he cherished. On this note, I request you all to stand up and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect to Mr. Tata. Thank you. We'll now play a short video made by Tata Steel as a tribute to this remarkable man. Can we have the video, please?
How many times have you heard people say, this can't be done? It's your job to remove those myths and to get things done. Many things that we did had not been done before. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will present the People's Card.
Cancer is not a rich man's disease.
An Indian company was going to take over two very venerable brands.
He stood by right here outside on the pavement for all those 3 days, 3 nights.
Bombay House becomes a shelter for stray dogs.
There are millions who are less fortunate. Don't ever forget that. This is, in fact, the first look at the new India of tomorrow.
This is clearly one of the largest blast furnaces in the world.
It's, I think, very refreshing to be with good young minds. Far more is gained by walking on the shop floor and talking to the people. Your success is going to be your humility. I'd like to be remembered as a person who made a difference.
Thank you. I would now like to call upon Mr. T.V. Narendran, who joined us virtually to share his memories of him with Mr. Tata.
Thank you to the Indian Institute of Metals for organizing this. Thank you to Mr. Sajan Jindal, Professor Murthy, Brigadier Ganguly. I saw Satish as well there, and everybody else from the IIM who's organized this. We really appreciate it. Mr. Tata was obviously very special for many of us in the Tata Group, and very specifically Tata Steel as well. But I think, as Sarvesh said, he represented much more to many more people who knew him from far as well as from close. From a Tata Steel point of view, I joined Tata Steel in 1988, and this was about 4 years before Mr. Tata took over as a chairman of Tata Steel and the chairman of Tata Sons. And his taking over as a chairman of the group coincided with the opening up of the Indian economy. And it meant that pretty much all the Tata companies, particularly the larger ones, had to really recalibrate themselves to survive in a very, very different world. And I think he led that from the front, particularly in Tata Steel, Tata Motors, and all the other major Tata companies. And he did that with a lot of dedication, perseverance, and resilience. And also in Tata Steel's case, very ably supported by Dr. Irani, who was then the CEO of Tata Steel. I think it earned the Tata companies the right to grow in the period after 2000, when the opportunities were there in India and overseas, and which led to the internationalization of the group, obviously with some big successes, but overall it built the brand of the group globally and built a footprint globally. I think the last 10 years of his life was spent on causes which are very close to his heart. He wanted to make a difference through the Tata Trust, which he led and transformed very significantly during his tenure there. And he took on what was a pet project for him, which was to build affordable cancer care facilities in multiple parts of the country, particularly in Eastern India, where most of the cancer incidences were prevalent. So in many different ways, he made an impact to all of us. And as Sarvesh said, more than all his professional achievements, I think people liked him as a person, his humility, He was always self-effacing. He was always looking at doing things as quietly as possible. He said a lot without saying much, and I think that signified the person he was. As Sarvesh mentioned, the best way for us to give a tribute to him is to really live by the values that he cherished. I thank the Indian Institute of Metals once again for organizing this function in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narendran. I would now like to take the opportunity to invite Professor B.S. Murthy on the stage to pay floral tributes and say a few words.
Good afternoon, friends. You have heard about him. You also saw the video. It really moves all of us. I started growing as an undergraduate student and a master's and PhD student, listening more and more about him, a person who represents a group of special people who not only dream very high, but also achieve them with perseverance. And at the same time, are so humble that all that they have achieved does not really show in their face. So that we wish we had many, many such people in the country. But unfortunately, possibly, he is one who makes up for everyone. And it's a big loss to the whole community of material science, metallurgy, and also humanity, I would say. We will remember him forever. And I hope all those youngsters sitting here will take him as an example. Like our Abdul Kalam said, dreams should be as colorful as possible. And until you achieve the dream, don't even sleep. So this is a gentleman who is an example of that. And we wish he has stayed with us for many more years, inspiring many more generations. But everyone has to come to an end one day. But I am sure he will live in our hearts and ensure that more and more people get inspired by listening to his story. And just listening to his story itself is enough for many of us to excel in whatever field that we have chosen, working hard towards the goal that each one of us set for ourselves. Thank you very much for this opportunity to the Tata Group that has given me to be standing in front of you. And we really keep remembering him day by day, every day. And I'm sure that many of us take him as a real role model for all of us, not only to the young, but also as old as we am, at least. So thank you very much, friends, once again.
Thank you, Professor Murthy. May I now invite Mr. Sajan Jindal on the stage for the floral tributes and then a few words.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ratan Tata, I had a number of occasions when I met him and interacted with him. So what I remember the most about Mr. Tata was that once I was traveling to London and I reached the lounge in the Bombay airport, and Mr. Tata was also sitting there. He was all alone, and then I approached him, and that was probably my first meeting with him. and we spent a good 45 minutes together. And we were chatting about steel industry because at that time, this is about 20 years, maybe 25 years ago, and I only knew about steel. And so we were chatting, and it was so humbling, the experience, sitting with him and chatting. He was discussing with me as if I was a stalwart of steel industry, and at that time I had just begun my journey in steel. And he told me his experience when he started his journey at Jamshedpur. And you know, it was like a child in him, which you know, got excited talking to me because I was at that time very young. And when we were discussing, so it was really humbling experience I had discussing about the steel industry and about its technology, right from technology, innovation, to financials, to people, to manpower. You know, so across the spectrum of the business he discussed with me, and it was such a learning experience for me. Then we were on the flight, and obviously it was an overnight flight to London, so we both he slept. I was waiting that maybe he will call me again, but he did not. And he went to sleep, and probably he had a busy day next morning. But it was a memorable evening that I spent with him, and then number of times I met him in social functions, never had an opportunity to meet one-on-one after that. But he was a legendary figure. We are very proud of him. As a country, we are very proud of Mr. Ratan Tata, because what he has left behind is not about the Tata empire, because anybody else also would have left the Tata empire behind him perhaps as strong. But the value system that he left behind, I think that is what is important for the later generations, including mine and many more which will come up later. They will always remember Ratan Tata as a philanthropist, as a humble person, as a person who connected with the masses. So I really pray and that his soul rests in peace. I'm sure that billions of people's good wishes are with him, and we will all try to stay on track with the teachings that he has had, that it's not important that how big the business is, but it's important that what difference you can make to the society, to the country, and that exactly what Mr. Ratan Tata did. So once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Jindal. I now invite Brigadier Ganguly, Secretary General, Indian Institute of Metals, on the stage for the floral tribute and then give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all the dignitaries who are sitting across. It's a very humbling experience for me to be here and to pay a tribute to a legendary person who has led a legacy for all the young people to come in future to follow. We as Indians really look up to him as a role model, and I'm sure the future generation, they always will like to emulate him, and and he will always be a trailblazer for all of us. Thank you, and respected Ratan Tata. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sarvesh. And also thank you, Mr. Narendran. Thank you, Mr. B.S. Murthy. Thank you, Mr. Sajan. And thank you, Mr. Ganguly, for the kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next leg of our event, the IIM JRD Tata Award Ceremony for Corporate Excellence in Leadership in Metallurgical Industries. We would use the next 5 minutes to set up the stage to commence this ceremony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We come to the IIM JRD Tata Award 2024. All the dignitaries are over here, and I request Mr. T.V. Narendran, the CEO and MD Tata Steel, to preside. And I also make an announcement that this time the IIM JRD Tata Award winner 2024 for the corporate excellence and metallurgical industry, which has been conferred on Mr. Venu Srinivasan. He is the Chairman Emeritus of TVS Motor Company Limited. Unfortunately, he is indisposed due to not keeping well, and he has expressed his regret. So we are going to be having this particular ceremony some other time when he is in good health, and at that time we'll request the Tata and this award ceremony and then. So with that, we come to an end. Just making an announcement that this year, the IIM JRD Tata Award 2024 is conferred on Mr. Venu Srinivasan. He's the Chairman Emeritus of TVS Motor Company. We'll have the award ceremony separately in some other occasion. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would request a few minutes of yours until we have the next set of dignitaries with us. We now move to the signing of the MOU with the Indian Institute of Metals and Japan Institute of Metals. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the delay. We're waiting for Mr. Jindal to quickly join us and to conduct the signing of the MOU with the IIM and with JIM. As we wait for Sir, requesting all of you to kindly bear with us for a few more minutes until we have Sir back with us. Post which we will also break for lunch, and after that we have the international symposium which starts after lunch, and that will be a continuous session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence with the next leg of the event. We have the signing of the MOU with the Indian Institute of Metals and Japan Institute of Metals. To commence this event, to commence this ceremony, I would now like to request on stage the presence of Professor Amol A. Gokhale, Chairman, International Relations Committee, IRC, and former President, IIM, to conduct the program. Could you please have a round of applause for Mr. Gokhale? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Very good afternoon to all of you. Let me now call upon the dignitaries on the dais, starting with the President of Indian Institute of Metals, Shri Sajjan Jindal ji first. Yeah, Mr. Jindal, please, on the stage. Then let me call the President of Japan Institute of Metals and Materials, Professor Manabu Enoki. Then the Vice President of Indian Institute of Metals, Professor B.S. Murthy. Is he here? Professor B.S. Yes, he's here. Following Professor B.S. Murthy, may I call upon Professor Yoshihito Kawamura onto the stage. Then I would like to request the Secretary General, JIMM, Dr. Akira Taniyama, to come onto the stage. And then finally, the Secretary General of IIM, Brigadier Arun Ganguly. So now we are going to have a brief event in which an MOU is going to be signed between JIMM and IIM first. That will be followed by another MOU signing between ASM International and IIM. So let me extend a warm welcome to, especially to all the international participants, international delegates, the speakers at the International Symposium today, speakers in the ATM, and also attendees from various countries who have come here. This is a very unique annual technical meeting here because we have the presence of presidents and other senior functionaries of 3 international materials related societies, namely Japan Institute of Metals and Materials. All the 3 senior functionaries are here. And soon we will be calling the president and the former president of ASM International, and we also have the president of TMS, Dr. Srinivas Chada. He's also there. Will you please rise so that everybody sees you? Dr. Srinivas Chada is here. Let me just give you a very brief background on the activities of IIM in the international arena. So first of all, let me tell you something which very few of you may be knowing, that long before the economy of our country got globalized, actually the metallurgists were already globalized and interacting with people from different countries. In fact, the formation of IIM itself in 1946 was at the instance of Professor Maurice Cohen, who mentioned such an idea to Dr. Dara P. Antia, after which Dr. Dara Antia then mobilized the industry leaders from various parts of the country, and the Indian Institute of Metals was formed in 1946. So there is a little bit of international element in the formation of IIM itself. Subsequently, we have had 2 major international activities. One was the exchange lecturer program between ASM International and IIM, and today, earlier you saw two of our IIM members being selected to visit the US and give technical lectures. And the second is that we are part of what is called as the Asia Steel Conference, which is held at a certain frequency in different countries within Asia. And this year's event was already held in China, and now 2027 event will be hosted by India, and our Vice President, who will then be the President, he will host this event at that time, Mr. Amarendu Prakash. However, in the last 4 years, we went through a makeover of our International Relations Committee, and then since then the activities have progressed rapidly, and we signed 3 MOUs, one with JDMB, which is the German Non-Ferrous Metal Society in Germany, the second one was the Japan Institute of Metals and Materials, and the third is with Material Australia. And through these MOUs, we have been attending the annual technical meetings wherever possible of the partner societies. And today we are going to embark on the new journey. This is a proposal which came from JIMM based on their earlier proven model with other countries, by which we will be having joint symposia in each other's countries with participation of the partner society. So that's the MOU that is going to be signed. And I will brief about the ASM. Okay, I'll brief about that as well. Or let me brief that when the ASM team comes here about what the ASM International MOU is going to be all about. So with these brief words, let me request our President, Shri Sajjan Jindal ji, to address us and say something about our interest in the international interactions. Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, members of the Japan Institute of Materials and friend. Because we are signing at the moment with Japan Institute of Metals, so I thought I will talk about that. And then, of course, we have ASM and TSM. First, a big thank you to Professor Amol Gokhale for the warm introduction and for leading the charge in building international connections through the International Relations Committee. This partnership between the Indian Institute of Metals and JIMM is a real testament to the power of shared goals and collaboration in advancing metallurgy and material science. Japan has been a pioneer in metals and materials innovation, and this MOU represents our shared dedication to advancing research, exchanging knowledge, and driving new technologies. Just now I was speaking with the Japanese delegation, and I was saying that we have learned a lot. Indian metals industry, especially steel industry, has learned a lot from Japan, the technologies and the way steel is to be produced. And today the child has become bigger than the father. Today we are producing much more than Japan because we are a much larger country. And going forward, we will be producing much more steel than Japan will produce. But the learnings that we had from Japan on technological front, on discipline in making steel is absolutely phenomenal. And so thank you very much for the Japan Institute for providing us this supporting hand and guiding hand for the steel industry in our infancy. And today we are, as I said, are already moving forward. But still there are many innovations, many technological things which Japan is far ahead of India. For example, the lightweighting of steel, or very high quality of steel for space requirements or for aerospace requirements, and for electrical, high quality of electrical steel requirement. We still, Japan is far ahead of India, and we are looking for their support in this. So through this MOU, we have the opportunity to address some of the big challenges of our times, like sustainability, efficient use of resources, and creating advanced materials that will fulfill our future requirements. This collaboration also celebrates the long-standing partnership between India and Japan. At every level, India and Japan are like two sisters, which have been working together for years, because we share we share kind of our religion, we share our ethos, we share our traditions. So, and Japan is also a very old society, like civilization like India. So therefore, we share a lot in common. So I'm confident that this MOU will open doors for groundbreaking projects, skill development, and cutting-edge technologies that will benefit industries worldwide. It will also inspire and help train the next generation of metallurgists and researchers. Let's take pride in this new chapter of collaboration and work together to set new standards in global metals and materials arena. Thank you.
I had the privilege of attending the annual meeting of the Japan Institute of Metals and Materials just a couple of months back. And I was surprised looking at Professor Enoki It was a very large gathering, but he was looking very undisturbed and very cool at that time. And I was wondering how he was able to manage that, having experienced that by me a few years back earlier, what sort of tensions we go through. But then he said, no, here we decide and everybody follows their instructions and I don't have to intervene anything. So such is the character of Professor Enoki. I request him to come here and address our gathering.
Okay, good afternoon. So, it is my great pleasure to have a signing ceremony here at Bangalore. So, from today, we have a strong collaboration with India and Japan, especially IIM and JIM. So, to enhance the exchange of people, especially young students or researchers. Also, we want to exchange the idea of new research topics. And also, hopefully, we start collaboration of research project or research topics in the, to so change the world. Anyway, so we are planning to joint symposium between IIM and JIM from next year. So hopefully, so this is a very special occasion to exchange ideas, the collaboration, and a strong so partnership between India and Japan. Okay, thank you very much.
The MOU copies have been signed, and I now request the Secretary General of IIM and the Secretary General of JIM to exchange the copies. May I request the JIM delegation to take seats, please? And request the President and the Vice President IIM to be on the dais. And now let me, gives me a great pleasure to welcome the former President of ASM International, Mr. Pradeep Goyalji, and the present President of ASM International, Dr. Naveen Manjuran. Kindly come to the dais. So while the IIM-JIM MOU is about holding joint symposia in each other's countries, the MOU with ASM International is somewhat different. It is about sharing databases and technical information to the members of each organization. And this proposal came from ASM International itself, and we enthusiastically liked actually that proposal, and that MOU is also going to be signed now. And but before that, okay, they are signing. May I request Mr. Satish Pai ji also to come to the dais? Special request. And Dr. U. Kamachi Mudli as well. Please come to the dais. They have an important role in building this MOU as well. May I now request Dr. Naveen to say a few words.
I'll just take a few minutes. I'll just start with a quick story. You would have all heard the story of the rabbit and the turtle. The rabbit and the turtle have a race. The rabbit runs close to the finishing point. It gets complacent, goes to sleep. The turtle comes slowly, crosses the line, and wins the race. The moral of the story there is slow and steady wins the race. But that was only part one. I'm not sure if many of you have heard part two. In part two, the rabbit tells the turtle, let's have another race. And this time, the rabbit runs as fast as it can. It doesn't stop, crosses the finish line, wins the race. The moral of the story there is learn from your mistakes and you will win. Right? So this was part two. But it doesn't end there. There's a part three. So the rabbit tells the turtle this time, rather the turtle tells the rabbit that the score is 1-1, let's have another race. And this time the turtle says, let's have a different course. And they start the race. The rabbit learned from the first time, runs as fast as it can, gets to a large lake. Once it gets to the lake, it doesn't know how to cross the lake. The turtle comes slowly, gets to the lake, crosses the lake, wins the race. So the moral of the story there is build your strategy according to your strength. But again, that is not, you have another part, so it's part 4. And this time, the turtle and the rabbit, they decide to race together. On land, the turtle sits on the rabbit and runs as fast as it can. And when it gets to the lake, the rabbit sits on the turtle and crosses the lake. The moral of the story here is work with the partners and you will get there faster. So partner with people who can help you and you will get to your destination faster. So this is one of our opportunities with IIM and ASM. We have had a long history with, to build this, and the MOU that we have today is for the Indian students to get that exposure, to come to the US, to get the materials that they need. ASM being an international society, we are willing to help give that exposure to the Indian engineers, scientists, and so on. And I hope this will be a platform for us to do it. And with the support of Satish Pai, with Pradeep Goyal, with Kamachi, and Sachin, we have, it took some time to get here, but I think this is again one more step in working together and building on each other's strengths to grow the community. Thank you.
May I now request Pradeep Goyalji to say, would you like to say? No, okay. All right. So I think the MOUs have been signed, and I now request the Secretary Generals of ASM International and IIM to exchange copies, please. With that, the MOU signing ceremony comes to an end. I thank the President IIM, President JIM, President ASM International, all other senior functionaries and the Secretary Generals in working out these MOUs, and we look towards working with the partner organizations in the future. Thank you. ASM International would like to present two mementos. So, and after that, may I request Dr. Srinivas to say a few words? Just few words. Before we close. So please take the chairs. I request Dr. Srinivas to say a few words. Please be on the stage. Requesting TMS President to say just a few words before we end.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I'm standing in the way of your lunch, so I'll make it very brief. Thanks to Dr. Gokhale and all the dignitaries on the stage. We've been approached, we are in the process of discussing similar kind of partnership with IIM and TMS. We'll see where it goes. And as Naveen pointed out, it definitely, the race is better won or lost with your partners. And as you all know, ASM and TMS still continue to have a history together, and we are strengthening that too. So it could be a fruitful friendship going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, ladies, on the stage as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the ceremonies lined up for the day. What a day it has been, where we have just witnessed a whole bunch of memorable events, right from the unveiling of the souvenir, the inauguration of the technical exhibition, the poster area, the conduction of the IIM Awards ceremony, the tribute ceremony, the IIM JRD, my apologies, the excellence and the MOU signing with JIMM. Each as significant and symbolic as the other in honoring and accolading excellence. We now break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, post which we will resume with the International Symposium at 2:30 p.m. The spouse session and the student session are at 3 p.m. The spouse session is conducted at G3 and the student session at the North Block. For the students, there is a bus shuttle service that starts from the main gate of the auditorium at 2:30 p.m. and will ferry the students to the North Block.
connecting, but no, they have to switch it.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats. Also hoping that you have had a great lunch and are ready once again for the sessions to come next.
No, but no, I think they need to switch to this. They need to switch to this. Well, same. If it works, mine will work. Right? I mean, no. Where is the HDMI? It's connected here. Oh, it is. It is. Oh, no, it's definitely connected because it changed. The resolution changed. They just. Yeah, let me go. No, it's your
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the Technical International Symposium. I would now like to call onto the podium Dr. Deepa to conduct the next session.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon. This will be the first technical session we are going to start now. I hope everybody has had an enriching morning, and without too much delay, because we are already delayed by an hour, very warm welcome to everybody to this international symposium. And we have 8 talks from people who have done some seminal work from all over the world: Singapore, Sweden, Germany, US and India. And we have people from industry as well as academia as well as national labs, and 3 very distinguished session chairs. So it's a great pleasure for me to invite Dr. Kamakshi Mudali, past IIM President and Chancellor of the Homi Bhabha National Institution. We start now, sir.
Good afternoon. Without spending much time, it's my pleasant duty to invite the speakers. We have two speakers in this first session. The first speaker is Dr. Carsten Blauert. He is the head of the Department of Functional Surfaces from Helmholtz Centrum. He will be speaking on smart corrosion protection concepts for plasma electrolytic oxidation layers on light metals, approaches and challenges. He is an authority in the area of plasma electrolytic oxidation. And we'll have the second lecture on laser-based additive manufacturing, next generation materials manipulation technology. This talk will be delivered by Professor Narendra Dahotre, who is from the Center for Agile and Adaptive Additive Manufacturing, Department of Material Science and Engineering, University of North Texas and Texas. So I'm pleased to have both the speakers in this first session, and my pleasant duty to call now Dr. Carsten to deliver the lecture.
Sorry, there appears to be a small technical glitch in the projection. I think it has got very much heated up since the morning. So they're just trying to sort it out before it comes on stage. Sorry about it, but I think I'm just going to take 2 minutes to fill space because we have, they're trying to figure out the projection. I think we have, so let me introduce all the distinguished speakers here. We are starting with, of course, you just heard the chairman say that. The way we evolved this whole team together is, oh, it's come? Okay, great, thank you. I don't have to speak now. Yeah, please, all yours. Slide mover. Can we have the backstage? Pranav, can we have the slide mover, please? You're going to be controlling it, or Professor is going to be doing it? You're going to control? Is there something here where he can use?
LED pointer.
He has to announce you, but what about a pointer? Okay, I think you get started. I'll just bring it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
You just check.
No, not moving.
Is it on?
It is there.
Yeah, you give signal.
Now it is.
Okay.
Dear Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank IIM and the organizing committee for inviting me. It's for me a great pleasure and honor to open the International Symposium as the first speaker. And today's talk will be about smart corrosion protection concepts for PO coatings on light metals, and I will talk a little bit about the approaches and the challenges. To give you a short overline over the presentation, I will start with the introduction and the motivation, and then I will introduce you shortly to PO coatings. What are they? And then I will start with the discussion about how we can functionalize those coatings, and finally we'll end with some summary and conclusion. So if we are talking about light metals, we see that they are often suffering from corrosion and wear, so they just need a protective coating system on top of them. So the most popular coatings are basically conversion coatings with a paint top coat. And in principle, we have two different types of conversion coatings. There are the chemical conversion coatings, and which produces thin inorganic layers, and then we have the electrochemical conversion processes like the anodizing and what I will talk today about, the plasma electrolytic oxidation. They are basically producing much thicker ceramic-based layers which are more corrosion resistant and wear resistant. However, after the ban of chrome 6 in coating systems, there is a search for new alternatives, and which are basically providing a similar smart corrosion protection than the chromium-based ones, which we had before. So the question now is, in principle, if you look on the PO coating system, that's normally just a barrier layer. But how we can load corrosion inhibitors into this ceramic PO layer and make it functional and smart. So when we're looking on the PO process, it employs, you see the process on the left side, yes, and we are applying relatively high voltages, more than 200 volts, and this causes the formation of the plasma discharges, which you see there running all over the surface. And they are basically converting the metal surface into the ceramic layer, which offers good corrosion and tribological properties. However, each of these single discharge events causes defects, and you see them at the bottom pictures. One, the top view, where you see each of the discharge events leaves behind a discharge channel and a certain porosity in the layer. And you see, if you look on the cross sections, that they can reach quite deep into the substrate. And if you try to understand the geometry of those pores, you can do, for example, which you see on the right side is basically tomography measurements of the specimens of the coatings and showing the distribution of the porosity. And each color is basically indicating the interconnected pores. So we have here with this pore system reaching from the surface, and I show you, oh, that was the wrong direction like always. I show you now an outtake, one of those pores, one of the biggest ones, which you see on the left, is basically that they are reaching from the surface to deep into the coating. So you have a nice reservoir for inhibitors if you are using them. So there are, in principle, 3 options to functionalize the surfaces and the coatings. The first one is very simple, liquid inhibitor solution infiltration, followed by drying and sealing if necessary. The second one is via what we call LDH post-treatment. I will explain you later what this means. And the inhibitor loading with smart release function into those nanocontainers grown directly on the surface. And the third one, which is the most elegant but the most difficult, is the in situ incorporation of inhibitors or inhibitor-loaded nanoparticles directly during the PO processing in a one treatment step. So let's come to the first solution. You see the treatment steps on top. After the PO treatment, in principle, only one more step is necessary. That is basically the inhibitor loading into the porous microstructure of the coating. However, the challenge here is to select the proper inhibitor. We have a lot of information. There are databases, which you see here on the left side, available, where you enter your substrate material, your corrosion conditions, the corrosive environment, and these databases suggest you the most proper inhibitor for your system. But the problem for the coating is that there is no information available for the PO coatings itself. So it's only for the substrate material. And the big problem, which we also did not expect when we started this work, because we are expecting that the ceramic layer is quite inert, and but this is not really the case. And I will show you that not really all corrosion inhibitors are suitable. So this is what we are doing when we do inhibitor screening. So we do most of the time electrochemical impedance measurements, which you see here on the left side, top building figure. And what you get is basically after that, if you're comparing the solution without inhibitor with the corrosion performance, with inhibitor, the inhibition efficiency. And all what you see green is the green bar graphs are basically showing the inhibition efficiency for the substrate material. And then we did the same testing with the PO-coated specimen. And we were really surprised that in most of the cases, we have actually negative effects. And only a few green pluses are available. And I will try to explain you now why this is the case, why really the ceramic PO layer is more suspicious against the inhibition or the inhibitor addition than the substrate material. So you see here the example of a corrosion experiment with sodium chloride and with sodium chloride plus the inhibitor PDC added to the electrolyte when the corrosion test was done. So and the results are seen is after 1 day immersion, and you see on the left side the sodium chloride solution, where you see already that the PO coating is starting to dissolve. If you look on the specimen with the corrosion inhibitor added, you see it's even more degrading. That was a surprise for us. But then we started to look a little bit more into detail and using also thermodynamic calculations. And there you clearly see the reason for that. When we add the inhibitor, it basically forms soluble complexes with magnesium. And this basically destabilizes the stability region of the main components of the coating. You see this in the center. The area marked by is much smaller than when you have only sodium chloride, which means we have a destabilization of the magnesium phosphate and the magnesium oxide, which are basically forming our coating. So when you have now a good inhibitor selected, in this case, it's an example of DP. And you see the left bottom picture shows the typical dissolution when sodium chloride is acting on the PO coating. However, now we have added an inhibitor that forms an insoluble complex. And if all the dissolved magnesium in principle in a relatively short time deposits back on the surface and even seals the internal porosity. And this helps to improve corrosion resistance, and we have much better properties and long-term stability than without this addition. So how to make now a proper coating out of it? We need to have the inhibitor solution, which you see there, and then we basically do a simple two-step infiltration process, drying the specimens, and then you see the outcome as the corrosion test shows in salt spray up to 1 month. The left side is the reference specimen without any inhibitor added to the PO coating, and on the right side you see the inhibitor-loaded specimen where you see that the corrosion products are forming. We are not completely suppressing them because we have a relatively large artificial defect in our specimen, but it is much more reduced. And an additional benefit what we have is when we do this inhibitor loading, we are increasing the hydrophobicity of the specimen surface, which is another benefit for protecting the area where we have not the artificial defect. So that was the first option. Now coming to the second option, you see it's a much more complicated process when you're looking on the treatment steps which we need. After the PO treatment, we need to have the LDH treatment, and we have an additional intercalation then to this LDH of the inhibitor. And what we want to do here is the LDH sealing treatment in the past is working quite nicely when you do it in an autoclave. But for industrial purpose, autoclave treatments are not the best solution. So we try to develop a process that works without autoclave, just at atmospheric condition and elevated temperatures. And what we need to do, the LDH, I will show you what it is in more detail. Basically, we have two different options. For magnesium substrates, we have the magnesium aluminium LDH. And for the aluminium substrates, we have the zinc aluminium LDH. And what we need to do basically is we need soluble metal complexes that those LDH nanocontainers are forming on our surfaces. And for that, you have seen the inhibitors. They are also chelating agents. And after our experience, we were selecting and had the idea that those chelating agents can also help to basically seal PO coatings. So, first, let me introduce you what is actually the LDH. So the LDH, layered double hydroxides, are hydrotalcid-like compounds which typically are composed of positively charged mixed metal hydroxide layers, and for charge compensation there are anions and water molecules between those layers. And what makes it so interesting for the corrosion protection purpose is that with an ion exchange, we can basically put functional species into those nanocontainer particles. And the best is, in principle, those functional species can be released on demand, which means on a certain trigger, which is in the case of corrosion, basically the formation of hydroxides or the presence of chloride ions. They basically go into the layers and release the functional species. So this is why it is so interesting in principle for the corrosion protection. And the LDH surface treatment, especially on aluminium, is not a new process. For the PO coatings, it is a challenge. But for LDH on a pure aluminium, it is already long time known. And you see that you can reach on the left side very nice LDH structures on the surface, conversion coatings, by a simple treatment. And they are increasing the corrosion resistance. And the same is working also on anodized specimens, which are relatively thin. But when you do the LDH sealing, for example, or in comparison to a hot water sealing, you get a much better corrosion resistance. And the right side, when you're even adding the corrosion inhibitor it even improves the corrosion resistance of. However, but what we did not manage in the past was basically to convert also thick PU coatings. So the ceramic layers were much more resistant. And we did some experiments which are shown here to understand which phases can be converted and which phases cannot be converted. And all the aluminum oxides in the coating, the alpha aluminum oxide and the gamma aluminum oxides, are too stable. We are not able to convert them in a standard LDH treatment. Only metals, and you see there on the right side the typical peaks in the diffractograms of the specimens. They are showing that LDH was growing when it is a metal, but not when it is the oxide. So we had no chance to convert and form the LDH. And on the right side, it shows basically the same for the PU coating, not with separate phases, and it only works when the PU coating is thin. So when the pores are basically going directly to the interface to the metal so that we have metal available still from the substrate. And all thicker coatings, which you see here, with different voltages produced, and the higher the voltage, the thicker the coating is, doesn't show the formation of the LDH. So from that point, we had a problem, and then we were successful basically with the formation of conversion layers on magnesium. And magnesium, even if it is a metal, is relatively stable under the conditions of forming the LDH. And when we did there also the first trials, we are basically also not successful, because what you see on the top layer looks similar like LDH, but it's only magnesium hydroxide. So there is always a strong competition between normal hydroxide formation and the LDH. And we were only successful when we were adding a chelating agent. So, and this you see there also, on the right side, the diffragram shows the typical peaks of the LDH, which are existing when you're using chelating agents. DTPA and EDTA were used, for example, here quite successfully. But then we were thinking, okay, we can try the same on a PU coating, which is composed of a spinel phase and magnesium oxide. And when we did it the first time, you see the upper result is basically a complete dissolution of the PU coating. So after the treatment, we didn't form LDH, we have just removed, in principle, the PU coating. And here the interesting thing is, it was the same chelating agent that was working for the magnesium substrate. And we basically figured out later by experiments that basically we need two chelating agents, and that you see there, it's always a mixture of two. One that is more protecting, one is more responsible for dissolution. And if you do this, then you can successfully grow also on the magnesium PU coating the LDH, which you see on the bottom picture on the right side. And you see even the LDH flakes are growing nicely inside of the pores. So we have here a container-in-container solution for relatively smart corrosion protection systems. The same is working also for different PU coatings. So the last one you have seen contained aluminum in the coating itself, but we can do it also on PU coatings which are not containing aluminum. And when we do it, we needed to have slightly modifications in the chelating agents, but we were also successful in creating LDH layers. In that sense, you see the example on the left side of the figure. For single chelating agents, the success is much less than for this hybrid solution of double chelating agents. And the problem still is that if you are doing treatments at different times, you see no treatment, and then increasing treatment times on the right side, you see the influence on the corrosion resistance in the form of impedance spectra, and you basically see that when you are starting the corrosion resistance is increasing, reaching maximum at 12 hours. But if you do too long PO treatment or the LDH treatment afterwards, the corrosion resistance becomes worse again. And the explanation for that is that you need to find the proper treatment time. If you do it too long, you have a too strong dissolution of the PO coating, because we are still converting parts of the PO coating to form the sealing layer. And if we do too much, it is bad for the properties of the coating system. So, after magnesium, we were thinking about we can do the same now also for aluminium. And yeah, we were now proceeding with the same system, introducing complexes that form soluble metal parts for LDH formation. It was also possible, as you see here, to form LDH now on the aluminium PO layers. And we also checked the corrosion resistance, and you see nicely that it is working. It improves nicely when we have the sealing, the corrosion resistance. The interesting stuff is that apart from single substrates, we can now also treat and protect in one go the duplex materials, a galvanic couple of magnesium and aluminium sheet, which was welded together by point friction stir welding. Just for an example, that we have a specimen which we can treat. We applied the PO treatment. We selected our gelating agents, and in that case, we could form on magnesium and on aluminium in one treatment bath the protective smart conversion layer. And the corrosion results you see on the left side, basically it nicely protects the aluminium. That's not the biggest problem, but it also improves the corrosion resistance on the magnesium sheet. You see, we have not fully succeeded, so there needs to be still improvements, but it is much better than for the uncoated substrate where the magnesium sheet completely corrodes when it is in contact with the aluminium. So, let me show the last option. This is the in situ LDH incorporation. And again, it is quite challenging because of 2 points. The stability of the nanoparticles. As I was mentioning, we are doing an ion exchange. And we have, for our treatment in the PO bars, alkaline electrolytes. And this alkaline electrolytes will cause already a release of the functional species, because the ion exchange works already there. And the second problem is those discharges are causing temperatures which can reach up to 2000 degrees Celsius locally. And they are converting and melting most of the particles, especially when there is the formation product or process of the coating formation. All oxide particles tend to react. So we have their reactive incorporation. Other particles are basically with higher melting point, but also with not oxides, are more inert in the PO process. But the LDH is a kind of clay structure. It's silicon containing, or it's, but it has basically similar structure, and it decomposes under the influence of temperature. And that's basically what we need to prevent. So we try to use neutral electrolytes. We were switching back to aluminium substrates because they can be treated in neutral electrolytes for PO treatment. And we were selecting also an electrolyte where the deposition dominates. And I will show you now how this is working. And we had 2 surprises in the treatment. The first surprise is seen here when we were adding LDH nitrate, which is the easiest to exchange ions, which we normally prefer for that purpose. It stops the PO process to work. So what we were thinking about is that basically we have ion exchange. So we have neutral electrolyte, it removes the remaining hydroxide ions, and we cannot form the passive layer to start the PO process on the surface. So that's not working. With all other LDH particles which we have added, loaded with MBT, loaded with CO3, with carbonate, and also the mixture of them. The process is working as you see. What you see on the left is basically the voltage time curves, and you need an increase above 200 volts to start the formation process of the coating. So that works. But I was telling you also that there is a second, or at least we tried to have a coating, and that is demonstrated here. That's basically based on deposition. And if we use the standard electrolyte without the LDH particle, this is forming. You see a tiny reactive layer, and the top layer is basically composed of titanium dioxide. So we don't have too much mixture by the discharges in this layer structure, but still it gives us some surprises. The formation of the coating is successful, but when we had LDH MBT added, we had this second surprise. It forms a totally unknown porous structure for the PO coating. Normally, as you see, the typical cross sections of the PO coating shows the internal porosity, but a relatively dense layer. But with the LDH MBT, we got something completely different. It is a porous structure and not really suitable for corrosion resistance. And finally, also when we looked on the faces in the coatings, we could not find LDH surviving. However, I don't want to present or end my talk with a negative result, because corrosion protection is basically not too much improved here for this trial with the LDH, and also not a successful incorporation on the coating. But we generate other properties. So the photocatalytic properties, and you see here the decomposition of methyl orange. We reach the highest photocatalytic activity for those specimens which were added the LDH particles. So bad news for the corrosion, but we have other properties. And this comes to my summary. So we can use the internal porosity of the PO coatings for a very simple approach to load the corrosion inhibitors directly into the pore structure. The in situ incorporation, however, has limitations. The LDH particles tend to reactive incorporation, and they are not surviving. So we are not getting our intended improvement in the corrosion resistance, but we are getting other properties which are interesting and for proper applications quite suitable. The most promising approach is the LDH post-treatment. Ion exchange allows to load different inhibitors into the coating and improves the corrosion resistance. Regarding the chelating agents, they are very helpful for the LDH formation on PO-treated aluminum and magnesium substrates under ambient conditions. So they can help to control the reactivity of the substrate material and results in the LDH formation on the substrate. Without them, we would not be able to grow those layers. We were successful in the aim to get rid of the autoclave treatments. So this is also quite promising, but still we have relatively long treatment times, which needs to be further improved for industrial applications, no question. And then regarding the mechanical and corrosion properties, the PO layers can suffer. So we still need to concentrate more on the role of the chelating agents and what are the most proper ones. So we have a lot of different chelating agents and inhibitors which are expected for the different PO coatings to work. And in the future, we are planning to look a little bit more in artificial intelligence and also set up a robotic testing system as an option. And hopefully this will bring us steps forward. At the moment, my conclusion is that we have reached TRL level 4. We need cooperation with industry to develop it further. And my opinion is that the simple LDH conversion coatings are probably for most of the applications sufficient. We only need improved corrosion properties with PO coatings, converted surfaces when we have really more severe corrosion conditions. So this comes to my end. I need to acknowledge, of course, the funding. Without funding, no work is working. And I also need to acknowledge my team at the Helmholtz-Zentrum Herion, our boss, as well as the members of the team. And I would also like to stress the importance of networking. So we have here international cooperations to develop those coatings, the University of Belgrade, the University of Aveiro, the Northeastern University, and our longest cooperation basically exists with the Indian Institute of Science here in Bangalore. And that brings me to the end. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Carsten, for a wonderful lecture on smart protection coatings, particularly for the PUO coated light metals. And I'm sorry to you to paucity of time that we do not have the question and answer session. I request you all to discuss with Dr. Carsten. He is available for all 3 days in the conference, and you are most welcome to interact with him. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to also thank you for being here and making this wonderful presentation. And I have some certificate and memento for you. May I invite Professor Narendra Dhautare to deliver the second talk on laser-based additive manufacturing, next generation materials manipulation technology. This is for moving forward and reverse. This doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. 30 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'll try my best. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me for this event. Unlike any event in US, it is always very enjoyable in terms of taking care of your all other necessity. So today I'm going to talk about a little bit of history behind additive manufacturing. It's a new field of manufacturing technology, but myself and my group has been involved in this process or this technology for the last 40 years, even before it is called additive manufacturing, you know. So I'm going to give a little bit of history up behind it and give a snapshot as how it can be looked at, you know, basically. As far as my opinion goes, this is a technology, it is in current state, which can be called as a cart before horse. It has developed so far before even going into the many important aspects of the technology. And because of that, it is not taking off as much as it should have been by this time, because it is in existence for the last 20 years. And as you see around, there is a lot of buzz, but it has not made inroads into actual manufacturing shop floor, you know, basically. And there are several reasons, because people have ignored many important aspects of the AIM technology. And because of my background and my group's background, we can point at those aspects. So at University of Texas, we have been heavily funded by state of Texas. We get a huge funding from the state. For the last 6 years, we have been heavily involved with the basic science research of related to additive manufacturing. as well as we are working with a lot of industry to take up this technology to the next level where it can be adopted on the shop floor. So that center is called Center for Agile and Additive Manufacturing. The name is called Agile and Adaptive because this technology started with a promise that it can be a very agile. It can be taken anywhere, any location, doesn't have to be fixed at any manufacturing shop floor. And adaptive means it can be used in any environment, because as you know that this technology, this process can be executed by using one machine, you have one raw material fed into the machine and out comes the near net shape component. So you don't have to be at one location where you need a lot of infrastructure to run a manufacturing facility, whereas these machines are just a single machine which can be taken at any location and where you can go and print whatever component you want to print. That's why it's called agile and adaptive manufacturing. And especially this technology is very attractive for the lot of applications such as defense, nuclear and all those things where you need to do the manufacturing at required site, the desired site. So it is not a new technology, as you know that, as you go back many decades back, weld overlay is nothing but the additive manufacturing, means those days the worker will take a welding unit and deposit layer after layer to rebuild the part, or repair the part, and that is nothing but the additive manufacturing. It was very primitive way of doing it. It is manual. That's why the results were not very good. So after depositing layer after layer, you have to do a lot of post-processing such as machining using conventional technology and so on and so forth. Over the period of time, as robotics were developed, we could do the weld overlay by putting this welding equipment or configuring this welding equipment with a robotic system and get much better results. That was a more of a manufacturing side of it, but it still did not take care of a lot of fundamental issues. And the example is you look at the weld, around the weld track, you will see the lot of variation of microstructure because the energy input is so high. There are a lot of heat affected zone and which is undesirable microstructure develops, and that because the heat source was so large that we could not control the heat dissipation in the surrounding region of the weld, and there were detrimental effects. And then to take care of the detrimental effects, you have to supplement this technology with a post-processing, which did not make it more attractive, So you see that, there was some work done in that area. How do we reduce the ill effects of this welding technique, around the weld zone? A lot of people did a lot of things, but it did not take care of it. Then we understood that this thing happened because of heat source, which is a pretty large source. So that's where some idea came and people started looking into the novel heat source, and that's where the laser came into play, which were much smaller and much intense. And because being a much smaller confined heat source and much intense, we could avoid formation of such a large heat affected zone and formation of this detrimental microstructure, and that is the time I started my graduate studies, basically, and then we started looking into lasers into materials processing. Prior to that, lasers were in existence for a decade or decade and a half, but most of these lasers were primarily used for diagnostic and non-material related applications. The first time they started getting into the materials processing, first thing came into the mind was cutting and welding, cutting and drilling, because there you don't have to think much. All you are doing is destroying the material, zapping it with laser and just remove the material. You didn't have to worry very much about what leaves behind, because what is left behind is the one you want. But we were one of the first earlier groups. We started looking into the delivering the laser beam into the material with a controlled fashion and see how we can control the development and microstructure. So this, as you see there, this has been in existence for many, many years. Only people never call it as additive manufacturing, you know. Another thing I want to show you, sorry, it's jumped too fast. Okay, this is another example. This is the thing when I was doing my PhD graduate studies, this whole setup I built by myself. You know, you can see that there is a laser which is coming down. There's a powder injection system, which is fluidized based powder system. And we had these powder dispensers with a fluidized bed, and we were using variety of gases, neutral gas, reactive gases, and synthesizing the coating on the substrate, you know. And those coatings were done by layer depositions, you know. So we were doing a lot of cladding, coating, and alloying of the material on the top of the existing component, you know. So this was the part of my thesis during early 80s, but we never called it as additive manufacturing, and we never developed a commercial unit out of this. Otherwise, this is exactly what you see today as a direct energy deposition system, you know. On those days, we were injecting multiple elemental powders to synthesize the new alloy while depositing, or cladding and all those things. So those all conceptual principles were explored during those days, and we were not smart enough to call it as additive manufacturing. Once you keep adding layer by layer and build the 3-layer component, it is today's additive manufacturing. The only problem we had those days was robotic systems was not that well developed, so we couldn't coat complex shapes. Because the motion system was also built in my lab by my own electric motor system, step motor system, and we had a control over X and Y motions. And if you want nonlinear, we would, just like a joystick situation, I used to operate joystick, X and Y joysticks to get a nonlinear system. So you can see that nothing had changed today's DED process, direct energy deposition, but what we did in the early 80s, you know. But those days we were exploring three things. One is a physical chemical transformation in high energy surface engineering, where we're doing cladding, alloying, composite forming, you know. So not only depositing the layer after layer on the top of component, but also creating in situ manner alloying, cladding, and composite forming. We were injecting the ceramic particles along with metallic particles to create a composite layer on the surface. So today's additive manufacturing, if you see the commercial machines, do not even explore these kind of approaches. They have standard powders, alloy powders or elemental powders, and they just deposit the given composition. But we were doing all these things in situ manner those days, and looking into the formation of alloying composition and trying to control the process to get required microstructure. So we were way ahead of the time those days, and my group continues to do that. And so this is a little bit of, towards the end of 80s, actually, after I finished my PhD, that's where the additive manufacturing concept started getting into existence. Initially, it was called rapid prototyping. For another 10 years or so, it was called as rapid prototyping. And then towards the end of 20th century, people started calling it additive manufacturing, you know. So there are a lot of revolution occurred in those few years. Okay. So the major emphasis of our activities is looking into the manufacturing science, you know. We are not emphasizing on the manufacturing engineering of the AM process, you know, because as I just said in the beginning, the additive manufacturing is the technology which is right at the stage where the cart is before the horse, you know. Machines are very well developed, robotic systems are very advanced, so you can move the laser source in a very complex manner. You can deliver the powders in a very complex manner, and together you can print the very complex shape or size of the component. That's where this technology is there. And it's a one-step technology. So even after having that, why it is not going into the shop floor? Because there is very little understanding of the manufacturing science, and that is what our emphasis is, our group, So if you look at the current additive manufacturing processes, if you look at them in the point of view of physics, then there are 4 different classes of additive manufacturing you can look at. One is a fusion-based additive manufacturing, which is typically involves direct energy deposition as well as laser powder bed deposition. These are the 2 workhorse processes people know, most of people know. And those are most of the machines you buy commercially are based on this fusion-based additive manufacturing. Second one is solid-state additive manufacturing, which is based on friction stir welding technology, which is taken into the next level where instead of joining two pieces of the material by frictional forces, you are depositing one above other, and then layer by layer you can deposit without melting in a solid-state format. That is called solid-state AM. Mixed phase AM is a liquid plus solid, where you inject, here there is no heat source, but the mixture is a slurry of metallic or ceramic particles in a binder, and then you deposit a complex shape, which is a green shape, and then you supplement that green shape with a conventional sintering process. This is more suitable for the ceramic components. And the last one is, again, go back to what I have been doing. Additive manufacturing by surface engineering. I always push this concept much more than what is additive manufacturing is today. Because, as you know, most of you, the additive manufacturing, today's additive manufacturing requires a powder. It is very slow because you are building layer by layer for hours and hours. Powders are very expensive. As it is time consuming, the whole process becomes very expensive. So you get a 3D component out of that alloy, but it's very expensive. So why do you do entire component printing with one composition? Why don't you start with a component made out of very inexpensive material and start depositing clad layer or alloy layer on the top of it, which with the required properties on the surface, So that is called additive manufacturing by surface engineering. So conventional surface engineering is nothing but it can be extended to additive manufacturing. So we are pushing that also very heavily, and a lot of industry is more interested in that because it's a cost-effective method. Now, if you look at these processes, if you take any of those combination, and if you want to print a gear, for example, so you can use many of these methods to make a gear using any of this technology. Then what is the difference between the gear made by first, second, or third approach? There is a lot of difference. They will physically look alike, their dimensions will be same, but their properties will be totally different. And that is because the thermokinetics, thermomechanics involved in these processes is vastly different from each other. And they are the ones who drive the evolution of microstructure, and the microstructure eventually drive the properties of the material. And that is why one has to understand the thermokinetics, thermomechanics of the process to control the process for required property. That's why I'm saying that this technology is cart before the horse. It can print the required shapes, but it does not print the required shapes with the required desired properties. And that is why this technology is not making inroads into shop floor. Otherwise, it's a beautiful technology, especially for defense and high-end applications. Even though it takes time to print the component, it makes a near-net component, very complex shapes, sizes can be printed, but it don't have properties because high-end applications have zero tolerance in terms of properties. For example, aerospace applications. So one has to understand the thermokinetics, thermomechanics of the process to control the process with the desired properties. And that is where we call the additive manufacturing science. One has to look into science. Now, what is additive manufacturing science? Science is nothing but, again, you look at this is just a snapshot. If you look at the top part of this slide, there are a lot of good aspects are associated with additive manufacturing. And all these parts are printed by this additive manufacturing technology. But none of them have the properties required for their applications. They look very good for that application, but they don't have properties. And that is because if you look at the bottom side, there is very little understanding how the microstructure evolves, what kind of microstructure has evolved in this component. And that is where we look into this aspect through a variety of approaches. At the bottom, you see that we do a lot of in situ diagnostic of the processes. We do a lot of post-process characterization. We do a lot of process modeling. And last, we do a lot of data science and analytics, because a lot of information is produced through these approaches, and we try to thread through this data created through these approaches and try to see whether we can control the process. And the this is a one-step process which can be operated through the computer, so there are a lot of issues related to cybersecurity. It is not a new understanding. People have recognized whenever there's a computers come into play in operation, we have to worry about cybersecurity. One can hack into it. So there's a lot of research going on into this area. Okay, how do we recognize the hacking, and how do remedy that hacking or mitigate that hacking? But we are pushing this approach even one step beyond that. We are because many times when somebody hacks into the process, you can see the defects in the component, visual defects. But there are many ways we can hack the process. The two components will look alike, but again, by slight variation of changes in parameters, you get different microstructure, and properties will be different. So hacking can be done at that level, which is very much invisible to your naked eye. So we are looking into that aspect also. So we are looking into this technology in a very holistic manner and a very fundamental way. So, what exactly you want to do? All this additive manufacturing, as I started my talk, heat source is changed from regular welding torch to the laser, because the laser has a unique characteristic. Heat affected zone is very small, so you avoid the detrimental microstructure developed around the interaction zone. So that is taken care of very much. So what are the things we want to look into is interaction of the laser with the material. One has to understand within the laser beam itself, you have a lot of things happening, and one has to have understanding of the laser material interaction, but that is the one which drives the evolution of the microstructure. So current machines which you get in the market have only one type of laser beam, which has a Gaussian heat distribution. That is the all thing you can get in your machine. But Gaussian beam is not the ideal one, because that this energy is very high in the center of the beam cross-section, and it tapers down towards the edge of the beam. And this process, beam being a small, to print any component layer by layer way, in one layer you have to put hundreds of tracks, laser tracks, and then you have to create hundreds and thousands of layers to get the component. So it's a multi-track, multi-layer process. So if energy distribution is not uniform within the beam, then you are going to get variation in microstructure development within the beam. So because of that, what we have done is we have shaped the beam into dumbbell shape as well as top hat shape, where you can get a uniform distribution. Dumbbell shape means you have two energy lobes around the edges and the lower energy in the center, because flat hat beam, where the energy is uniform within the laser beam, when you make the tracks around the edges of track, the heat conducts very fast compared to the center because of the surrounding low temperature material. So you get a high cooling rate around the edges and low cooling rate in the center. That itself drives the variation in microstructure. So physically, the beam looks very uniform in energy distribution, but practically it does variation in the microstructure development. But if you go to dumbbell shape, where the energy is higher towards the edges of the beam and the lower in the center, then because of high cooling rates around the edges, you compensate the cooling rate with the cooling rate in the center, and it's likely to take uniform distribution of the heat distribution in the track. And that is very important when you do track after track layer formation and layer after layer component formation. So you have to go to that level of understanding of of this laser material interaction. And in current days, there is not a single machine which has other than Gaussian beam laser source. So our machines, we have a lot of them have customized. We have ourselves modified to introduce these kind of laser sources, which helps us to control the thermal dissipation in the system. Yeah. So there are so many parameters you have to worry into the system. You know, laser-related scanning strategy, powder-related, which is a raw material, and a lot of other things. You know, sometimes you preheat the substrate while deposition. So all these parameters affect your microstructure. You know, so to understand that, you have to go. And this process being laser-based is very rapid and very confined process. So it becomes very difficult to probe by any external probing technique. So what one can do is look into the modeling of the process. So we are heavily modeling the process and then predicting the microstructure based on the model and verifying those microstructures and tweaking the process to match the model to the extent where it becomes a robust model, and based on the model, we can predict the processing parameter. That's the approach we have been taking. You know, so there are a few other efforts are going on. So what I want to zip very quickly next 5 minutes. Yeah. So I will just pass very quickly to show you how we adapted this approach into one example, and that example is. We try to, yeah, I will just 5 minutes. I will show you that how we adapted this approach in our processing one metallic system, which is a, so basically people do process parametric study by doing a lot of processing, looking at the microstructure, and then coming back and changing the parameters to get the desired microstructure. So what we have been doing is we are doing the process parameter, developing the thermal model, and then look at the, go back to the process and tweak the process to get the desired microstructure. So the very complex model we have developed, and this is an example for the H13 steel, which we process using this approach. This is one example. A lot of process modeling went into these predictions. Let me quickly, we can predict the temperature time cycle at any location during the process through this model at any location, in any track, any layer, and then we can predict the time temperature space for entire component layer by layer, and you can see temperature, the temperature history of 1 point P where during the track by track layer deposition and layer by layer component deposition, we can see that, and that point P, how it undergoes various temperature levels, and that tells us the history, what it can form at that location. You know, so let me quickly zip through. This is a history, and we can see that that particular location can undergo melting, and thereafter during the track by track deposition and layer by layer deposition, it undergoes a lot of heat treatment and solid state transformation, and it extends the time temperature regime of the phase transformation to far beyond than what we have understanding today, because there is a isothermal cycle happens during layer by layer deposition. So we have been able to predict what will happen at that location or throughout the sample during the entire history of the printing of the component, and then we verified those one. We can even predict the thermal gradient as a spatially, cooling rate as a spatially, and G by R, which is a morphological factor, which tells us what kind of grain structure morphology will form within the system based on this model, and so on. You know, so also by plotting the thermal gradient versus time space, you can give the solid-solid state transformation events in the system and predict those events precisely and correlate with the microstructure. So we have done a lot of these modeling as well as predict correlation of these microstructures, and in this system we can precisely tell the transformation pathways in any given system, as a function of the track by track layer deposition and layer by layer component deposition. In any stage, we can predict what will be happening as a microstructure. So that will help us to control this process and make it accelerate for the actual application. We have been doing this for various material systems, ranging from the high temperature materials like titanium alloys all the way to refractory alloys. Lately, we have been working with tungsten, niobium, molybdenum, and their alloys. With this understanding time temperature relationship, we can control the thermal stresses, control the microstructure evolution in the system in a much better way. And that is how it has to be looked to take it to the next stage. So this was a quick snapshot, and I wanted to emphasize how one should look at the additive manufacturing to make it more practical. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for an excellent overview on laser-based additive manufacturing. And I'm sure you are available during the tea time. There will be a lot of interaction with the delegates. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you for coming here and delivering this wonderful lecture.
Well, on behalf of the organizers, I have a pleasant duty to hand over Dr. Kamakshi Mudali a small memento.
Before we move to the next session, there's a small announcement from IIM. The SJEF meeting and CRC meeting is scheduled in room number F4, which is on the first floor of this building. There is a lift on the right side of this and stairs on both the sides to go to the first floors. So for all those people who are supposed to attend the SJEF meeting, which is going to start at 4:15, and CRC meeting at 4:45, is scheduled in room number F4, the first floor, fourth room, on the first floor of this auditorium. And you can use the stairs or the lift to go there. Thank you.
Thanks, Satish. And while we thank Dr. Kamakshi Mudali again, we begin the second session. And it's my pleasure to invite Professor Dipankar Banerjee. He doesn't need any introduction. Past president of IIM and now at the Indian Institute of Science. Professor Banerjee on the stage. And those of you, we won't have a tea break, obviously, because we're running late. Request you to stop over. Teas there available in the VIP lounge as well as outside. So those of you who need a break, please go and come back, whenever you can during the talks.
Well, thank you very much, Deepa, for inviting me here to chair this session. So we have three talks on materials which are impacting and will continue to impact our lives greatly. And the first one is by Dr. Suraj Rangarajan, and he's the India Head of Applied Materials, and he's going to talk about atomic levels materials engineering, I suspect primarily in semiconductor materials. So Dr. Rangarajan, are you here? You're there, sorry. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for the organizers for giving me a chance to present at this forum. Very august gathering here and a lot of important events in the morning. My talk will be slightly different from some of the others that you've seen. I'm trying to set up more of what is happening in the semiconductor space and where materials is playing a role. And a lot of you know that from an India perspective, this is sort of an important time right now for semiconductors. Hopefully it has its day in India. Just some disclaimers. At the end of this, don't go and rush and buy stock based on what I said. I will just give a short overview of Applied Materials. I don't know how many of you know what we do, and we have a big presence in India. I'll talk about that. What we mean when we say materials engineering, and some of the inflections. We believe that a lot of what is happening today is driven by materials engineering. There are quite a few global inflections. I'll talk about a few. And then there is something that we are doing in the ecosystem that I wanted to talk about a little bit more. Just quick introduction, Applied Materials, it's a Fortune 500 company based in California, about $26 billion revenue, very high in terms of R&D. So the semiconductor industry is second only to the life sciences, the pharma industry, in terms of the R&D intensity, how much money goes back from revenue into R&D. We spend close to about $3 billion every year in R&D, very IP intensive and also very global. We have about 34,000 employees globally, of which about 8,000 are in India. So this is the connection to materials. So we are primarily an equipment company. We make machines, but our machines are all driven by materials, what we do, the different sort of types of equipment that you see. Anything that you have, right, all the chips that go into all the devices that you have with you, there are close to about 2,000-3,000 process steps that go into making these. These are the machines that make them. And so these processes have become more and more sophisticated over time. There was a time when these people could almost put them together. Now these are very sophisticated and require a lot of process tuning to be able to get the kind of performance that is required of the materials and the films that come out of these and the devices that are made. On the right-hand side are the inflections that are driving this industry right now. Some of these you know, power, renewables, EV, AV, AR, VR, communications, sensors. A lot of these are things that are around you, and then a lot that you don't see. Every time you click and put something on Facebook, on Instagram, and stuff like that, it activates more chips that need to be manufactured and more storage that is required for this. In India, we've been around for more than 20 years. We are in 5 different locations, more than 8,500 employees. A lot of what was done here was like any other MNC, a lot of back office, engineering, design engineering, software engineering, support, but that is changing, and I think that's one of the things I want to also talk about a lot more in terms of what the opportunities are in this space as semiconductor manufacturing opens up as industry in India and in the region. For one, we have opened a lot of labs. So I moved to India in 2007,
at which time it was primarily just office. We had close to about 400 people, just office space. That 400 has now grown to about 8,500, and we now have a lot of labs, and we do interact with a lot of universities based on R&D, characterization, new film development, and things like that, and we expect that to grow a lot more as this industry doubles. Right now, I'll show some view graphs on the kind of growth that we are looking at. These labs range from a lot of CNF, engineering, validation. For now, we have recently opened a lab where we can process 300 millimeter wafers with process toxic gas capability on 300 millimeter wafers, which is one of the first in the country. So this is the reason that's driving all of these. The industry, which is currently around $500 billion, is expected to double to $1 trillion in the next few years. And a lot of it is what you would expect, the IoT, AI related growth. And this is something independent of whatever you hear in the paper about things happening on a day-to-day basis. This growth will continue. More and more of what you use will become more semiconductor driven. You would have already seen that in your cars. You would have seen that in different places where the semiconductor content of what you consume continues to grow. So this is sort of a visual for somebody who's not from the semiconductor industry. The left-hand side, that is your 300 millimeter silicon wafer. This is just a large pizza for all practical purposes. And inside that is a die. A die, it's about a centimeter by centimeter chip, whatever. And if you go to the right-hand side and you blow it up, that's what it looks like. It looks like a multi-story building. And at the bottom of that is your transistor. And then it's just like any building. You build, step, and repeat. And this is what takes the 1,000 to 3,000 process steps that are required to get this. And the way this was constructed, you make this chip, and they remove everything, just leaving only the copper wiring in there. And that's what you see, the interconnect that gets your signal out from your transistor to the top. Now coming to the atomic scale, which was part of my title. For this to happen, you need to make things at the atomic level. So if you look at the transistor at the bottom, the dimensions here are in the nanoscale. And so how do you make this repeatable? Basically from the center to edge of the wafer, over 300 millimeter wafer, this transistor, the dimensions stay the same. They stay the same over the duration of the year, and they stay the same site to site. I think that is where taking this, what can be done once in a lab, and then repeating it over everything. So everybody buys an iPhone 16, the performance is the same based on the fact that the transistor behaves the same wherever it's made, however it's made, right? And that's where a lot of the engineering and technology combines with science. And this is a lot of very, very, very sophisticated engineering. The number of transistors, the number of holes that need to be dug, and then building this structure and having it be stable and perform reliably over time. So now coming to materials engineering. So there are three things that we do from a semiconductor industry to materials. The first is we deposit materials and at a very, very large scale. So you saw that this is miles and miles of copper gets deposited. That's the conducting material. And you remove
material. So in order to make the device, after you deposit, you remove. So you remove contact holes, and these are at very, very, very high aspect ratio, comparable to the Burj Khalifa in terms of aspect ratio. And do that consistently, and then at every few, I think every 10th step is a inspection step where you're looking to make sure that you do not have defects. So you have these 1,000 process steps, and you need to make sure that you're not creating any defects anywhere that will kill the die. And that is also as sophisticated because it's, you are doing this real time. So the parallel that we have analogy is you're flying a plane over Manhattan, 5,000 feet in the air, and you are trying to spot an ant on top of a penny. That's the level of sophistication it is required to do this inspection. So for us, the materials engineering that we talk about is a combination of doing all of these consistently, wafer over wafer, location over location, and over time, and have it give the same outcome. So this industry has developed this capability over the past 50 years. The semiconductor industry has been there since the early 60s. So to be able to deposit this at atomic level, so basically if you take uniformity of a wafer, you are now measuring angstrom level differences between center to the edge while doing it over 300 millimeter wafer, and sometimes, and in the case of display, you're doing it over meters of glass. This is like a big garage door kind of glass. At that level, you're depositing and then trying to get atomic scale uniformity. And in many cases, we also have things where we do roll-to-roll processing, in which case we are running this at kilometers per hour. So this is the kind of sophistication that is required to be able to get what is on the left-hand side, the atomic level at industrial scale. And also for scale, you can see there is a person standing there next to the kind of display equipment. So that gives you a sense of the size of these machines. So now coming to the different inflections that materials engineering can create, right? So these are big markets. So one is life sciences. So I'm going to talk about the ones in the middle, the big data, energy storage, and display. But life sciences is an area where you are seeing a lot of materials come in, stents and things like that, the coatings that are involved in there. So one of the projects that I was also involved in where you can coat ALD on the API, the active pharmaceutical ingredient, and using AI in different forms for image recognition and things like that. There is a lot of semiconductor coming into life sciences, which is an opportunity combined with new materials to make that happen. Digital manufacturing, we saw a presentation on how 3D printing is something that's happening. This, I think at some point the time will come for this, especially in the metal 3D printing. And solar, of course. I have solar on my roof, and a lot of us are big end users of that, and that's a thing where the kind of acceleration has happened, and the cost reduction due to technology has already been demonstrated. So now first from a just semiconductor data perspective, right? If all of us have our phones, if we had used 80s technologies to make this phone, it would cost a lot and consume a lot of energy. And this just is a function of scaling that's brought the power of technology into everybody's hand. All of you are also aware of Moore's law. So the Intel CEO, Gordon Moore, had sort of postulated observation that every couple of years, the number of transistors that can be squeezed into an area doubles without increasing the cost. And this has been the basis of the growth of the industry for more than 50 years. And this is slowing a bit. I'll show you where we stand with respect to Moore's law. We call this 2D scaling because you just kept shrinking on the planar level. The other big innovation, all people here who have been part of materials for a long time will recognize this. When I joined the industry or when I was a student, there were very, very few materials that were part of the semiconductor industry. We added a few more, and now I think there is no material in the periodic table that is not yet touched as part of what is part of the semiconductor industry. And this is one place where we definitely need a lot of help from materials, from very simple oxides and nitrides, which used to be the materials in the semiconductor industry. We have gone into different combinations and also different ways of doing this. It used to be just physical vapor deposition. Now there is chemical vapor deposition, and there is ALD combinations of this with and without plasma. And all of these require materials to be synthesized and delivered, right? And that is what is creating a lot of complications. It is not just pure material brute force deposition. It is how can you get materials and vaporize them and then get them to be deposited on the wafer in the form that you need, in the kind of combination of compound that you need to give the right property. So this is a big challenge for the materials community, and this will continue as we get further and further into more esoteric properties that we need from our transistors, performance, energy efficiency. We will need new kinds of materials. Ruthenium is one of the new materials that recently got introduced, and many more will come. So another way to look at how the industry grew, right? I talked about Moore's law, which was just brute force scaling, where you just shrunk the dimensions. Going forward, the industry is looking at something called PPACT, which is power, performance, area cost, and time. So power, all of us are aware of, right? It is the power consumption. So I remember when I used to buy laptops in the past, I used to look at GPU, how many megahertz, right? 400 megahertz, 500, the higher the better. Now I only care about will my laptop last for 4 hours without the battery dying, right? So the power, what you think about power and performance has changed a lot. Area cost is this combination of can you shrink without increasing the cost, right? And then the time is can you get all this done when the market needs the product. So this combination of this is where the industry is operating today, and that's where material synthesis and demonstrating that it can perform and give the results that you need is very, very, very critical. So this is another way of looking at Moore's law. So if you look at performance, right, the performance over time, you can see that it has plateaued. So this is the debate when people say, is Moore's law dead, not dead? So it's definitely slowed down and plateaued. So it is not showing the kind of growth that we used to see, that every 2 years you get something higher performance, lower cost. That is not a given. And also it is taking longer. So to go from node to node, what used to happen sort of clockwork every 2 years is not happening anymore. The latest, whatever, the 14 nanometer to 10 nanometer transition took a few years. The the ones that they're talking about right now, 5 nanometer, 7 nanometer, 3 nanometer, it's going to take longer and longer, and very few companies are able to do it. So that sort of settles where we are with respect to Moore's law driving the industry. This is a very, very, very big problem for the industry, and this is something that materials engineering is required to solve. If you just take what the compute that is going to be required and project it over the next few years, you don't have enough energy supply in the world today, right? If all of us keep taking pictures the way we do and keep posting on Facebook and looking at reels, in the next few years, there won't be enough energy to power all the servers to keep this going. And the only way to do that is to bring down the energy consumption per bit. And that requires materials engineering. It's a combination of materials and architecture. How can you do it at lower voltage, keep it stable, and the switching needs to happen consistently, reliably, and that will require new materials. So this is a big, big, big opportunity for people here to look at what kind of materials can do. There are some sub-threshold voltage architecture schemes that the people are looking at from the computing side, but from a material side, there needs to be a material that works with that and demonstrates performance and reliability. So now moving to display. This is another area where there is a lot of materials play. So I'll click through these. So all of us are aware of LCD. Everyone probably has one at home. And these are the kind of machines, the scale I showed you in terms of big. And this also happened, the price here went down just by scaling. What used to be small size glass kept growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's where the area cost brought down the price with LCD. Moving forward, the industry is looking at going to OLED, organic LEDs, and you see that when you go to purchase TVs anywhere, you see all different kinds of OLEDs. I can't tell the difference between different OLEDs that they sell, but there are different technologies. Essentially, it goes to what kind of TFT you use in your backplane, the low temperature polysilicon, polyoxide, the metal oxides, then the RGB emitters, and then the encapsulants. All of these are material plays. So the performance and the price. So the question is, can you get better performance at lower price for this so that OLED slowly will sort of get over LCD basically in a price point. It's happened in small form factor. Many of the phones now have OLED. Like large factor, it's still a price play. We will see more evolution. We will see mobiles going to OLED, which is happening. We will see our laptops and all that going to OLED. And then the holy grail is, can you do a 3D display without wearing those glasses, right? That came a few years back. Everyone threw away the glasses. Can you go to that? And that's something that the industry is looking at. Meanwhile, there are other technologies that are coming in. Mini LED and micro LEDs are again two things that are coming in, and both, it's a question of price. So will you be able to overcome what the incumbent is today in terms of both form factor and cost? And can these new technologies deliver? So from a transistor perspective, going to low temperature polysilicon, polyoxide, different metal oxides, and the high mobility oxides. Again, you can see all of these are materials plays. For all of these, the performance comes from materials. And, okay, so let me quickly now speed up. I'll skip through some slides here. So this is the other display technology that everyone is looking at. So AR/VR, everyone has been promised AR/VR. I know that we all wanted it to happen, but after wearing that big glass for 10 minutes, you get nauseated. So it's a question of, can you make display that can refresh fast and not have blur? And that's the technology that has to come in so that you can make small form factor AR/VR glasses and also make them cheaper. So lots of different opportunities for materials in this space. I will skip past the battery one and then I'll go to, yeah. So this is the, oh, I'm going in the wrong direction. Sorry. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about how the ecosystem can collaborate and work together as we are looking for semiconductor manufacturing to sort of emerge in India. So if you look at the left-hand side, that's what a typical semiconductor manufacturing equipment looks like. On the right-hand side, all the different components that need to go into that. And this is an ecosystem that currently doesn't exist in India. All of these need to happen. We need the right kind of ceramics, elastomers, plastics, coatings, lots of things that people will talk about here for this industry which doesn't exist. So one of the things that we are doing is how can we collaborate with our customers, partners, suppliers to make this happen. So this is something that was announced in Santa Clara, so, and also yesterday in Singapore. So typically how long it takes for innovation to come from the lab into production. It takes many years to do that. Vendors work on materials, that materials need to be tested, validated, then goes into commercialization. How can we work together and do this faster? That's the concept here. So we are building a center in Bangalore where we can do this. We are inviting about 40 global suppliers to come to India and set up here so that, and we will bring our equipment here so that there can be this partnership between suppliers, academia, and industry in order to develop and validate parts and components for the semiconductor industry. So that's something that we believe will make semiconductor manufacturing in India successful and viable, bringing that ecosystem here to make that happen. So my last but one slide, beyond this, our innovation playbook, think big, test small, learn quick, fail fast. We work very closely with startups, universities, research institutions. And my last slide, so materials are critical for many of the global inflections that are to happen. We are well positioned here. We've been in India for more than 20 years. We partner very well with the ecosystem, and we wish to play a big part in the manufacturing ecosystem that's happening over here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan, for your insights into this industry that affects all of us so much.
Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you here. May I present you with a memento on behalf of the organizers? So let me now invite Dr. Srinath Chakravarti. He's the Senior Fellow and Director of Factorial Energy in Boston, US. and he's going to talk about the integration of mechanics and metallurgy, and that's important in all applications, but with specific reference to battery materials.
Thanks. Running. Yeah, I'm connected. All they have to do is switch. It's coming up here. I don't know which version it is. Wait, I have to figure out how to presentation mode. How do I? Okay. No. They can switch now. Good afternoon, everyone, and I thank the organizers for inviting me, another industry professional, followed by Suraj's lovely talk. And I hope to give some insight into the role of mechanics and metallurgy in lithium metal batteries specifically. As with Suraj, we have to give a mandatory plug to the companies we work for. So I'll give you a very brief introduction into Factorial Energy. We're a small startup. We're about 10 years into our existence, and we specialize in making solid-state and semi-solid-state technology with lithium metal as an anode. It promises significant energy density enhancements over traditional lithium-ion technology, which you see in your cell phones, in your cars, and laptops, and every other electronic device that needs energy storage. And we have a host of investors from the mobility sector, which is Hyundai, Stellantis, and Mercedes in Germany. And we have raised a little bit of capital, and we are positioning ourselves as a technology company that would provide advanced solid-state and quasi-solid-state technology for high energy density applications that involve energy storage. And we hope that this, aided with advanced R&D, will lead a path to manufacturing these batteries efficiently and commercially viable. So we're headquartered just outside of Boston in the United States. We have two facilities, a pilot manufacturing facility and a R&D facility in Billerica, Massachusetts. We have an applications engineering to support our customer in Germany. And we have sales and supply chain in Japan, and we also have a pilot scale manufacturing, which is really a validation of equipment site in Cheonan in Korea. So we have two main products that we think the technology is ready for commercialization, one of which is called FEST. It combines a lithium metal anode, and it's a quasi-solid-state lithium battery with a very high-capacity cathode. This is reminiscent of our traditional lithium-ion batteries, except where the layered oxide high-nickel cathode is the same as what is in a traditional lithium-ion battery, but the anode is replaced with a lithium metal, and so increasing the anode energy density by an order of magnitude compared to the traditional graphite. So the overall energy density of the battery itself increases by quite a lot. And the advantage of a quasi-solid-state technology is the reduction in the amount of organic solvents that are traditionally present in lithium-ion batteries. So the safety is considerably better with a quasi-solid-state technology. The other technology that we are focusing on is an all-solid-state technology, and I'll spend a significant portion of my talk talking about the all-solid-state technology. This is also a lithium metal-based technology, except, and I hate this term, but I will use it because the industry uses it very commonly. It's called anode-free, as any electrochemist here in the audience will know, that there can be no battery without an anode. So all this means is that there is no inherent material in the anode. It's just a placeholder for transporting material from the cathode. The electrochemistry still happens on both sides, and there is an anode and a cathode. I just want to make that clear. And so this is an all solid state. So most of this, there's very, very little organic material in this all solid state system. And therefore, it is considerably more safe than existing technologies. So this is the other one that we want to be selling as a technology. So I've already discussed this, so I'm going to gloss over this slide. And just a little bit of an overview of what my group does. And I lead a team that does both experiments and modeling. And my team's work spans the scales, going from angstroms all the way to meters. And in addition, we also have a very select group of experimentalists who can do some of these specialized equipment, but the number is small. And I have to include it as part of our advertisement portfolio, but we don't do all the experiments listed here, but we have some experience in analyzing them. We do a lot of work on fundamental electrolyte development that's on the quantum scale, which is in the angstrom to nanometer scale. We also have some experience in doing mesoscale discrete element modeling, and then we can go on to dislocation plasticity on the micron scale, and then we can go on to all the other cell-level electrochemomechanics. So that's just an overview of what my group does. And before I get into the technical half of my presentation, I want everyone to appreciate, even in India, there's this growing market for electric vehicles and all kinds of electric mobility applications where people are transported. A significant amount of our time and energy as human beings is spent in transport, and from aviation and to two-wheelers to four-wheelers to all kinds of trucks and buses that transport goods, people, and everything in between. And we think that going towards a more eco-friendly, carbon-neutral community would involve some kind of energy storage, which is capturing intermittent sources such as the sun or wind to be able to provide on-demand energy. And just as, and this slide just reflects the amount of projected growth in electric mobility applications just from the car sector alone. And this is only in the Western world. I don't think they typically include India in these forecasts of how much the market is growing. This is the reason that factorial energy exists. And with that as my prelude to the advertisement for where I work for and what I do, I'll try to get into a little bit of the technical details of what else we're working on. And just to set the stage for the audience here, I want to give a brief overview of what a lithium-ion battery is. And for the non-electrochemists, a traditional lithium-ion battery, the lithium-ion, Li+, is the charge carrier, primary charge carrier. And ensconced in a battery is a positive electrode and a negative electrode. And the cathode is typically a layered oxide material that contains lithium. And for those of you unfamiliar with it, some of this work on the pioneering development of the layered oxide materials and its use in lithium-ion batteries was a Nobel Prize was awarded in 2019 so that this technology has significant human impact. So focusing on the first here, traditional lithium-ion battery contains a layered oxide cathode, a current collector to transport electrons, a separator material that's filled with an electrolyte that also allows for carrying of the charges from the cathode to the anode. And the anode is typically a graphite-based material. This is what is known as an intercalation anode, where the lithium ions, through an electrochemical reaction, go into the pores of a graphite-like material, and that gives the capacity from the anode side. So Now, if you look at these three figures, nothing much has changed, except that we've replaced the graphite with lithium. Lithium LMA stands for a lithium metal anode. And if you look on the all-solid state, we don't have a material that hosts any lithium. This is why people love to call it an anode-free, but I'll refrain from that technology, use of that terminology going forward. So what is the big difference from here to here? Graphite's energy density per unit volume is somewhere around 180 watt-hour per liter, and lithium is about 3,680 watt-hour per liter. So on the anode side, we have the ability to reduce the thickness of this by an order of magnitude, thus enabling a significant overall change in the energy density of the battery. This is why this is forecast as the next best technology that is easily commercializable. One can put it in practical terms and say, okay, I have my cell phone that will last 8 hours today. If I use a lithium metal technology for the same size battery, I anticipate that this will go up by about 40%, just based on the volumetric calculation. And of course, the mass of lithium is also considerably lighter than that of graphite, so we can also anticipate significant weight savings if we use a lithium metal anode. Now, the last technology here is an all-solid state technology. Here, the material that separates the cathode and the anode, and even within these electrodes, there's a considerable amount of organic material that act as the charge carrier. There have been a new category of materials that are superionic conductors, that are solid state, that are inorganic, that are capable of hosting lithium and transporting lithium. And so you can see that in this technology, the safety as well as the energy densities are significantly improved. I have a plot here that I've borrowed from the literature, which showcases in actual values what these numbers are. But in the interest of time, I am going to leave that plot alone. I want to just state one thing is that fundamentally, when we charge the battery, lithium ions move from the cathode to the anode. And if we leave it without a substrate to do anything with, it will reduce and form lithium metal. And for all the metallurgists out here, lithium also happens to be a metal at room temperature. And the mechanics of lithium metal will play, and I'll hopefully showcase to you that the mechanics of lithium metal plays a significant role in impacting the performance, the safety, and the stability of next generation lithium ion technology. So, I don't know what happened to this slide. There's supposed to be a lot of material here, but it seems to have disappeared. Okay, I'll stay with this one. So these are just some examples in the literature, and without going through each example, I'll only state this, that recent experiments for the all-solid-state technology shows that lithium significant performance degradation due to the change or the evolution of microstructure of lithium. Let me see if I can explain this a little bit better. Lithium gets transported from the cathode to the anode when I plug in my cell phone into the charging socket. So that means now I have a layer of lithium metal that's sitting on the anode side. When I discharge it, namely I unplug it and start using my phone or driving my car or using my laptop, lithium gets transported back from the anode back into the cathode material. How is the microstructure of the plated lithium is a question that we all want to know and understand. And what is the microstructure when the lithium is transported back into the cathode is a question that we all want to know. Now, if I repeat this process 1,000 times, can I predict, can I anticipate the microstructure during the plating of lithium? And can I anticipate the microstructure as I'm stripping the lithium? Are questions that everybody who's working in lithium technology is very interested in. Void formation is a well-known phenomenon for a lot of people in the metals industry, but it does not involve electrochemistry typically, especially, I shouldn't say that unequivocally, but in many cases it doesn't involve electrochemistry. And we want to solve this challenge in a closed system such as a battery. And there have been several proposed hypotheses on how this happens. And one of the proposed hypotheses is that as the battery is charged and the lithium comes back, there are voids that form because of a variety of reasons, and that lack of control of this void formation leads to performance degradation. Another significant mode of failure in all solid-state batteries is complete separation of the interface between the lithium metal and the solid separating electrolyte. A third failure mode that we commonly see in batteries is on the cathode side, which I'm not going to talk about today, but in the sake of completeness, I wanted to show that a pristine cathode electrode with a solid electrolyte looks like this. After a few cycles, you see a crack starting to form around the area of a particle and its interface to the electrolyte. And after 100 cycles, this complete separation of this particle from the electrolyte. These images were taken by a colleague of mine, Raymond, worked with the organics several years ago, and he gave me permission to share these images. So with these as the main driving mechanisms of how all solid-state batteries fail, I'm going to try and see if I can share some of the work that myself and some of my academic colleagues have done in trying to showcase this problem. One other big thing is people noticed that these voids were forming, and a simple solution that they thought of was, I'm going to apply external pressure on this battery and see if I can coalesce these voids so that the interface remains a constant. Now, it turns out that the amount of pressure they apply is significantly higher than that of the yield stress of lithium metal. How does lithium metal stay intact without flowing in the absence of a constraint is something of an unknown question in the industry at the moment. So let me just go very fast over some of the work that we have done in trying to understand each of these issues that I've narrated. So I don't need to, actually I should. So the plating and stripping of lithium is, there's deposition-induced stresses, then there's plastic deformation of lithium metal, and there's an electrochemical driving force, which also can be translated into a mechanical equivalent. And then what happens to the interface and the electrochemistry that is coupled when you have mechanical deformation. And in one slide, I'll illustrate what this means in just a second. And of course, this fracture. So yet another failure mode, which is common in almost all lithium-ion batteries. When there is metallic lithium, the lithium somehow miraculously is able to penetrate this separating material and reach the other electrode, causing a short circuit. A predominant number of battery failures, I'm sure all of you read news reports of Samsung phones failing on airplanes, and even today, if you walk through an airport, they disallow you to put a charging device in your luggage or somewhere else. A significant failure mode in traditional lithium-ion batteries is metallic lithium goes from the anode to the cathode, short-circuiting the cell and causing the cell to blow up. Remarkably, this happens even when the material's got a very, very high stiffness like a ceramic material. Now, in the old days, this was called a dendrite. I once again choose not to use that term. This is some kind of lithium propagation through a solid material that is aided by fracture of a brittle ceramic or a brittle amorphous material, and that is yet another failure mode. We want to examine all of them, and I've divided this into 3 parts. One is, how do you model the plating and stripping with electrochemistry and plasticity and creep of lithium metal? What happens at the interface between a soft material and a ceramic material? And I use the word dendrite here, my apologies, but can we model fracture and the filling of this flaw with lithium metal during electrochemistry? So the real challenge is, do we know the mechanical properties of lithium? Can we predict what happens at an interface during electrochemistry? And can we also predict fracture coupled with electrochemistry are the key questions that we would like to answer as a community. So, and this is what I was talking about. Now, in most lithium-ion batteries, the energy required in order to charge a battery is dependent on the voltage. If you think of voltage as a driving force, the remarkable thing about voltage is it's just an energy. So you can express all energetic terms from a thermodynamic perspective in terms of voltage so that you can get orders of magnitude of how one quantity in one physical effect has an impact on the thermodynamics of the system. So in this particular table, I've forecast all the quantities that are relevant between electrochemistry, mechanical stress, surface impurities, and curvature in terms of a common energetic unit, which is volts. Now, why are lithium metal batteries, why is it important for lithium metal batteries? For lithium ion batteries, both electrodes are well above 0 volts, since everything is measured with respect to the potential of lithium metal. So all the energetics are happening at a significantly enhanced energetic level that we don't need to worry about one-tenth of a volt or 1/100th of a volt. But in a lithium metal system, since everything is measured with, the energetics are measured with respect to lithium metal, one electrode is at 0. Now, when we go from 0 to 0.1, that is a big quantum shift in the thermodynamic energies of the system itself. So when you see numbers here that are on 0.03 volts and 5 millivolts and a 1 millivolt and 6,000ths of a volt and 2 millivolts, these numbers might seem asinine to someone who's just looking at it from a naive point of view, but the key point here is lithium metals at 0 volts. So we are transitioning everything from a 0 volt system. So just to put this in perspective, I've taken the few common causes of what can exist as possible failure modes in a lithium metal battery, and I've forecast them into a driving force for energy. And the only story I want to say is from the next few slides, this is clearly an order of magnitude above everything else, which is a change in the surface resistance between the electrolyte and the lithium metal. Let me see if I can go. Oh, this is going slow. Okay. So this is a set of experiments conducted by Jeff Sakamoto when he was at Michigan. Now he's at Santa Barbara. The experiment is really simple. Took a lithium metal battery. One side is lithium, the other side is a cathode, and started applying a 3.2 megapascal stress and started measuring the voltage change between the initial time instant at which the 3.2 was measured and when the force changed here from 3.2 to 2.8 megapascals. And they kept repeating this experiment, and each of these different curves here represent the amount of current applied. So this figure tells a very nice story, which is that at lower current densities, the threshold for which, so namely the amount of energy transferred per unit area per unit time, is what the charge is the current. And what it says is that for very low values of the applied current, the amount of pressure required in order to make a change is very small. But as the current increases, you need higher and higher pressures in order to maintain it. Now, someone in this audience can tell me, how does lithium metal, which yields at 0.5 megapascal, even survive 3.2 megapascals? I haven't found a conclusive answer to that question. So it's a question for the broader metals community to see how we can answer that. We have some ideas on how it might be, but we'll leave it at that. So this is the fundamental experiment that we wanted to repeat from a modeling perspective. And so we took a very, very simple system, which is just blocks of material. And each of the layers of these blocks represent different layers in the cell that I've already described. The only change I did was introduce an artificial layer, which you can see vaguely in red right around there. And this represents a very thin layer of the resistance between the electrolyte and the lithium metal. And I allowed a spatial variability to happen. And I'm not going to go in the interest of time. I'm already probably 23 minutes in. So you can see that these are actual physical properties of lithium metal. And we did a lot of modeling on how this system is going to be there. There's a ton of mechanics that's gone into the lithium metal model, but I will not describe them right now. And I'll just show you a movie. So the left-hand side is during a plating experiment. So we have a region in the middle that is slightly less resistant than the region on the right. So you can see more lithium is being plated on the left and less lithium on the right. So this is to be expected because a lot of the current is focused in a region of less resistance. So you anticipate more current flowing in the area of less resistance and less in the area of large resistance. I'll just play the movie. Oh my God. Okay, I'll see if I can play this movie again. What you see though, however, is even though there's a significant amount of applied pressure on the top and bottom surfaces, there's a clear separation indicated by this region in dark gray between the green and the light gray region. And this dark blue region here is the lithium metal itself. So what this shows is, in addition to microscopic microstructural voids that can form, just by changing a fundamental property which can naturally happen, which is the resistance of the between two layers in the battery, can change spatially, you can induce a separation and a delamination between layers. This is just a mechanical process from naturally occurring impurities on the surface of these layers. Now, we repeated this experiment numerically on the stripping side, where now the lithium is being stripped from the anode and is going in the reverse direction as this one. This one's a little bit harder to see. That's why I plotted the contact pressure, which is the colors here. That zero contact pressure means that there's a void that's being formed. High contact pressure means that contact still exists. What I'm showcasing here is from a numerical simulation standpoint that we can actually model lack of contact even under the application of an extraordinarily high 3 megapascal stress just from a simple exercise of changing the contact resistance. And with that, let me see if I can go. We match these to the experimental data of Jeff Sakamoto, and we show that the model captures the experimental trends really well. And the story here is natural impurities can give rise to these trends, and that pressure is an important parameter to examine, and further investigation is needed here. In the next 5 minutes, I'm going to skip over all of this really fast. I want to give the metallurgical insight into a new system with a paper that came out in Nature Energy a few years ago. Traditional lithium metal batteries exist like this. We have a composite cathode, we have a solid electrolyte, and we just have a current collector. Lithium generally plates in this columnar whisker-like fashion, and eventually at some point, these whiskers penetrate the solid electrolyte, fracture it, and go over to the other side, causing a short circuit. Samsung did something a little bit more unique. They created what is a buffer layer. It's a very, very thin layer, and this thin layer consists of a silver carbon composite on the nanometer scale. Now, it's a porous buffer layer, and I'm going to call it interlayer going forward. This is the buffer layer. Now, remarkably, in the same system otherwise, lithium deposits not between the solid electrolyte and this buffer layer. Somehow, the lithium percolates through this thin layer and deposits between the current collector and this thin layer. And during discharge, everything goes back to the way the original figure existed. The second story behind this is that somehow the silver that was uniformly distributed in the initial interlayer somehow has now aggregated towards the current collector towards the bottom of the figure here. Now, the interaction between lithium metal and silver is something of an unknown. Now, once again, in the interest of time, pure carbon without silver has been tried, and probably 50 other different materials have been tried as an alternative to silver. Silver is the only one that works. Why is something that I think is a broad metallurgical question that I think bears a little bit of delving deep into. And the only story here is that this battery lasts a really, really long time. And there's a reason to not have silver in the battery. Batteries are expensive to begin with. A lot of materials that cobalt and many other materials are quite expensive. And we don't want to pay a lot for our batteries anyway. A third of the cost of an electric vehicle is the battery. So we want to reduce the cost. Silver makes it much, much, much more expensive on scale. So we want to remove silver and put something else in there. For that, we need to truly understand the metallurgy of how lithium reacts with silver. And I have a lot of other slides, but I'm gonna leave it with this, which is I'm going to just focus on the questions that I would hope that I can interact and collaborate with the academic community, which is why does lithium not flow with pressure that are significantly higher than the yield stress of lithium? Is it purely due to triaxiality? Is it just friction and asperity contact? Can it increase the yield stress by almost an order of magnitude? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. And how is the electrochemical potential lithium metal affected by these pressures in the high constraint cases? And also another question, I expressed the importance of 1 millivolt, and at very, very high pressures, this can be on the order of 3 and 5 millivolts. So it's important to understand that. In the role of in the silver, what is the role of the silver and why does it function well in these lithium metal batteries? And as I mentioned earlier, can we find a cheaper alternative to silver? With that, I'd like to end my talk. Thank you all for your time.
So thank you very much for that fascinating story about mechanics in batteries. There's a memento that I'd like to give you. We now go to the last talk of this session, and like to invite someone whom I've known for a long time, Professor Geeta Manivasagam, to talk about now biomaterials. She is the Dean of School of Health Sciences and Clinical Engineering and the founding director of the State of Art Center for Biomaterials at the Vellore Institute of Technology. Professor Geeta, I'm sorry. Do you know where the slide is?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to one and all. I thank the organizers for inviting me. I feel so humbled to present my talk in front of the chair, who gave me the platform to initiate my work in the titanium biomaterials, and my mentors are like Dr. Joshi, Dr. Kamakshi Murli, Dr. Baldev Raj. Everybody was there to help me to work in this field. So I'm just going to switch the gear from the field of energy to healthcare, which is very, very important scenario now with the growing population. I just thought I'll give a brief introduction to the VIT, the university from which I come from. We have 4 campuses, and I'm from VIT Vellore. The one thing which I like to emphasize is, apart from the different disciplines of schools, we have 11 research centers, and I come from the Center for Biomaterials. I thought I'll acknowledge all my collaborators, my current members, and past members whose work I'm presenting here. It's too hard. We have a different labs, and this biomaterial field is truly an interdisciplinary field, and it's very difficult to work in silo. With this background, we started a different labs with people with various disciplines like materials engineer, mechanical, and physics, chemistry, biologist. So just I'd like to start with why we should work in this field of additive manufacturing, especially in the biomedical sectors. The Indian medical device market is very huge with increasing population. It is expected to grow by the compounded annual growth of 104%. So which is really equivalent to 25,000 crores. So India is becoming a hub for medical devices. And however, we not make everything or manufacture in India. We develop the product and we send to different countries to get it the finished product, and hence the cost of the Indian implant implants are very, very high, which causes a burden to the healthcare system. And so we burn a lot of money in importing things. The type of materials which are used in the field of biomedical are like others, it's almost similar to aerospace, automotive, titanium, stainless steel, and cobalt chrome, apart from few polymers and ceramics which are also used in the field. And this figure at the right, which shows the skeleton, all the heart joint replacements like skull, heart, hip, knee, everything's are replaced by metallic materials, amongst which titanium plays a key role because of its not only eye strength and other mechanical properties, it's very compatible with the human body and it has very outstanding biocompatibility. So this picture shows that any part which is replaced in human has different material combination. That's a big challenge in the in biocompatibility issues. For first, in 1950s, it started with a metal. This is a figure which shows about the hip replacement with the metal on the both on the. You can see kind of a ball and a cup. And over which there is a polymer material. When it rubs over the ball, and it weighs a lot. So this wear particles in the body of the metal goes into the body and causes the failure of the implant. So different combinations were attempted, like ceramic on ceramic and metal on metal. In spite of all this research and which has been done for many years, still the metal on polymer implants are there in the market because we are unable to find a right solution for metallic implants. So what is the reason? What is the reason we are unable to do is there are many challenges. The implants which we are importing does not fit into the Asian population anatomy. We buy big implants or the sizes are not very compatible with our anatomy. So we try to remove more bone or reduce the bone. And so the surgeons find it very difficult with the imported implants, and this causes a complexity in the surgery. And also the implants are from other countries which have the technological issues in our country. So also the market is very centralized. So the risk of failures not only because of the manufacturing, and it also depend upon the patient condition. So the only solution to make a material which can be adapted to human is the additive manufacturing. And why additive manufacturing? Though it has been in the market, like Professor Narendra gave a very good talk on how additive manufacturing has revolutionized other fields after COVID, during which we found that most of the components which were used during COVID was additively manufactured. And out of different type of additive manufacturing, the extrusion process played a major role in developing or fabrication of components. So when I say additive manufacturing, in case of metals, it is kind of hard joints like hip, knee, spinal, etc. And where additive played a very important role in customization of the implants, meaning depending upon your human anatomy, it can be completely made as per your bone shape or hip shape. And our bones are not as simple as any automotive component. It has a very, very complex dimensions and complex geometries. And so additive was giving a solution to develop such complex. And also it can be on demand, meaning in future it is envisaged that this additive printers will be in a hospital, and based on the patient's anatomy, it can be printed in the hospitals with the engineer. Okay, so we say clinical engineering will be a big market, and hybrid materials are also easily printable using additive manufacturing. This is one part. When you compare like our soft tissues like heart and skin, there is also bioprinting. What is bioprinting? It's also called 3D bioprinting, where we take a cells from the human body, mix with the biomaterial, and then print it and regenerate the heart tissue or skin tissue. So 3D printing, soft and hard, comes into the field of biomaterials. And apart from materials that are implanted into the human body, this additive printing has played a major role in the development of models. Because a surgeon, he just takes the X-ray or MRI or CT scan, and it is a 2D view, and he is unable to understand the depth of the complexity or how the wound has been inside the actual trauma place. So this has been, like 3D printing can develop a prototype of the wound, and through which he can understand the type of surgery, and this makes the surgery very easy. So these are called models, or the pre-surgical models, where doctors are using to understand the complexity in the trauma disease part, and then develop the surgical plans. So this is kind of an industry talk at the beginning. I will move on to the technical later. So there is a big need in 18% of 3D printing in India is for medical device sectors, and it is expected to grow to 17%. So it's a very important field because we are planning to, India is advising to go into the global market of healthcare from 3% to 12%. So these are some of the additively manufactured components which are from other countries like Stryker, which are making, these are all spinal cages made of titanium. In India, we have started printing this skull component and not the hip and bone. There are some new components entering into the market in India also. So this is the process flow of additively manufacturing. Unlike in other industries where they make a design and optimize based on the analysis, FEA analysis, here the patient is taken into a CT scan center, and the patient, the diseased or damaged part is scanned, and then that scan file is the DICOM files. Sorry, it's slightly misoriented because I think the mismatch in this. So the DICOM files are analyzed and the STL file is converted, and these are basically carried out with different software. So software field in additive is also playing a major role because we need excellent softwares to produce these complex structures, and this STL file is then imported, and the 3D component is constructed, and this component is implanted into the human body. So I just move on to with this background of additive manufacturing in the medical field, I'm just switching to our group's ongoing research in the field of additive manufacturing. So we initially started in 2012, DST funded us to develop a dense implant, dense metal, and just demonstrate it is equivalent to the conventional manufactured implants. So we received a project to make a dense, and we collaborated with CGCRA, and we evaluated all its mechanical, chemical, biocompatibility properties, and found that additive product, though have a different microstructure, was biocompatible like any other conventional manufactured product. But there are challenges in implants, wear, tear, and it has a very high modulus. Our bone has a very low modulus. So there was a stress shielding effect, meaning like the stresses of the body is not transferred to the surrounding bones of the implant. So there was loss of stress shielding and the mechanical failure occurred. So the only solution for avoid mechanical failure of implant is to mimic the human bone. That is called the field of biomimicking. Whatever we mimic in the field of nature, whatever is available. So we have to mimic our bone structure. So biomimicking is the only solution to avoid the mechanical failure or the biological failure of the material. So we moved on that. We have to copy from the nature all the 3 cues. That is the physical cues, the biological cues, and the chemical cues. The physical cue basically demonstrate about how the bone is structured in the complexity in the design and the porosity. And similarly, the biological cues are the cellular pathways which we try to mimic, and the chemical cue is the composition of the bone we try to mimic. So with this idea, we started to look into different kind of structures which has porosity, and we initially started with a gyroid structure. This is a very interesting structure because it resembles a part of a bone structure, and the mean curvature is 0. It is similar to our bone structure. So and there is no nodal points, and there is no stress concentration and the fatigue. So all the implants are subjected to fatigue and failure. So this 3D dimensional structures, out of different type of unit cells, we selected gyroid, which resembles the bone structures. And so the top right shows the bone, the top view of the bone. You can see there are 2 microstructures. The internal part has a high porosity, the external part has a dense structure. It's also porous, but it is kind of a dense. So there is a variation in the porosity in the material. So we thought instead of going to a gyroid structure, we will integrate 2 type of structure. One is the gyroid, which resembles the outer white part of the circumference, which is more dense. And the internal part is the Voronoi structure. Voronoi is another cellular structure, and which is more porous. So the more porous resembles the trabecular bone, and the less porous resembles the cortical bone. So with the help of, we in VIT also has a Center for Excellence in Additive Manufacturing. Initially, we collaborated with Estonia to develop this concept. So we printed the gyro structure, and which shows the cross-sectional view and the perspective view of the 2 different porosity based microstructures. With this gyroid structure, we received an international project because any implant is a metal and our body does not take metal so easily. So we try to cheat our body by coating with calcium and phosphate, which is our bone. So we collaborated with Sweden partners to develop a coating on hydroxyapatite using a special coating technology called suspension plasma spraying. And I thank Dr. Joshi who's here who helped us in this project. So this is we initially targeted a different porosity of gyroid structure and fabricated and 3D printed it. And what we observed is, if you see the titanium TI6ALV, which is a workhorse of aerospace alloys also for biomedical applications, the mechanical properties is around 800 to 900 Hill strength, but the porous structure yielded a mechanical property around 170, which is close to human structure. And we found the porosity was 13% and the modulus were close to 10 GPa. And so these are the micrographs which shows the different porosity material. We arrived at 250 because of the closeness of pore size of 250 micron was close to the bone. And also, apart from that, the additive manufactured structure had unmelted particles on the surface. We did not have etching or cleaning on this because this kind of roughness is very good for bone integration. So we printed with different porosity and we measured the compressive strength and also the biocompatibility and we also observed the faces formed using XRD, which was after doing the after evaluating the mechanical properties and the chemical properties, normally any implant which is developed is inserted into small animals like rabbits or mice or rats, and we evaluated using a rabbit model. You can see in the left, the yellow color and the white color, you can see a porous structure. So what we observed was the bone was growing inside the porous structure, which confirmed that porosity as a kind of the fluids, the body fluids has flown into the porosity. We have an interconnected porosity and the bone started grow and it was giving a very better performance when compared to the dense microstructure. So the top picture shows how the implant is inserted and how the bone grows. The blue color shows the bone growth on the implant. With this results, just the gyroid structure, we collaborated with Tata. See, our aim of our center was the translation research. We collaborated with Tata Materials, who gave us a consultation project to develop this kind of a gyroid structure and use their hydroxyapatite. Now, Tata Materials is developing hydroxyapatite, a calcium phosphate ceramics, and they want to demonstrate their powder is well equivalent to what is available in the gyro structures, and we varied the porosity because the porosity plays an important role in the mechanical property. Initially, we had 70% of Voronoi structure and 30% of the gyroid structure, but the modulus was very, very low. So we ended up in and this is the microstructure of this structure, which has nanotopographies. The nanotopography is highly influential because our bone, the hydroxyapatite and other things are on nanoscale, and the collagen, the fibers are nanoscale. So the 3D printing of metallic implants had a topography of nanostructures, which was helpful in the biocompatibility of the materials. And this is the as-printed structures with unmelted particle on the surface. So we want to see how it behaves when the unmelted particle is removed. So we used an etching process. We created a solution for removing that. The concentration was optimized so that pitting does not occur. And we also investigated the phases formed before coating and after coating. The hydroxyapatite, which was supplied by Tata Materials, showed a very high crystallinity and a good adherence. And these are the variations in the porosity or the ratio of the Voronoi and the gyroid structures. So what we did is we tried to vary the thickness of the Voronoi and the diameter. And so what we found is the one with 70 was giving the better mechanical properties when compared to 60 and 50. The initial one was 78. So these are the 3D printed, which resembles the natural bone cancellous and cortical bone structures. And now, with this, I end with the titanium alloy 3D printing. We also, so as I showed you in the hip replacement, it does not have only titanium. Titanium is used as the stem part of the implants. The top is cobalt, chromium, or stainless steel. As stainless steel is very cheaper than titanium, people go, based on the affordability, mostly stainless steel is also used in many hospitals. So we thought, why not we also try, develop a good combination of properties in stainless steel. The only problem with stainless steel is it's high strength, but the ductility is very low, and it's dense. And so we thought we'll also work with a porous structure, and not completely porous, but we try to develop an optimum combination of dense and the mechanical property and the ductility by varying the scanning speed. So other processing parameters were kept constant. However, the scanning speed, first we did some design, modeling. Through modeling, we understood the scanning speed of 700, 900, and 1100 was good enough to have a optimum properties through the modeling. So with this, we printed the stainless steel with different scanning speed. The different scanning speed yielded different grain sizes. So there was grains with low angle grain boundary and high angle grain boundaries. It was kind of an inhomogeneous, and the number of high angle grain boundaries increased with increase in the scanning speed. So what we observed is the lower scanning speed gave a very good distribution of high angle, low angle grain boundaries, and also the optimum mechanical properties. As you see at the top and the mechanical properties, because of the low scanning speed with the low grain, small grain structures yielded a mechanical. This graph, which shows the ultimate tensile strength, and we referred our mechanical properties with others, and we found that the strength was high and the elongation to failure was also optimum in our case when compared to the other works in the literature. So we were very confident that this scanning speed and this variation in scanning speed is highly influenced the mechanical properties of the material. The most important challenge in metallic material in human body is the corrosion. Because our human body, we have a salt-like water inside, and there is a lot of chemicals which corrode the metal which inside, and that causes a failure in implants. So we have carried out the corrosion. Initially, we were working on corrosion and wear in separate entity to understand how it wears out and how it corrodes. But later we found that there is a synergic effect of corrosion and wear. So we developed our own instrumentation to test the tribo-corrosion of a material. So we have an exclusive setup which can impose both corrosion and wear and understand the tribo-corrosion property. So what we observed is, this is the first one, the second graph which shows the Tafel plot is just the corrosion part. So what we observed is the low angle grain boundary. Because of the small grains, there was a lot of enrichment of chromium oxide in the grain boundaries, which resulted in the formation of a very stable passivation. So the scanning speed of lower scanning speed yielded a grain structure which promoted the formation of passive film, and it prevented the further corrosion. However, the one with high angle grain boundaries, there was little corrosion, and the transparent region was very less. So the micrographs here show the pitting property, pitting diameter of the different structures developed with different scanning speed. The pitting was very less for the low scan speed structures. And this figure represents the tribo corrosion, where we move the material and we also measure the corrosion properties. And again, the lower scanning speed, I'm sorry that I cannot use the pointer here. The first graph shows the coefficient of friction. The friction coefficient was very less compared to the, for the scanning speed of 700 compared to the other one. And similarly, you can see a potential drop in the second one. The potential drop was very high for the high scanning speed material, whereas it was very less for the low scanning. So we understood that the 700 millimeter per second is the optimum scan speed for 3-6 biomedical applications. So I would like to conclude that the takeaway messages is additive manufacturing is a game changer in the field of healthcare sector, and because it can develop patient-specific implants. That is, precision is very important in medical implants, and it can, based on the each human anatomy, It is useful in developing a patient specific, and it can be very customized. It can be speedy because the time of recovery with additive manufactured implants also is very fast, because the surgeon also understands the pre-surgical conditions and develop the implants, and so the recovery time is less and the cost of hospitalization is also less with the use of additive manufacturing components. So 3D bioprinting in vice versa compared to metal is also revolutionizing the field of orthopedic market, and integrating the biomimics, that is copying the nature into orthopedic and tissue engineering is playing a key role in developing something equivalent structure as human body. So IIM is driving force for the Indian healthcare market, and I hope there are many skills students who come forward to work in this field, because it requires a lot of people to work, and there are a lot of industries coming in India to work in the field of medical field. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Geeta, for this wonderful talk on the application of additive manufacturing for the biomaterials domain. And we thank you for being here and delivering this talk.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Professor Geeta and Dr. Kamakshi Mudli for staying on and giving this. We move on to the last session, and it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Vikram Jairam from Indian Institute of Science to chair this session. As I said before, we are doing good on time, so but we're just not taking a tea break. So those of you who'd like to have a cup of tea, especially the people here, you can walk in there and grab a cup of tea or coffee. And over to you, Professor.
So, welcome to this last session. It's a pleasure to welcome Professor Parni Balaya from the National University of Singapore. He'll be giving us another perspective on lithium-ion batteries, this time fiddling with the cathode and the anode. And
thank you.
25 minutes. I'll
Sure.
give you a buzz after 20.
I do keep something here.
Okay.
Yeah. See if I can maintain. So thank you, Professor Jairam, for the introduction, and then I also thank the organizers for the kind invitation. So title is here basically high power lithium-ion batteries. So that's the topic. I'm mostly going to talk about the safety aspect. So how do I move the slides? I have a slide mover. Yeah. Please pass it to me. Yeah. Come quick. All right. Okay. So that's the content of my presentation. So I'm going to basically address the question whether lithium-ion batteries are safe. If they are not safe, then what's happening? Basically, it may be generating heat. And so I'm going to look at the cause for the heat generation in terms of the internal resistance of the batteries of various chemistries. And particularly, I will be focusing on polyanion chemistry, which is the lithium iron phosphate versus graphite, commonly used. And in fact, today, most of the industries are moving towards this lithium iron phosphate. Polyanion means PO4 phosphate chemistry rather than the oxide chemistry. So we would like to understand what could be the reason for that. And then if I'm going for high power, that means quick charging. So of course, it is conventionally used lithium titanate, lithium Li4TiFiO12. Lithium titanate is conventionally used. So I'm going to talk about that and then look for, address what is the issue with that, and then give a kind of, alternate for the lithium titanate in terms of the titania, TiO2, which is very cheap, in fact, just the paint actually. So for those who are not familiar, I know that we have listened to a very advanced level of lithium-ion battery talk already, so I need not have to give much introduction, but for those particularly students' point of view, I'm just introducing very briefly. So lithium-ion battery has 4 important components. The first one is the positive electrode, or you may call it as cathode in the discharge mode. So LiFePO4, which can supply the lithium ion. The second one is the anode, or negative electrode, which can host the lithium ion. So in between, you have lithium ion conducting electrolyte, third component. The fourth component is the separator, which is the polymer, porous polymer membrane. And if I look at this particular chemistry, LiFePO4 versus graphite, it gives you 110 watt-hour per kg of this particular, batteries, right? And then typically the cost is about $100, but they use organic electrolyte, which is flammable. So you need to take care of the, thermal runaway issue. It's always there. And the one which I am showing on the other side is 18650 cell. So that's the one I am going to use for all my chemistries. 18650 means 18 millimeter is the diameter and 65 millimeter is the height. That's the format we are going to use. All right, if I take a chemistry of this, or if I change the chemistry to lithium cobalt oxide versus graphite, I take yet another example. Lithium cobalt oxide is the positive electrode, graphite is the negative electrode. I'm going to now quickly charge. So when I'm charging this battery technology, what am I doing? I'm basically removing lithium ions from lithium cobalt oxide. You see, 0.5 mole of the lithium ions are removed. And then I'm also removing the electron from the cobalt. So CO2 plus becomes CO3 plus. That's what is happening during charging. That's the profile happening at about 4 volt with respect to lithium, which is 0 volt. You see, there is a dashed line at the bottom. That is lithium metal, actually. So I'm talking about the extraction potential versus lithium. That's happening at 4 volt, close to 4 volt. Now, simultaneously, when I am removing the lithium ion and electron, they are inserted into the graphite at the bottom. The insertion potential is 0.2 volt versus lithium. So that's the insertion potential, that's the extraction potential. This is what is happening during the charging. When you are discharging, that means reversing the process, lithium LiC6 will become C, releasing the lithium ion and electron. They are incorporated into Li.5COO2, making it as LiCOO2. That's what is happening. So you know what is happening during the charging. I will use this slide probably later as well. All right, so this is what is happening as on today. We all know that. Several incidences happening. So that one, the first one is PMD, personal mobility device, got a lot of explosions in Singapore. Government literally banned that. And then this is happening in India quite a lot, you know that. So this mega pack has happened in Australia, and these two are examples during charging, one in China and the other one is in Stuttgart. 21 buses got, blazed during the charging in Stuttgart, actually. So the question naturally, are lithium-ion batteries safe? So I want to make a disclaimer here that as long as you use lithium-ion batteries, under standard operating conditions, they are definitely safe. But then there are conditions where these batteries may be subjected to certain abuse conditions. So for example, it could be, so I'm going to talk about the abuse conditions, but prior to that, let me introduce the chemistries I'm going to cover. So what are the chemistries I'm going to cover? These are the three chemistries. One is NCA versus graphite, 260 watt-hour per kg. Second one is nickel-rich NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt, in short NMC, 60% nickel. So nickel-rich NMC versus graphite, 190. The third one is lithium iron phosphate versus graphite, 110. So as I told you previously, you see, the oxide chemistries have higher energy density, and the lithium iron phosphate have relatively lower energy density. But still, today people are moving towards the LiFePO4. So that's mainly because of the robustness. This particular chemistry is highly robust, and they are well proven to be pretty safe. So let's understand what is happening. If you take these chemistries and then subject them to different abuse conditions, it could be thermal, or it could be electrical, or it could be mechanical. So what is happening? You end up in thermal runaway. So in the meanwhile, as you wait for longer and longer time, because of these abuse conditions, you do have micro shorting between the positive electrode and negative electrode, which you cannot visually see. So I don't think there is any experimental kind of probe to see this type of micro shorting in the early stage. So when there is a micro shorting, if you wait for longer and longer time, the cell temperature goes on increasing, as you can see. So what is happening is SEI is solid electrolyte interface, which is a kind of soft polymer formed on the anode and the electrolyte. At the interface of the anode and the electrolyte, solid electrolyte interface, that is the one which is melting. The second one is the polymer separator is melting. The third one is the anode, and then fourth one is the electrolyte, and the fifth one is the cathode. As you can see, these early stages are happening pretty slowly, But the moment you reach TE, that is the temperature reaches T escape, you need to probably move out of that place, and because it's going to happen in short time. So that's what is happening. The anode exposure, electrolyte exposure, and then cathode exposure is going to happen in pretty short time. So that you can't help at all. So let's see some examples of these abuse conditions. I'm going to show you next one, this one. So you take 18650, shake it about 186 days along vertical axis. So people have proven that the polymer separator is actually melting. In that case, the cathode and anode are basically shorting each other, and then, so there is a shorting. That's one good example of the mechanical abuse. The second example is this kind of thermal abuse. So if you are charging or discharging these batteries at a high C rate, when I say high C rate means C/2 means 2 hours for charging, 2 hours for discharging. 1C means 1 hour for charging, 1 hour for discharging. So I'm taking this particular example, 1 hour discharging. You see the pink one, which is the lithium iron phosphate versus graphite, that generates less heat as compared to the green, which is the NCA chemistry, as compared to the orange, which is the nickel-rich NMC. So forget about the cobalt-rich at the moment. So these are the three chemistries if you compare. LiFePO4, that is a polyanion chemistry, releases less amount of heat. So what is the reason for that, and how do we understand this amount of heat generation? So typically, the total amount, this is basically total heat generation. So this is comprises of two components. One is the entropy change. The second one is the internal resistance. The entropy change means you remove lithium ion and put back, so there are entropy changes on the cathode and the anode. This is chemistry specific. We can't help on that. So that is happening. The second contribution is irreversible heat loss due to the internal resistance. That's what I wrote here, reversible heat and then irreversible heat. So let's look at that a bit more detail. So I separated these contributions. Reversible heat, which is here at the lower side, so it's slightly much lesser as compared to the irreversible heat. So that is the predominant one, particularly when you go to high C rate, it's the irreversible heat loss which is responsible for the total heat generation. Now if you ask what is the reason for this irreversible heat loss, it is nothing but the internal resistance of the cell. Now ask a question, what is this internal resistance? And particularly, please take note of this heat loss is basically difference between the charge potential and discharge potential. The more the heat loss, you get wider difference. All right. So let's look at the internal resistance. What is the reason for that? It could be coming from the series resistance, electrolyte or contact, or it could be coming from the cathode, or it could be coming from the anode. So when you look at the cathode, there are three different contributions. One is the charge transfer resistance. So you have cathode, LiFePO4, you are going to remove the lithium ion, you are going to extract electron at the surface between the solid and electrolyte. That's the charge transfer reaction at the surface that is happening. Or if you are inserting lithium ion from the electrolyte and the electron from the carbon particles which are surrounding. So that's the charge transfer reaction. The second one is the cathode and electrolyte interface. As I said, SEI, solid electrolyte interface, is on the anode side. Similarly, on the cathode side also you have CEI. The third one is the lithium diffusion within the cathode. Similarly, on the anode side, you have three contributions. I have listed them here. Charge transfer resistance, SEI resistance, or lithium diffusion within. So you have several contributions. You don't know really what is the exact reason for this internal resistance. But if you go to the industry, they basically measure the internal resistance. They don't go into the details. So what is the cause? What is the exact reason for that? What conventionally people do is, they do this type of impedance analysis. So they basically take the cell, subject it to AC voltage from low frequency to high frequency, and then get this type of sort of semicircles, and then try to interpret. That's what I'm showing here. So try to interpret this semicircle, but then again one cannot tell these semicircles refer to the contribution from the cathode or anode. If so, which one of the cathode contribution or which one of the anode contribution, that cannot be differentiated. So what we do here is the DRT, distributed relaxation time approach, where we Fourier transform this data and then get different peaks corresponding to different contributions. So that's what I'm showing you here. So DRT analysis of the impedance data for various chemistries, you can clearly see that there are 4 common causes. In any chemistry you look at, there are 4 similar contributions. So if you look at the top one, which is LFP chemistry versus graphite, the first one, the +1, is basically the lithium diffusion within the LiFePO4. Well, we all know that LiFePO4 is very sluggish for lithium ion diffusion, whereas oxide materials, if you look at the first contribution, they are relatively low resistance low contribution to the internal resistance, because the oxide materials are very good mixed ion conductors, and then particularly electron ionic conductor, and so ionic conductivity is not an issue, whereas LiFePO4 has ionic diffusion problem, so that's why it is relatively more compared to the oxide systems. But what is most important is the peak, which is the negative one, that is the charge transfer reaction on the LiFePO4, on the positive electrode. That is also true for the oxides, you can see here. But if you look at the magnitude, the LiFePO4 has relatively lower charge transfer resistance, roughly about 30, as compared to the oxide chemistries. So the charge transfer resistance in the oxides are the major contributions, and that basically tells you why the oxide chemistries have higher internal resistance and a higher heat generation, as I explained before. So this explains why the LiFePO4 as a graphite chemistry is most robust, and industries are moving towards that. But I will not have time to go into further details, so I'm going to skip that, and then let me go to the next point. So if you are looking at the robust chemistry, you need to look at the LiFePO4 chemistry, and almost most of the industries are moving towards that, including Tesla, and everybody is moving towards that. CATL, BYD, everybody is working on that. But if you look at here LiFePO4, I wrote 586 watt-hour per kg. That kg refers to the cathode weight only. It doesn't refer to the whole cell weight, doesn't include anode or electrolyte or contact or the can weight, etc. It is just the cathode weight only. So LiFePO4 has a relatively lower energy density as compared to LiMnPO4, which is 701. So now people are interested to move towards the manganese-based chemistry, polyanion chemistry. So if I look at that chemistry, of course the performance is very poor, because the manganese system is highly electronically insulating. That's not really working well. So the best way is to have a solid solution of the manganese and the iron. So here what I'm showing is 80-20, 50-50, and 20-80. Of course 80-20 is preferred because manganese has higher potential, 4.1, 80% 4.1, 20% iron, which is 3.4, is far better because it will give you higher energy density than the other compositions like 20-80 or so. So I'm showing you here the storage capacity. Particularly I'm interested on that corner B, which is the 80% manganese and then 20% iron. So that has far higher energy density than the rest of the cases here. So let me go to that one, 80-20, but I'm going to do a modification. Modification is very simple. I'm basically introducing a dopant in the iron side, magnesium dopant. 5% magnesium is doped in the iron side. So basically it is manganese 80, iron 15, and then magnesium 5%. So when I do that, so I skip all this. When I do that, you can see here 80% manganese at the modified system has more capacity contribution compared to the 80-20 without the doping, magnesium doping. So that's the way to go, higher capacity. And not only that, if you look at here, the loop curve, so charge and discharge, if you look at the loop curve, I told you the difference is nothing but the heat generation. So you see that there is so much of reduction in the potential difference, in the kind of difference of the charge and the discharge voltage, which is about 0.5 volt as compared to 1.01. Upon doping, you reduce so much of heat generation. Basically, you are improving the internal resistance. That's what I meant. And one another advantage and several other advantages are there. Of course, the time is rather limited, so I need to be mindful about the time as well. So you can see here, if you go to higher temperature, 45, 55, 60, and these are all after different temperature, cycle it for 50 cycle, and then record that. So you see that the manganese plateau is decaying, which is not good, partly because of the manganese dissolution. So once you introduce a modification, magnesium substitution, you can see that they are all intact. The potentials are very intact. Charge-discharge curves are well reproduced. And those who are familiar with Jahn-Teller distortion, that is suppressed, volume expansion is suppressed, manganese dissolution is suppressed, and then ionic conductivity is improved. So there are several advantages. But I don't go into the detail. I only want to say that the modified system works far better. And this is one of the best data in our group. So you can see 10 milligram per centimeter square up to 4C. So we still get about 121 milliampere hour per gram. At low C, that is C by 10 means 10 hour charging, 10 hour discharging, you get 160, 162, very good capacity. At 4C also it is working very well. Then what we did is we modified this further, in the sense we brought in NMC, 70% NMC and 30% LMFMP. LMFMP is lithium, manganese, iron, magnesium phosphate. So 30% only we use, but 70% is NMC. This particular chemistry gives you far more thermal stability than 100% NMC. So this is also one of the trend, particularly in China or Japan, people are moving towards that. So NMC, which is known to be thermally less stable, we are taking 70% and 30% of the stable compound, which is LMFMP, magnesium doped lithium manganese iron phosphate. So that is giving you far better performance. As you can see here, 160 or 170 at low C rate, C by 10 C, that is 10 hour charging, 10 hour discharging, and at high C rate 4C, 15 minutes charging, 15 minutes discharging, we still get about 129, 130 milliampere hour per gram. So this system is now used for producing, full cell. I will show that slightly later. By the way, how many minutes I have? Okay, thank you. So that is the fast charging, quick charging. So if you ask me, okay, I know that the positive electrode is very stable, but what about the quick charging? I can't do quick charging because the graphite is very low potential, 0.2 volts. I can't do quick charging, but I can do quick discharging. That is possible. But quick charging is not possible with the carbon, graphite. So what is the way? Of course, lithium titanate is well known. Toshiba has commercialized this. So 1.5 is the insertion potential. So you can quickly charge it, you can quickly discharge. And lithium titanate is known to be zero strain. So 15,000 cycles, and it's extremely safe, no metal plating, no SEI formation. So it's well known, well proven. You can see here, Toshiba has commercialized this. But of course, the potential window has come down because the anode potential is 1.55 versus the graphite, which is 0.2 volt. So because the anode potential is higher than the graphite, the potential window has now come down, typically about 2.4 volt as compared to here about 3.6 or 3.7 volt. So naturally you are losing the energy density, but then you are gaining on the power density as well as safety with the lithium titanate. So that is, okay, I will skip this. I will also skip this. So this is the prototyping, I will skip this. So these are the prototype electrodes of the cathode as well as anode. Cathode, when I see NMC plus lithium manganese iron phosphate, magnesium dope. The anode is lithium titanate. So we take these two systems, and then this is the cell produced, and that's the performance. At C by 10, you get 1.2 ampere hour. At 4C, you still get about 0.9 ampere hour, 83% capacity retention, and the energy density has gone up to 73. Of course, if you want me to make a benchmarking of this with the lithium iron phosphate operates at 3.4, the anode is at 1.5, so the potential difference is 1.9. That will have energy density of 49.5, about 50. So we improve from the 50 to about 73.4. It's a substantial improvement in terms of energy density. So it is known that LTO technology is highly robust, and then this is used in the marine industries extensively. If you look at the marine industry, no one uses graphite technology. That's the nice data, in fact. But it's too expensive. So it's too expensive, $500 to $600 per kilowatt hour. If you look at the LiFePO4 as a graphite, that's only about $100 or so, which I shown in the first slide. So is there a cost-effective method? Of course, the titania can do a good job, as good as your lithium titanate. So this is what I'm trying to show, mesoporous titania. So we can see, you can see some of our publications previously. Mesoporous titania, in the sense, I'm just skipping this. I'm skipping this. Yeah, this is how the mesoporous titania looks like. It's a nanoparticle primary size, but the secondary particles are in micron size. So that's basically what I mean by mesoporous titania. And if you look at mesoporous titania, you look at the packing density. Packing density is extremely good as compared to isolated nanoparticles of TiO2. BASF is basically selling that. Previously, Degussa used to sell that. So these are comparison of the isolated nanoparticle versus mesoporous nanoparticle, the loose packing density, and then poor storage capacity. Theoretically, it is supposed to give 330 milliampere hour per gram, but it gives you very poor storage capacity, very poor cycle life. So here you get decent capacity, decent cycle life, and that's what I basically, and high C rate as well. So you can see at 5C means 12 minutes charging and 12 minutes discharging, you still get about 140 milliampere hour per gram. And interestingly, this particular material, this right side if you see, that's how we work, 15% carbon, 15% binder. But if I take here 85% active material, 15% binder with no carbon, still the performance is very good. You can charge and discharge pretty well, as you can see. Of course, the cycle life is not good because you don't have carbon there. But the message here is the material is working very well without any carbon additive. That's interesting. So that's mainly because of the morphology of the material. The grains are extremely well connected, and the surface is also reduced TA3 plus, which is conducting, is something like LiFePO4 with a carbon coating. Those who are working on LiFePO, they know that there is always a carbon coating. Similar to that, the reduced titanium on the surface, when it is in contact with electrolyte, act as an electronically conducting medium, and then that is the connected, the grains gives you beautiful connected electron path, conducting path for the electrons. So that explains why the material behaves even without additive carbon. And this is the commercial type cells. You can see the first one is C by 2, and then you get about 0.8 ampere hour in 18650. The yellow one is 5C. You still get pretty good retention, so pretty good capacity. And that's the one way to go forward, where the cost can come down from 500 to at least about $200 to $225 per kilowatt hour. So with that, I would like to basically bring an end to this talk. I'm skipping all these. I'm going to skip this as well. And then this is the conclusion. So heat generation in commercial cell is related to the internal resistance, and then oxide systems are less thermally stable compared to the lithium iron phosphate at high C rate, most importantly. If you are working at low C rate, the oxide systems are as good as lithium iron phosphate. But when you go to high C rate of discharging kind of thing, then it has its own issue because of the heat generation, and I explained the reason also. TiO2 is one approach for quick charging, but it's very expensive. So I gave you some data on the instead of lithium titanate, I gave some data on using TiO2, which is one way for the industries to go. And we have, of course, some very demonstrated data for the industries to take a look at, and then if they are interested, they can basically move forward. With that, I would like to thank all some of my colleagues, and then industry as well, Underwriter Laboratory as well, which is funding this particular direction, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Balayab, for a very accelerated and quick course in how to make lithium batteries safer. It was a very fascinating talk. On behalf of the organizers, let me next speaker for something completely different is in the area of reducing the carbon footprint in iron making is Professor Chris Pistorius. He is the Associate Department Head and the POSCO Chair Professor at Carnegie Mellon University. And he'll be speaking on indices for partial replacement of coke with other fuels in blast furnace iron making.
Thank you very much for everybody to be here, and of course to the organizers for the kind invitation. We're working with various bits of the iron and steel industry to look at the various options to decrease their carbon footprint and trying to rigorously quantify each of these options, because the companies need to stay financially viable while they also reduce their environmental footprint. So I'll show just one example of this just to illustrate aspects of the methodology that we use. And I apologize for the font that has gone a little crazy here. Anyway, the premise is that something as simple as mass and energy balances already gets you a long way to understanding what is feasible. So a blast furnace has to use coke, and there are some alternatives that one can apply here, but one thing that we cannot do is to reduce the total fuel rate of the blast furnace significantly, because as this graph indicates, over the past 70 years or so, there have been significant decreases in the coke rate until about the 1980s. And then the blast furnaces reached a high level of efficiency with some of the measures shown in the text at the top. There isn't really much room to decrease the total fuel rate unless we start doing something completely different, like recycling the top gas and the like. But if we want to stick with the existing format, we cannot really decrease the fuel, but we can substitute partially the fuel for the coke for other fuels. The other thing that interestingly has not changed significantly is the blast furnace productivity. So this shows two data sets. So the y-axis is daily production and the x-axis is hearth diameter. So these are two data sets that are about 50 years apart, spanning part of that graph where we had high coke rates and lower coke rates. And you can see there the furnaces from the 2010 data set did have higher productivities, including ones that charge direct reduced iron or HBI into the furnace, like the Middletown plant. However, if instead of production rate, which lumps into it issues of potentially higher fuel rates, hence more gas being consumed, if instead you plot the actual gas throughput through these furnaces, that has not improved significantly. At least it didn't between the 1960s and the early aughts. So it looks like these furnaces are at about the minimum fuel rate we can run them at, and at about the productivity we can get out of them. Again, unless we start making much bigger changes in the technology. And the productivity correlation turns out is what you'd expect. It scales with the square of the hearth diameter. So it's really just the available area for gas flow that determines how productive a blast furnace can be. So if we want to start substituting coke, there are a few things to take note of, which are that the reason we want to do this is coke, of course, is the main source of the emissions in iron making and steel making. Just in iron making, just from the coke use, it's already about 1.5 tons of CO2 per ton of hot metal. It is irreplaceable, at least in part, because of its unique roles in the furnace. So it's both the physical agent that allows the gas to flow through the furnace. It meets the energy requirements by being burned with preheated air, and then along the way it takes the oxygen out of the iron oxide and makes metallic iron. So at least some of these roles we can replace with injectants. Of course, we cannot do anything about the physical support role. That is unique to coke. But the roles of being a fuel and a reductant, we can do. And some operations have replaced about half of the coke with whether injected gas or pulverized coal or some combination of those. So with coke rates down to around 250 kilograms per ton of hot metal. The specific number that I'll focus on here is the coke replacement ratio, which is simply the decrease in the coke rate relative to the increase in injectant. So of course we want injectants that have low cost, no CO2 footprint, and a high coke replacement ratio. And I shall look at least one of the ways we can quantify those options then. So the specific focus is on using biomass as an injectant. By biomass we mean anything from wood, which is at the far right of the curve, to high depyrolized coal, which is what we have at the bottom left at the curve, and then many options in between, including so-called torrefied fuels. So torrefaction is basically the same as burning coffee beans to be able to make coffee out of them. So a relatively low temperature process that doesn't transform the material nearly as much. So this diagram summarizes one part of the chemical change that occurs then. So it shows on the x-axis the atomic ratio of bound oxygen to bound carbon that remains in the material, and on the y-axis the similar atomic ratio of hydrogen to carbon. The shaded regions are the fossil fuels that we're trying to replace, and then the little diamonds are the biofuels, and they are not that dissimilar to the fossil fuels. So we should be able to replace one with the other. And of course, if we produce these materials in the correct way, they can truly be carbon neutral. And this is already done in suitable climates like Brazil, that has the rainfall and the warm climate. Many small blast furnaces are run on charcoal, and those trees grow on a 7-year cycle using specially bred eucalyptus trees for that. So as mentioned, the biomass can have a wide range of compositions. Top right, you can see there's a shaded diamond, which is cellulose, which has a lot of bound oxygen and hydrogen. So that's essentially leaf material, to lignin, and then halfway in between wood, and then you can thermally transform these by heating them under oxygen-free conditions to various temperatures. So just as a first attempt to see how these different biomass options would fare in a blast furnace, I just took a straight line between essentially cellulose and charcoal, cellulose top right and charcoal bottom left. I shall show later this is not a great approximation, but just to get started, I'll assume this. The basic tool to do the calculations is the classic Rist or PC and Davenport style two-zone blast furnace mass and energy balance. In this particular case, this was calibrated to a specific actual industrial furnace that ran a large-scale trial on biomass use as part of our joint project. And the points are that this is a predictive balance, so you can predict the coke rate as that responds to different injectants. And there's really only one tuning parameter in here, which is how close one gets to equilibrium in the so-called Wüstheit reserve zone. So when we started this, we said, all right, coke has 3 roles in the blast furnace. One of them is structural, we can't touch that. But 2 others are as a fuel and as an oxygen carrier. So let's quantify those and see how well they predict the calculated replacement ratio. So the first is how much oxygen can a given injectant carry? So the oxygen is removed from the sort of critical zone of the blast furnace as a combination of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and water vapor. And we know what those compositional ratios are, which means we can then calculate for every mole of carbon in the injected material how much oxygen can it take with it. Similarly for every mole of hydrogen. And just because of the way the chemistry works out, we carry a lot more oxygen with carbon than we do with hydrogen. The second role is as a fuel, and we can, again, choosing our boundaries to the system appropriately, we can then calculate the amount of heat that we'll get from the fuel. So this is kind of a modified calorific value. It is modified in a sense that we take into account that you're burning this injectant with hot air that is typically oxygen enriched, and then the product gases leave the critical part of the blast furnace at a high temperature, 1200 Kelvin, instead of 298 Kelvin, as in a regular calorific value calculation. But if you get this right, this is essentially a sort of a one-line calculation that is easily incorporated, that you can then quickly calculate for dozens of fuels that you might be considering. And just a note about those equilibrium ratios is they will end up a little bit lower if the shaft efficiency is less than 100%, and again, that's something we incorporate into the calculation. So the initial idea was, as I showed on that compositional plot, is we just assumed a linear variation in composition from cellulose to charcoal. We calculated essentially the enthalpies of these fuels from their reported calorific values, and again approximated those as linear relationships. And while we were at it, we looked at other possible injectants, things that are already used, typical pulverized coal used by our industry partner, hydrogen that's being considered and has been trialed in very small amounts, methane, which at least in the form of natural gas is very widely used in North American furnaces. Carbon at 1200 Kelvin is essentially what the coke is when it comes into the Wüstheit reserve zone. And finally, some of these biofuels, unfortunately, are quite hygroscopic, so they tend to absorb some water. So if you're injecting water into the furnace, question is, what is its effect on the coke rate? And of course, it's not good, but just how bad that is, that's what we wanted to calculate. So these are the values in terms of fitted calorific values on the left-hand side. So this is one particular data set of a range of biofuels, and we can then calculate their enthalpies, and it's a not terrible approximation to say that these are roughly linear with this oxygen to carbon molar ratio compositional measure. Unsurprisingly, these two measures of what the injectant can do are somewhat correlated, although not, it's not a single relationship. So what I show here is on the y-axis the fuel value, so the heating value we get, that modified calorific value. X-axis is the oxygen carrying capacity. You can see water is negative on both because it takes, you're heating up the water and actually you're running the water-gas reaction, so you're actually using the carbon to remove oxygen from water. It's not going to give you any oxygen carrying capacity. But the half dozen points there are for the biomass points, and you can see they fit sort of in the range from cellulose to the pulverized coal, and are somewhat similar in their behavior. Methane is a little bit off the curve because of its lower heat release compared with combustion of carbon. Yeah, as mentioned, charcoal can be very similar to PCI. If one then takes all of those numbers in terms of heating value and oxygen carrying value, and then separately calculate the coke replacement ratio with the full mass and energy balance and see how they are correlated just using a multilinear regression. What you can see is the coefficient for oxygen, at least the 95% confidence interval of that, spans 0. So it seems the oxygen carrying capacity does not matter at all, and it's really only the heat generation part, the delta H in the equation, that matters. If we plot these against one another, so the x-axis is the actual coke replacement ratio from the full mass and energy balance. Y-axis is that fitted equation, and you can see it agrees pretty well, fits the data all the way from water, bottom left, to hydrogen, top right. Hydrogen, because it's light, has a high coke replacement ratio. So it turns out if we want to compare different injectants in terms of how well they'll do in terms of replacing coke, we don't need to care about oxygen carrying, just about heat release. Cellulose, you can see, has a terrible coke replacement ratio, so you shouldn't rake up leaves and blow them into your blast furnace. And water has a coke replacement ratio of -1. Every kilogram of water you inject into the blast furnace will take a kilogram of coke with it and increase the CO2 emissions considerably. So that sort of very simple approximation along this broken line of going from essentially cellulose to charcoal. The points I show on here is a separate data set that fills in this gap between wood and charcoal. And you can see those data points are quite widely scattered. Different biomass materials are actually quite different and actually follow the coal kind of behavior, at least approximately, at least some of the points. So saying that these points lie along the broken line is clearly wrong, and we need to do better than that. So what we did next was to take each individual actual analysis, actual calorific value, and just use that and in the calculation. And those different biomass materials, again, you see somewhat this correlation between oxygen carrying and heating value, just because the highly modified materials, top right, are also mostly carbon and also good at carrying oxygen, but for the low pyrolyzed materials, bottom left, they are quite scattered. If one then calculates this coke replacement ratio heating value relationship, it's then remarkably close to being linear, and with a little bit of an X offset that we'll still work to fix. There must be a few extra things that we're not understanding, but the two colored points on the graphs are the two kinds of biomass that the industry partner actually evaluated. And again, those you can see are quite different in their behavior. So the last thing that I'll mention is coke replacement ratio is only one of the things one should be concerned with. The other is the other thermal effects, like the flame temperature and the top gas temperature, and this kind of operating window is a visual way to summarize those. Hydrogen has a very tight window because of its quenching effect on the flame temperature. As a result, you cannot inject a lot of hydrogen into an existing blast furnace. Maybe 15 kilograms, which will save maybe about 100 kilograms of CO2 per ton of hot metal, which isn't nothing, but it's not a lot. It's maybe 6% of the total. So in conclusion, I think we have a nice simple way in which one can quickly screen different biomass candidates for use in the blast furnace, and this one can then very readily incorporate in a larger optimization scheme, also involving cost and availability. And as I mentioned, the issues of the top gas temperature and the prime temperature are ones that we'll address next. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Pistorius. On behalf of the organizers, let me give you a small memento and a certificate. So we now come to the last speaker, but not the least. It's a pleasure to welcome an old friend, Shrikant Joshi from the University West in Trollhättan in Sweden. And he'll be speaking to us about axial plasma spraying as a method of being able to inject aerosols and fine particulate into thermally sprayed coatings as a means of enhancing properties and getting a wide variety of materials and microstructures. Shrikant?
Good evening, everyone. I'm aware that it's been a very long day, but let me see if I can engage you for a little bit longer. If you don't like the title, assume that this is part of the cultural program. Yeah? At the outset, I must mention that there are very few axial plasma spray installations worldwide. We have one in India at ARCI in Hyderabad, and I thought it would be neat to share with you some of the wild things that we have done with our own axial plasma spray system in our thermal spray group in Sweden, to take it into regimes that have never been associated in the past with conventional thermal spray. And let me see if I'm successful in doing that. Before I get too far, a quick hello from my colleagues at University West. It's in Trollhättan. Don't feel bad if you have never heard of this town. I had not heard of it myself till I actually decided to move there. For guys who love cars, you would know that Trollhättan is the home of Saab Automotive, which eventually went belly up, but it still has a huge fan following almost throughout Europe. It's also home to what used to be Volvo Aero. Now it's GKN Aerospace, of course. So these two have been the highlights in Trollhättan. The other highlight is our thermal spray group. Those are the only three things worth seeing. But jokes apart, we've been very fortunate in our thermal spray group to have a couple of very interesting toys. The one you see in motion here is a high-velocity air fuel system, and the one on the right is what this talk is going to be about, an axial feed capable plasma spray system. Real quick, what these two systems do is allow us to have a pretty large playground in terms of parametric window. It allows us to look at techniques that are very high thermal energy, which is afforded by the plasma, and at the other end, almost no thermal energy, but very high kinetic energy input, which is permitted by the HVAF. And that enhances our capabilities very nicely. It allows us to deal with high melting point materials and also materials that are sensitive to thermal degradation. So the envelope of what we can do is huge. And that's one of the reasons why there are lots of industrial partners that see merit in collaborating with us. Unfortunately, most of these are from outside of Sweden than within, but yeah, it makes things very interesting. Before I get on to the plasma, just for the sake of completeness, and if it catches anybody's fancy here, I want to quickly run through what we do with our HVAF. The main focus of our activity with HVAF is tribological coatings based on tungsten carbide. The focus almost all across Europe is in trying to get rid of cobalt. So we have been looking at greener binders and working with alternatives that are either cobalt lean or cobalt free. There's a great deal of focus on hard chrome replacement, and we have shown that flash coatings based on tungsten carbide can more than match what any other tribo coatings can. And as an academic, it's very disappointing to see that for almost 6 decades, the best-in-class tribo coating is HVOF tungsten carbide, right? So you want to do something about tungsten carbide as well. So we've been playing around with crazy things like cubic boron nitride, diamond, and based on some very nice results that we have got, we have now moved on to silicon carbide. And if we can lead that, then I can retire, I think, if I can manage silicon carbide with thermal spray. We also do a lot of nickel-based superalloys and titanium, mostly for repair applications. And almost inevitably, we are on the high entropy alloy train, although we don't know where it is headed, but we are on that train anyway. So quickly, today's agenda, axial plasma spray. For those of you who are uninitiated and don't know what thermal spraying is, I will use this cartoon here. The idea in thermal spray, I'll take just half a minute to explain, is to inject a powder in a high temperature, high velocity flame. And the idea is to melt the powder and let the droplet impact the component that you intend to coat. So this droplet, when it impacts the component surface, kind of splashes and forms a splat. And you overlap these splats to cover large area, and then stack up these splats to build thickness, right? So that is thermal spraying in 30 seconds. Traditionally, people have been forced to feed the powder radially into a plasma plume. And that comes with lots of problems, right? Some of which I will mention. So if you have an axial feed now, it allows injection into the center of the plasma plume. That leads to many advantages. It makes the process much less sensitive to variations in spray parameters. It can allow feeding of very fine powders. And most importantly, for most of what I will talk today, it enables complete use of the thermal energy that is available in the plasma, because you are using the available energy right from the point of injection, not by feeding material downstream little bit when you do it radially. And that's extremely relevant when I will begin to talk about liquid feedstock. Just to set the stage then, why liquid feedstock? In my view, the overwhelming reason for us to look at liquid feedstock is to do away with problems that have been traditionally associated with feeding very fine powders. What do I mean by fine powders? A couple of microns or mostly sub-micron. You have never been able to feed them into any thermal spray torch, right? And from that perspective, a use of liquid feedstock becomes almost essential. For me, liquid feedstock has 2 variants. One is the variant that I have written below. The pointer somehow doesn't work, which is suspension plasma spray. So you feed this fine talcum powder-like feedstock into an appropriate solvent. Usually it's ethanol or water. Those are the 2 that have been tried. And then if you want to make life difficult for yourself, don't use a powder at all. Use a solution precursor like an acetate or a nitrate, and hope and pray that that forms the oxide in flight, which can then melt and deposit as a coating. So roughly that is what I will refer to when I talk about liquid feedstock, right? And an axial plasma spray system in particular is a game changer when you want to look at liquid feedstock. My plan for today, before Vikram stops me, is to quickly run through some of the things that we have found extremely exciting. One is to look at suspension plasma spraying, see how it has evolved because of axial feeding, and see if we can, if there is promise in taking suspension plasma spray to areas beyond TBCs, perhaps to environment barrier coatings, to wear. We heard a couple of excellent talks on batteries. We are not battery guys, but we had some fun trying to move towards a battery application. I will also talk just a little bit about powder suspension hybrid coatings. Talk about fine powders and how axial feeding can almost revolutionize what you can do with coatings. And a couple of other things. Talk about solution precursors and something called filament plasma spray, right? Which you perhaps have never heard of. But let me quickly run through all of these things. If you look at the beginning of use of liquid feedstocks, suspensions in particular, the main driver for that was the thermal barrier coating application. That is because people realized that it can yield columnar coatings such as what you see on the left, which are not exactly like EBPVD, but impart the same kind of strain tolerance that you're looking for in thermal barrier coatings, right? So this is what began to drive interest in use of suspensions. And like several other groups, we also spent a lot of time trying to understand how these columns form when you thermal spray, right? And because of this fetish in trying to find out how column formation takes place, I think we understand suspension spraying very, very well now. We know when columns form, we know when columns cannot form, right? And this understanding of what happens in suspension plasma spray has been singularly responsible to dispel many ghosts which were associated with use of liquid feedstock. Yeah, what were the concerns? The concerns were that the deposition rate was extremely slow. You could spray good coatings in a very, very narrow window, and oftentimes you had to spray from very close to the substrate, and there were therefore issues of distortion and such like. But now we know better. Not so long ago, if we were to quote a demo part for one of the turbine guys, not very big actually, 300 mm diameter, about 100 mm tall, it would take us 4 hours. It would consume 12 liters of suspension. But today we do it in less than 15 minutes. We consume barely a liter of suspension. And what this does is it moves the use of liquid feedstock from the academic domain, likely to give you some nice publications, right, only, to something which is very interesting on the shop floor, right? And that is mostly what has driven so much industrial interest in what we have done with suspensions. So it is kind of given us the luxury to not just get columns, but tailor the columnar structure as well, tweak what the column density might be, look at new chemistries going beyond yttria-stabilized zirconia like gadolinium zirconate, extend life of the TBC systems by looking at bilayer approaches and stuff like that. And all of this has been almost exclusively possible because of the use of axial feeding. So what have we learned from this SPS TBC work? In my opinion, of course, how columns form, but equally importantly, we have learned how to avoid columns, right? In trying to hunt for columns, we also found out how to not get columns. And that's been crucial because this really has laid the foundation for us to expand the use of suspensions to other functional applications. I'll just mention a couple. We are now trying to use this for environmental barrier coatings involving materials like ytterbium disilicate. Not bad for a very early beginning in this area, although you see some vertical cracks there, although they are not through thickness, you do see some cracking. This is how it looks after heat treatment, but we are not that far from what you would like the EBC to be. We are also now trying to have other oxides as reinforcements, but we feel pretty confident that we can lick that. But this is really the question. Is there life beyond TBCs and EBCs for liquid feedstock, right? And surprise, this is what we have done with suspension chrome oxide, right? Look at the density on these coatings. So on the one hand, columnar coatings, very porous and fully dense. And this kind of microstructure control really allows us to look at many other things. Geeta, a short while ago, spoke about biocompatibility and coatings of that sort with hydroxyapatite suspensions, addition of graphene, silver. We have also been working on photocatalytic and antiviral coatings. But how about batteries? We really heard some fun stuff with batteries. But if you look at what materials are interesting for batteries, they scare the hell out of a thermal spray guy. I mean, we've never heard of these materials before. Extremely difficult, right? So I remember submitting a grant application on thermal spraying for solid-state thin-film batteries. And the reviews came in rather quick. Almost all of them said, go to hell, pretty much. Yeah, this can't be done. But surprisingly, the letter said, if you reduce the time of your project by half, if you ask for half the money, the idea is so wild that we may consider giving you a proof of concept project. And that's what I got, right? So we got a proof of concept project to show that we can do something like lithium titanate by suspension plasma spray. The first challenge was ensuring that the phase constitution is retained. I don't understand about activity, but the guys in the Advanced Battery Center in Uppsala got pretty excited. They said, oh, not bad for a crazy process to get a first result of this sort. And yeah, that made us go even more wild. On the back of that, we got a larger European project then with Fraunhofer and a Finnish university as well as a startup in Sweden. And we started looking at different constituents of a thin film battery: anode, solid electrolyte, cathode. And this greed is a terrible thing, right? We then began to ask ourselves, can we do a half cell, not just individual constituents? Can we do a half cell? How about a full cell, right? It looks terrible because we grid blasted the current collector like we grid blast Hastelloy. So you see a lot of roughness, but that's something we can lick, I think. So not so bad, but I must say that we are really struggling with the stoichiometry retention in LLZO and NMC at the moment, but not bad. We had fun doing that. So much for suspension. So if you can do suspension and you can do powder, how about doing this as a hybrid, right? Can you introduce both into a thermal spray at the same time? But before complicating your life, why would you want to do this, right? I think it's because the splats that I spoke about, when a droplet impacts a component substrate, the size of the splat is very different when you use a powder. It's a terrible picture on the left, but humor me for a bit. You get a splat which is about 100 microns in size. And on the right is a solution-derived splat, which is about a micron or 2 microns at the most. So there is almost 2 orders of magnitude difference in the building block for the coatings. And for me, that's very exciting because it allows you to do many things that otherwise are not possible in thermal spray. So this is one of the experiments we ran on one of my vacation stops in Prague at the Institute of Plasma Physics. I went there simply because they had a very interesting shadowgraphy to see how powder and suspension can be fed at the same time. And we have done some crazy stuff with this since then. You can hybridize almost any material system, right? What you see on the bottom micrograph is a large splat, which is derived from the powder, T400 in this case, and then smaller splats, which are derived from a suspension of chromium carbide. And this is the kind of microstructure you want, right? And we've begun to harness this to do many different things. I'll just show you one result, which as per me is very interesting. So we've used in this case a copper powder along with a graphene suspension, and you don't need to go hunting for graphene under an SCM. There is copious amounts of graphene, right? Look at the coefficient of friction, amazing. We are also now beginning to do the same approach to embed solid lubricants in a wear coating. So open to imagination, you can do lots of stuff if you go hybrid. My third bullet, fine powder spraying. If you talk to any thermal spray guy, the usual refrain is, fine powders don't work. We cannot feed fine powders. That, as I said, was the reason why people began to use suspensions. But many people still don't like it. It takes time for them to become believers, right? So fine powders don't work. Why don't they work? Mainly because of issues in the powder feeder or in the hose that carries the powder to the torch. And even if you were successful in doing both of those, it is almost impossible to inject fine powder into a plasma plume because the plasma is so viscous at that temperature that the fine powder just bounces off, right? So problems across the board. Only two ways to solve it: use a suspension or fix all of these problems. And the way to fix all of these problems runs through axial injection, right? If you do axial injection, you solve all of those problems, correct? And just quick examples, right? One, I was telling you about fine powder bouncing off. That's the problem. Therefore, segregation happens. You need a lot of carrier gas. But if you do axial feeding, no problem. This is spraying with a 3-micron alumina, right? It opens up so many possibilities. If you can get such a coating with the powder, it's unbelievable. And we can 6-micron chrome oxide. You can do just about anything, right? And you see how refined the microstructures become as you go down in size. It, of course, reflects also in the wear behavior, right? I'm kind of jumping, yeah, and Vikram is standing up. So couple of points. One is revisiting solution precursors. The first time we looked at solution precursors was several years ago. I had a great PhD student, Shiv Kumar at ARCI, did some great work. But we and everybody else already have passed a judgment on solution precursors that they don't work. I mean, the throughputs are lousy. So when I proposed this internally, everybody was objecting. But the point was that we now understand what happens much better. We've seen how axial feeding can kind of take suspension plasma spray to the next level. So I thought this was worth a second look. And the question we were trying to ask is, can we get columnar coatings using solution precursors? My engineer calls it dishwasher fluid because that's what it looks like, right? So we started looking at that, and the hypothesis was, if you can generate fine powders using a precursor, it should give you columns, right? Because getting those fine powders is really the basis for column formation, right? We could talk about this a little bit more, but I will cut to the chase. And forming such fine particles is something that we have shown when I was at ARCI 10 years ago. So if we can find, if we can do it right, like you see in the last micrograph, if you form a powder like that, it has to give you columns, right? Because of the mechanism of column formation. So if we ask ourselves the same question, I think the answer is a resounding yes. This is something that we have got using a precursor. It's unbelievable. And across the board exciting properties. We get deposition rates that match use of suspension today. We get a life which is as good as suspension, and phase pure tetragonal yttria stabilized zirconia, right? So very interesting. Last, filament plasma spraying. We started this long ago. Based on some very early results, we began talking to Saint-Gobain. And I'm going to skip this slide, but use 3 slides, my last 3 slides, to show what Saint-Gobain launched in partnership with us last week at a conference in Limoges. This is the very first time this was launched, the cord plasma spray. But lousy video. I don't know what happened in transfer, but very stable. If you introduce this filament into axial plasma spray, but more important than that, I'll show you 3 or 4 different micrographs which we have gotten with cord plasma spray. Yeah, very dense coatings, almost gas tight, very fine pores, dense vertically cracked, and columnar with cord plasma spray, right? So I think this is the next big thing in thermal spray. So today we are able to generate columnar TBCs by 3 different methods. I don't think anybody else does that. Using suspensions, using solution precursors, and using cords, right? And I don't want to summarize, but yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had with axial plasma spraying. We are just getting started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srikanth. We'll bring the curtain down, but before we do, a little memento from our organizers.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Professor Srikanth Joshi, and yeah, Professor Vishwanathan from IIT Bombay will be giving the memento to the session chair, Professor Vikram Jairam. Yeah, well, thank you all for a long session, but you will agree with us that it was absolutely fascinating to go through every single talk, from batteries to plasma spraying to additive manufacturing to coke steel, and right at the beginning when we kick-started on the PES. So thanks for staying along, and have a good evening going forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the CEO session. We're going to start in about 5 minutes while we make the arrangements on the dais. The folks in the back, if you would like to come up front, because the CEO session is going to be an interactive session, and this is the last session of the day,
So we'll have approximately a 45-minute session and then maybe a few minutes for Q&A. And then we are going to segue right into the cultural event of the evening. So if you would kindly come to the front so that we can give you mics, it'll be easier for us to hand over mics for Q&A. So we'll start in about 5 minutes as soon as we make the arrangements. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to invite our participants on the CEO panel onto the dais. Kindly take your seat. So it's a pleasure of mine to invite Mr. Pai, who is Managing Director of Hindalco. Just a brief introduction about Mr. Pai. He has been the Managing Director of Hindalco Industries since August 2016. Under his leadership, Hindalco has evolved from a metals commodity player into a value-added solutions provider in the aluminum and copper sectors, focusing on digitalization, innovation, and sustainability. He has driven initiatives such as large-scale renewable energy adoption, India's first sustainable mining charter, and pioneering circular economy solutions. Hindalco has been recognized as the world's most sustainable aluminum company on the Dow Jones Sustainability Indices for 4 consecutive years. In 2024, Mr. Pai received an honorary doctorate from Utkal University for his contributions to the metal industry and was named one of the BTPWC's India's Best CEOs 2024. He is also the immediate past president of the Indian Institute of Metals. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Pai. Thank you, sir. Next, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathod, who is the Chief Operating Officer and whole-time Director of JSW Steel.
He brings with him over 35 years of steel industry experience with expertise on a large-scale transformation and digitalization. He has been associated with JSW Steel for 27 plus years and has championed multiple strategic priorities such as leading the steel making and mills at the Vijayanagar plant as Executive Vice President Operations and successfully overseeing the expansion and capacity utilization of the Dolvi plant as its president. He is a graduate of NIT Trichy and has completed Brown University Leadership Program. A round of applause for Mr. Ratan. Moving along, it's my pleasure to invite Sri Gajendra Panwar, MD and CEO of Danieli India. Mr. Panwar is a passionate and prolific administrator, a charismatic business leader with achievements in the metallurgical industry which are significant. He is a graduate of IIT Roorkee and Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Last few years, he is heading the subsidiary of the world's leading technology company in India and contributing to the growth of the Indian steel industry in its mission to achieve 300 MTPA capacity by 2030. He has made immense contribution in training and skilling of Indian engineers at international sites and various European offices of the leading technology providers to the steel industry, motivating the young engineers to become self-sufficient and knowledge leaders. A round of applause for Mr. Panwar, please. Thank you. Moving along, my pleasure to invite Mr. Chaitanya Vanu, Vice President Operations of Tata Steel Jamshedpur. Mr. Vanu is currently the Vice President Operation Tata Steel Jamshedpur. He joined Tata Steel as a graduate trainee in 1992 after receiving his degree in metallurgical engineering from IIT BHU, Varanasi. He received his postgraduate degree in materials and metallurgical engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1997. In 2019, he attended the general management program at CEDEP in Fontainebleau, France. Since 1992, he has worked at in different capacities across functions such as technology, R&D, steelmaking, and hot rolling operations, as well as human resources at Tata Steel. He has played an active role in the improvement of performance levels in steelmaking and casting operations at Tata Steel for over 2 decades. In 2009, Mr. Vanu was the recipient of the Indian Institute of Metals Esser Gold Medal for his outstanding contribution to metallurgy in the area of steel manufacturing. He serves on the board of TRL Krosaki Harima Limited, a leading refractory manufacturer in India, and he has been associated with IIOM and served as Joint Secretary of the year 2021-22. Mr. Vanu is also a certified Green Belt in Six Sigma. Thank you, sir. Welcome. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. T. Kumaresan. He is the Executive Vice President and Head of the Mining and Metals Division of Larsen & Toubro. Mr. Kumaresan serves as Vice President and Head of the M&M Business Unit at L&T Construction, headquartered in Avadi, Tamil Nadu. He is a seasoned professional with extensive experience in project management, engineering, and leadership in the construction and engineering industries. Mr. Kumaresan holds a Bachelor of Technology degree in Mechanical Engineering from the Government College of Engineering, Salem. He has further enriched his professional expertise by completing prestigious programs such as the Advanced Management Program in Organizational Leadership. Additionally, he is a fellow engineer of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers, highlighting his technical and engineering expertise. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Kumaresan. Thank you, sir. Our last eminent guest is Mr. Mohinder Rajput. He is Managing Director of Vesuvius India Limited, where he is steering the company's commitment to sustainable growth and pioneering innovation in the refractory industry. With an impressive 18-year career spanning global markets, Mohinder has built a reputation for transformative leadership across roles in general management, sales, corporate development, and strategic consulting. Before joining Vesuvius, he held pivotal positions at industry giants like Hilti, the Boston Consulting Group, and JSW Steel, accumulating expertise in corporate strategy, production management, and market expansion. His visionary approach and tactical precision have consistently driven top-tier business growth, optimizing operational efficiency, and led complex, high-impact projects across diverse regions. Mr. Mohinder holds a bachelor's degree in metallurgy from Punjab Engineering College and an MBA from Harvard University, both of which underpin his strong technical and strategic acumen. A round of applause for all the participants now. Thank you, sirs, for agreeing to be a part of the panel. I know it's a late evening. We're looking forward to a very lively session. And now to moderate the session, we have with us Mr. Bibhu Misra, who is the advisor of Hindalco. And he happens to be the last year's convener. And he is currently advisor of Hindalco Group. He's a graduate of National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, and Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai. He also has an MBA from Heriot-Watt University. He has worked in all the three Indian aluminum majors, Nalco, Vedanta, and Hindalco. He has global experience with Aluminum Bahrain and BHP Billiton. He was the convener for IIM-ATM 2023, which concluded at Bhubaneswar last year. Welcome, sir. We're looking forward to a very lively and vigorous discussion. Thank you.
On this evening, I'm welcoming you all for a very nice discussion. And because I think many of the people, they will be really interested to see your global perspective as you run huge companies, quite responsible positions, lot of tough work. And also thank you all for spending this time for our audience. I hope they will enjoy it. And also, if we get a bit of time, we will have few questions from the audience. We have got certain mics set, and from those mics, you can come and ask questions. And we'll see how the session goes and how much time we'll get. But I think that if we can do few questions, it will be also nice. So past. Okay. See, normally, I report to Mr. Satish Pai, so, he has all the opportunity to grill me, and now I have got a big audience and I have the chance to do the grilling. So, Satish, the question to you, the first question, in fact, is that, let us say, in aluminum making, China is number one, almost more than 40 million tons. India is number two at around 4.2 million tons. In this, how do you see the growth panning out? Like what sort of growth you are seeing and what sort of constraints may come which may curtail our growth? So just want to know your view on this.
I think aluminium, just like Mr. Sajjan Jindal was saying about steel, I think India is now growing at about, let's say 7 to 8% CAGR year on year. Some years it can be more, some years it will be less. So roughly in 5-6 years, your demand keeps doubling. So everybody knows and is adding capacity to meet that demand. But the problems from an aluminium point of view is that it's very energy intensive. And today, any new demand, you have to look at what is your source of power. Because if you're going to use thermal coal to produce aluminium, then your carbon footprint will be too high. And hence, your ability to serve many of your customer demands is a problem. So that is one of the restrictions that you will have to look at, which is how do you get low carbon or renewable energy. The second thing is a lot of metal demand is going to be met by recycling. In the aluminium industry, already 30% of the aluminium used worldwide on an average is using recycled or secondary metal. Now, since recycled metal has a zero carbon footprint, everybody is trying to recycle more, driven by sustainability objectives. So I think that if you take a company like Hindalco, we are trying to expand our primary smelting, and at the same time, we are setting up quite substantial recycling facilities as well. So my prediction is that most companies will follow a sort of a 50-50 type, trying to go primary as well as secondary to meet that demand. So the interesting thing here is that recycling technology, handling more types of complicated scrap, separating out alloys, all this real metallurgical issues are going to become more and more important going forward.
Okay, thank you. I think also a similar challenge is there for the steel industry. So I will move to Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathod, Chief Operating Officer and whole-time Director, JSW. I think like aluminum, in steel also we are in the number 2 position, but I think far below China. And also, I think beyond that also there is a lot of other competition, a lot of imports happening, and we are also, in lot of stress in terms of, import-related challenges. So what are your views and how do you see the growth and how do you see, the Indian companies facing these challenges?
Yeah, so I was just trying to calculate 4.5 million, China 40, so almost 8 times.
Yeah.
And if you look at India, India last year consumed 136 million ton of steel and China was close to 800 plus. Maybe they exported 70 million, so more or less same ratio. So that means the challenge is same more or less from China, whether it is steel or aluminium. But looking at steel per se, I would say India is probably the bright spot, because if you look at the consumption for last 3 to 4 years, it's more than double digit. Last year, the year before we consumed 120 million ton, last year we consumed 136 million. In first half of this year, we are already consumed 73 million ton. So if you go at this pace, probably, and we all know that H2 is always better than H1 because monsoon is not there and the government also had elections, so didn't spend much money. So now, whatever leftover money they should spend on capex, which we know 11 lakh crore of rupees on infra. So I'm sure this year we will cross 150 million ton, maybe closer to 155 million. So again, close to 12 to 13% of consumption. So as far as growth is concerned, India have a very bright future. India, earlier we were not having a, good quality production. A lot of challenges when we compete with because today it's become a global, industry. So we have built capability, we have built capacity, and we have built the, quality product also. Today we are competing with almost, whole world. India is exporting. In fact, if I look at JSW Steel, we are exporting more than 100 countries. And our product portfolio, if I say, we vary from 10 to 20% export to rest of the world, and 80% gets consumed in India. So opportunities are large. We within JSW Steel have a plan. Today we are at 34.5 million ton Indian capacity, and if I add overseas operation, we are at 36.5. Our plan is to become a 50 million ton company by 2030-31. So, so opportunity in terms of is huge, I would say. India, and in fact, because of this, everything is being pumped in India. If I look at import coming within India, has almost become double. It was 4.5 million ton of import coming to India in 2020, if I remember correctly. Today it has become close to 10 million tons. So the imports in India have become double. India has become a net importer. So everybody wants to, find ways and means to bring steel in India. We have signed FTA with many countries with zero duty. If I calculate China, South Korea, Japan and Vietnam, they have almost 400 million ton of steel surplus. So they have to, export out of their country. So you can imagine the pressure. So challenges are a lot, though the opportunity is there, but the opportunity brings challenges also. So you want to talk about challenges also now, or
maybe we'll catch up
later, because
once
one side is very bright, but then opportunity also brings a lot of challenges, which you need strategy, you need policy advocacy from government of India. Little bit of support is required. So, but then in the morning hours, we were hearing a lot of words called perseverance, those words will help us, the steel industry, to tide over these challenges. Yeah. Thank you.
I think one common thing we talked about both is that, the sustainability related challenges and all we are talking about. So my question to our third panelist, Mr. Gajendra Panwar, who is the MD and CEO of Danieli India, will be on sustainability. First thing is that because you have worked with many of these European companies who are so much passionate about sustainability, they have developed many of the technologies, and of course there is always a flow of technology from Europe to India. So how far it is going to continue? What are your views on sustainability? And how those things, some of those new technologies and all can be deployed in our country? So some view on that.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before I answer your question on sustainability, briefly about Danieli, because Tata, JSW, everybody knows, but Danieli, maybe the youngsters, young metallurgists may not know, Danieli is a technology provider to steel and aluminum and copper industry. When I say technology, it is not just machine learning and artificial intelligence, that is the last part of it. We start from mechanical engineering, we do entire electrical automation, all the equipment design for producing steel and for producing aluminum or for producing copper. So we are the technology provider. I'm sitting here with my customers, most of them, my esteemed customers here. To answer your question about sustainability, Mr. Rathore mentioned about competitiveness and price is going down, but I think this is really temporary, which people, experts like Mr. Rathore, they are well versed with the cyclicity of steel, and they will come out of this phase in maybe few quarters as far as the steel prices are concerned. But the real critical issue is the carbon neutrality, the ESG compliances. The competitiveness in future will come from these issues. The carbon footprint, everybody knows, if I talk of steel only, it gives a very huge share of the carbon footprint is by steel industry. So we need to see how to get the sustainability of steel industry. And if I tell you what you asked about, what the Western world is doing, what the global companies are doing outside India, many of these companies are taking this very seriously. They are changing their production processes completely. Even if I talk of steel, the major steel producers in Western world, Europe, and wherever there is natural gas available, they are shifting major part of their production like blast furnaces to gas-based DRI. I know it because from the experience of Danieli, we are executing almost 10, 11 DRI, gas-based DRI plants. We have a special technology, we call it energy iron, which is developed along with Tenova. So these technologies are there to bring the footprint of steel towards the carbon neutrality. And this is the trend we have to work for. And I can talk about it more, but then ultimately most important is that even companies are ready to change their production processes. India has a challenge, we don't have natural gas, but then there are many, many government initiatives to bring gas, to increase the natural gas availability. ONGC is doubling their capacity. There are many, the natural gas pipelines being laid to steel cities, to Angul, to Bokaro. Even the west to east natural gas line is being extended to Bhilai, Chhattisgarh. There are many such initiatives. The gas will become available. I think we have to switch from coal-based DRI plant to gas-based DRI plant, and many more technologies which I can talk about. separately, or if there is another question about it, to help the steel industry to bring down its carbon footprint?
Thank you. Now the next again we'll come back to steel industry. We'll talk about, listen to Mr. Chaitanya Bhanu, Vice President Operation, Tata Steel. He has built his whole career with Tata Steel, I think from 1991 or 92, and he has worked in all the areas, has got a lot of experience in steel making. Just compared to maybe JSW, as far as CBAM and all the things are concerned, you must be in a much more comfortable position because you have got operations in other global areas and all. So how do you see this? And also, I'll be interested to know, or my audience, they will be interested to know your great stride which happened, I think, few years back when you were trying to do the green steel using hydrogen. We heard about that, it was in the news, then suddenly it has dissipated. Is that program still on? Success, failure? Just a little bit on that.
Thanks, Bibu. So let me start by talking about sustainability. This word, actually, we have narrowed it down in our region to carbon emissions. But actually, in some ways, sustainability is your right to operate in an environment, and who gives you, that's the other question. Does the government give it to you? Or does the local society give it to you? So I'll tell you an interesting anecdote from our, because you mentioned about the European operations. So we have a plant in place called IIM-ATM, which is in the Netherlands. It's a 7 million ton plant, a world-class plant. Next to it, there are some villages. So somebody analyzed some dust which had come and settled on the window panes of their houses, and of course on the cars also. And they found some zinc and lead in it. It became big news, although the zinc and lead was 1/10 of the regulatory levels of Netherlands. But it became a big issue. And we were told to do some corrections, which our Netherlands plant did, including now we are building a wind barrier, which is 50 feet high across the plant. Costs a few million euros. By the time we addressed it, the discussion had shifted. Somebody did a health study, and they presented it in the parliament, saying that anybody who lives around IIM-ATM, his lifespan reduces by 2 months. 2 months, and it became big news. The same report which was tabled in parliament also said that if you were staying in Amsterdam, your life would reduce by 6 months. But that was overlooked. So again, we were on mat. Our senior management had to do a lot of defense work in and around in parliament and with the local community. So after closing that issue, now another issue has come, which is about odor or sense of smell. So they are saying that our coke plant, which is a byproduct plant which makes specialty chemicals, some odor comes out of it, which is not good for health. So now we are battling that. We've already got a notice, and they say if you don't address it, the plant will be closed in next 15 days. So this subject of sustainability is not limited to, I'll say, just CO2, carbon, or water, etc. Even just to, exercise a right to operate is becoming more and more difficult. And we are using, learning this as a playbook, I'll say, because we expect the same thing to happen in, at least in Jamshedpur. Because our Jamshedpur works happens to be in the middle of the town. And same kind of activism or social activism we expect to come there also. And we need to be very vigilant. Just meeting regulations or government norms is today not good enough. That's the biggest challenge, I think, for the steel industry. One is how you define sustainability. How do your stakeholders define sustainability? How does government define the sustainability? And of course, all this put together will make it, I think, more and more challenging environment for the industry to operate. So to just for the right, people say right to grow. I'll say even right to operate will become a challenge maybe in the years to come.
Okay. And about that experiment on hydrogen.
Blast furnaces, somebody, I think Professor Pistorius was around and he explained that around 1.5 kgs per ton of 1.5 kgs per kg you can get as low as that
I
in
think
a blast
2 tons
furnace.
of hydrogen can replace.
Yeah, so
no,
it can
4
replace.
ton
So we did
yeah.
that trial. But the problem with hydrogen is that to generate it economically is a big issue today. And when you use electrolysis, you use 70% of the efficiency when you electrolyze water with electricity. When your electricity itself is not green, losing another 30% right now doesn't make sense. You would rather make your electricity green with 100% efficiency than to use green electricity and generate hydrogen with 70% efficiency. So I think it's a little away. But yes, we used it as a trial and the results were promising. And I can say that maybe 20% reduction or 25% reduction in the net carbon emissions from the blast furnace are possible. But till the hydrogen becomes economically viable. So we have heard Mukesh Ambani's statement about some $2 a ton and let's $1 a ton. So we are also eagerly waiting when does that happen so that we can inject.
Okay, thank you. Now the next panelist is T. Kumarsan. He is the EVP and head of the M&M Metals and Mining in L&T. So, you know, while we have got so many challenges in so many areas and, you know, you are a project person and if you see the projects, when we say that, you know, we are in number 2 and we are growing up and all, so there are plenty of opportunities in the project, okay? Or in a way, if we are growing at around 7%, that means every 9 years, everything has to be double. Means now if you are doing one project, without asking, you will get another, okay? So how do you see the challenges there and how L&T and your department, they are trying to, you know, face this?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. First of all, my esteemed customers, Pai sir, Ratan sir, Chaitanya Banu, and all my fellow panelists. A warm good evening to everyone. A brief about my business. L&T Minerals and Metals is the vertical of Larsen & Toubro. We serve the metal industry for more than 5 decades. I personally have more than 33 years experience in L&T. We provide complete solutions, end-to-end solution as an EPC solution provider across the value chain of metals, like from steel, aluminum, copper, zinc, and recently we have added gold also into our portfolio. Probably next time when you visit the jewelry shop to buy gold for your loved ones, you might be ending up buying the gold from the plant designed, supplied, constructed, and commissioned by Larsen & Toubro. Having said that, coming to the project requirements and challenges, you know, India is the fastest growing economy in the world at the CAGR rate of 7%. Then, as per the elasticity index, the metal industry has to grow at the rate of 8%. It has got its own challenges. If I put that today, that installed capacity is very close to 150 million, and various government policies and others says it will reach 300 million by 2031. But if I put a conservative 100 million of steel addition in the next 5 to 6 years' time, because the government has come out with a lot of initiatives of National Infrastructure Plan, spending 111 lakh crore in the next 5-6 years. That means a bright future for the metal industry. So if I put a rough calculations that Mr. Paisov and that Mr. Rathore said that, you know, I'm adding 100 million ton to the steel industry in the next 5 to 6 years. and maybe 4 million ton of aluminium, 2 million ton each of copper and zinc. This means that 20 blast furnaces. When I started my career, that the model was that 1 million, then it graduated to 3 million ton steel. Now it has gone to 5 million ton. So that means 20 blast furnaces of large blast furnaces, 20 steel melt shop, corresponding pellet plant, coke oven, all these things have to be made. But it comes with a challenge. The challenge is that my previous speakers, Mr. Panwar and Mr. Chaitanya Bhanu talked about, that sustainable steel growth. Today, globally that energy transition is happening. Moving to cleaner energy, and the steel making, especially in steel making, the traditional way of making the BF route is replaced by maybe DRI and electric arc furnace route. Probably that energy is not that easily available, and that is not cheap, but in Middle East is taking the lead, and that at least I'm able to see that 10 million ton of steel in the Middle East region is going through that DRI, electric arc furnace route. Coming to that, again, that aluminium, it is again energy intensive unit. The making that is going to change the way that we have done that, blast furnace that we cannot do. And we at Larsen & Toubro that fully geared up, and we as an EPC provider that, I have 650 plus engineers serving this business with 2 state-of-the-art workshops. Again, the challenges are plenty. Indian steel industry is that more than 125 years old, and still we look for European countries or the technologies for the basic processes. We depend upon them. Same is the case in aluminium, same is the case in the copper and zinc. The challenges are, how do we implement these projects in faster? We have made a study. I'll answer both the questions together. Recent McKinsey report, if you see, 98% of the projects which has got the capex over $2 billion got delayed and suffered in terms of, cost and time overrun. At the same breath, the 60% of the time overrun and 40% of the cost overrun has happened. In India, that you might have seen that, the government data says 500,000 crores worth of cost overrun is in the infrastructure or state-owned projects which they are implementing. The next is 7 out of 10 projects which is completed on time is that EPC mode, and also the client took the driver's seat to drive the project. Client brings out all the stakeholders together, be it the client, be it the consultant, be it the contractor and suppliers. That is the first part, which is that how do we collaborate and make a things. And today that if you split into the fragmented packages, if you don't make a large company responsible for implementing this, so what's happening is that so many interfaces have to be managed. Still we depend upon majority of the inputs from the, the technology and thereby, and my CMD is driving a rule across our company is that the 2030 rule. That means 20% of the time of the contract period that engineering should get over. That means majority of the engineering, 80 to 90% of the engineering should get over. 30% of the contract period time, the major, that means again 80 to 90% of the equipments to be ordered in order to deliver on time. Today that, most difficult job is Indian industry that, the Gulf and here the difference is, their first 1 year that nothing happens unless until you are ready with, you have ordered and ready with 70 to 80% of the engineering with you, you are not allowed to touch the ground. Probably that my esteemed customers can take note of it, which is there in the many data. So how do we together work and bring it to the 2030? The balance period, the construction is the most challenging one to implement the project at time. Especially that, today the metals industry, which is in the remote locations, the projects have to be implemented. India is growing such a rapid growth today that workman also has got a choice to choose his place of work. Given a choice to choose the location between the urban cities and that remote locations, he tend to use that urban cities. So we need to work that we do a lot of things to do bridge this gap. The next is the skill gap. The skill gap is not only on that workmen and also that the engineer, the talent. Today, not many engineers come to this core industry. Everyone want to go to that IT industry for the greener pastures. When they come to the core industry also, even we recruit that in my division, I recruit 250 engineers from the top class engineering colleges. Of course, I don't recruit from IITs because they don't stay with us. All NITs and the good colleges. But out of that also, people don't want to go to site. They think that they are very good at building the plant, sitting in the computer, in their desk and in the desktop. Nobody wants to take the, go to the site and to do the hard work. End of the day, the plant has to be built in the ground. So I can keep on talking. I think these are the challenges. For the customers, my customers, everybody says, when I go, the first one is, there is a shortage of labor. Let me take a couple of minutes of, one is shortage of labor, another one is, see, implementing in the domestic projects, we have 12 months, right? But the project which we can work is that only 3 months. If I take a financial year starting, April to June, the excessive heat conditions where if you go to east, where that Odisha, and especially majority of the projects are happening in Odisha, the heat level goes during the peak. It is, in some cities, touches 50 degrees. People can't touch the steel to do the job. And next, when it is completed, we just enter in the monsoon. Again, the 3 months, which is whether it is east or west, the monsoon is uniform across. If you see that last year, because I'm taking the privilege of taking JSW Bellary plant, if you see there, the rainfall is one of the highest in the last 50 years. Normally, that area doesn't see that much rain. So we have crossed that excessive heat, unfriendly climatic conditions, then monsoon, then we enter into October, the great Indian festival comes into the picture. Where you have no option. You have no option, that keeping those fellows are different. Paisab used to tell me that you have to go gender, maybe the geographic diversity or the whatever the diversity, but we are trying, but still, if you see the data again, there is a shortage of skilled workmen. According to the data Teamlist HR consulting firm, which released, the current shortage is 138 million skilled workmen, which is up almost at 10%. 2 years before, it was 121 million. Having said that, L&D engage 400,000 workmen across all sites. Still, you might have seen my every quarterly review, my CMD comes and tells us, still we are facing that, 8 to 10% shortage across our project sites. And it is not that, the skill, India is a young country, but not many people are willing to come to that, construction industry. Of course, that what we are doing is the Skill India, and we also have that 8 CSTA, Construction Skill Training Institutes. These institutes help us to, source the workmen from the rural area. We bring them, we give the curriculum, train them in their skill set, and giving them that of the class and that site, and that is only helping us to, feed the gap. Still, sir, we are trying the remaining things. I have to live with this problem. What we are doing is, today, we are using extensive digital right from the workman entering from the gate to till he goes back to his home. And we are providing with better living conditions. And for me, the problem is not mobilization. We are able to mobilize, but the biggest challenge is how do I retain the workmen at site, at the remote locations? And the retaining is becoming a big challenge, and probably that we have to collectively take a step that some better living conditions, which we can generate during the construction stage, the same can be utilized for the maintenance or something. If I compare with the Gulf, the person who goes, he has to first deposit his passport, he cannot come back. He cannot come back for his, Diwali, Holi, or whatever, Chhat Puja, he cannot come back. One is that is the first filter, he can't come back. The second filter is, the only difference between staff and workmen in the Gulf market is the size of the room. The worker also treated with full dignity. The workman also get the first, if I have to mobilize the workman, first I have to show him that where I am going to accommodate him. It's all air-conditioned accommodation. Maybe a staff may get a bigger room, but he will get a fantastic room with the good cot facilities and all. Then the food has to be provided to him. When the food is to provided to him, and the second is the conveyance, all this thing. And most importantly, he does not have any place to spend the money, because in the countries like KSA and all that, whatever he earns comes back to his family as a earnings. So probably that, some, as a part of that, all my esteemed customers are here, as a part of the project, if some of this budget has been allocated to the better living condition, better facilities, which examines that all the EPC contractors, so that will go in a long way to retain the workmen. Finally, we are faced with a lot of challenges, but which also gives a lot of opportunity to save the construction industry. And with this, I am sure with the collaboration of my esteemed customers and every EPC contractors like us, we will find a better solution and reach the Viksit Bharat by adding 100 million ton of steel.
Thanks,
Thank
Kumar
you,
sir.
thank you very much.
You are in the hot seat at the center, but you have defended yourself very well. Okay, half of the questions, so it's all were answered.
He did not defend. He said he explained why he is late and why he should be paid more.
Paid for. Okay. So now we'll come to Mr. Mohinder Rajput, Managing Director, Vesuvius India Limited. Like there is a lot of discussion that with better refractory management, the fuel consumption can be reduced. It can give us, it can help us in our journey towards decarbonization. Just before going to all those details, can you please tell us a little bit about the refractory market, what is happening there and all? Because sometimes when we get so focused on our core things of making aluminum, steel and others, we know that, okay, refractory will come one day, will be used, and then one day we'll remove. Okay, so can you take us a little bit in the right journey on the refractory market, what is happening, and what are the latest on that?
To start on a lighter note, especially for the young engineers out there, in our industry we have a saying that refractory is the mother of the metal. That's how I would like to start. Now, if you look at the last 100 years, whether it's aluminum or it's steel, if you compare how many kgs of refractory went into making 1 ton of metal in the 1920s or 1910s, and you compare that to the number today, you will see a steady downward graph. Now, it's good. However, when we talk of today, we are in a very interesting situation. The refractory industry, at least when it comes to volumes, is a contracting. It's a shrinking industry for two reasons. One is, the refractory industry invests a lot of money in R&D every year to come up with ideas to consume less refractory per ton of metal. So the volumes go down because of that. And secondly, I think all of us know what is happening around us for example, the steel industry. There are not many bright spots in the world. India is a bright spot. Middle East is also a bright spot. But, rest everywhere, the situation is not very good. And I always like to say, if the metal industry is like a whale, the refractory industry is that, that relatively small fish
which swims next to the whale, which has a symbiotic relationship with the whale. We are like that, when the industry goes up, we go up. When the whale goes down, we go down. So essentially, that's what is happening now with China being the biggest refractory market. As the metal sector contracts in China, it creates pressure on the refractory industry as well. And when it comes to India, I should not complain. First of all, India is a bright spot in the metal industry. But as of today, I am in a very unique situation. I'm not sitting in between Mr. Rathod and Mr. Pai, but the refractory industry is often in between Mr. Rathod and Mr. Pai. Mr. Rathod says, oh, China problem, steel price is at, I don't know, $450. I can't, you have to go down, down, down. And then and I go to Mr. Pai and I say, well, this is what Mr. Rathod is saying. Mr. Pai will say, aluminum prices are through the roof, my friend. So you want my alumina? Well, you have to pay. Otherwise, I'll go make aluminum out of that alumina. So the refractory industry has that unique challenge when it comes to today's environment. But I'm very confident, there are more opportunities out there than there are challenges. This fish has gone up and down with the whale over the last 100 years, and we will weather this storm as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Now, of course, we will take some question from audience. So you have got the first round. Please be ready with your questions. But before that, just a little bit few more questions. Mr. Panwar was talking about the new technologies which are emerging and all. If you can, enlighten us.
Thank you once again. So actually, I wanted to continue on that because it's so important. This is something which is happening so widely about shifting the processes from blast furnace to gas-based DRI. And in India, of course, India is the largest DRI producer in the world, even surpassing China. So DRI is one thing where we beat China. But we are producing from coal because we have abundant coal. And but that's the challenge also. We need to see that if we can find ways to shift from this coal to gas-based DRI plants, and as I was telling earlier, that gas availability will be increasing. Government is coming up with even coal gasification projects to help the industry. Also to future, everybody says hydrogen is far away, but one day that will also happen. Every technology takes some time. Initially, people are doubting about it. Apart from this, the primary side, iron making side, in steel making, the trend is to go for electric steel making. The electric steel making using the hot DRI or cold DRI or scrap, that is another technology. And if I talk of Danieli, can provide a technology where you can do continuous feeding of hot DRI. You have the technology which is operating with the electric arc furnaces operating with Q1 technology, which actually has given a big flexibility to save the power consumption, electrode consumption. But a new thing is that this can also work on renewable energy. In earlier days, electric arc furnace means 100 ton electric arc furnace would mean 100 MVA transformer. But now, no more. The transformers are modular. The electronics are being used. And this can also work on renewable energy. So going forward, if everybody says we are going to reach 50% electricity by renewable energy, then I think that is also going to be the case for electric steel making. And with the increase of scrap generation in coming years, not immediately, maybe a few decades, that will come handy. So gas-based DRI, electric steel making. And finally, very important is that more and more steel companies are going for endless casting and rolling, shifting from conventional slab casting technology and then to hot strip mill. They are converting it into combined process where they are casting thin slab and rolling directly. This technology, which is for Danieli, we call it Danieli Universal Endless. This technology is bringing down the energy consumption. It is now able to produce almost all grades of steel. Danieli is continuously doing research on improving the quality of the output using the machine learning, artificial intelligence, quality management system, so that even the grades which were not able to produce a few years back, we are able to produce with this endless casting and rolling technology. Whereas on the long side, that is there also, endless casting and rolling technology is pretty successful. Even in India, we have 2 plants built under construction for Tata Steel and secondary producer JRD Tata. There also, the endless casting and rolling, we call it MIDA, is bringing down the energy requirement because there is no reheating furnace in between. So the ideal route for India going forward will be, apart from, of course, there will be blast furnaces because we have abundance of coke and coal, but then more and more, even integrated steel plants are shifting some of their expansions towards this gas-based DRI, electric steel making, and endless casting and rolling. That will also help them to bring down their CO2 emission and to make them competitive to be able to sell in other Western world where there will be this carbon tax challenge going forward. So this is what I wanted to tell about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think also we had a little bit story which didn't end. That was with Mr. Rathod. He was going to talk about some of the challenges and all. I think we moved on. So I think you were talking about some of the internal challenges and maybe some of the sustainability related things you were starting.
No, yeah, so because we all say India is a bright place for growth of steel, but then there are challenges. Like if you'll see the brightness in the way that India's last 3-4 years consumption, if you see, it is almost 1.8 times of GDP, which even economy like Japan, Korea, China in 60s, 70s and 80s, they were consuming 1.5 times of GDP. So in fact, we are, at a more consumption rate than what they have done, those economies. So, but then the challenges are, the first, I would say, I will talk about quickly, briefly, about 3-4 challenges. One is, this global trade disorder, which I touched a little bit first time, that though India is growing, but then this predatory pricing, which is, squeezing your margins, because when you want to expand, you have to earn and invest. That's the second challenge, which both go hand in hand, because if you don't make money, you don't invest. And if you look at the consumption at, let's say, 12 to 13%, that means every year you have to add 15 million ton of steel production, because you are at 150, let's say. So even 12 to 13 means 15 to 20 million ton of extra facility has to come in. That means you cannot have a route like, scrap or DRI until unless you have a, capsules of 5 million ton each. And that is how the blast furnace is becoming most prominent route of growth. So first is this disturbance in trade. Second one is you need to earn and invest. That's the second challenge. And the third challenge is securing your, raw material. If you look at countries like, Indonesia, China, they protect their raw material. But what we are doing in India is we are exporting raw material and importing steel. So, both undesirable situation which is happening in India, though we have some penalty or some barrier on high-grade iron ore, but people have found ways and out by mixing low-grade with high-grade and able to export out of India. So, that's securing raw material is the third challenge. I would say we need to work on advocacy. We need to find some policy corrections so that We know we earn more money by exporting finished goods than raw material, you know. The fourth challenge is the sustainability. I mean, though there are a lot of improvements done through technology like DRI route, scrap anyway is not available because we are a net importer. I mean, we consume, let's say, around 30 million ton of scrap. Internally, we have 22, 23 million tons. 7 to 8 million ton of scrap is still being imported. And as European countries or US switching over, stopping their blast furnace, switching over to scrap route, they will ban export out of those countries. So availability of scrap will become a challenge. DRI, you can go, but we all know that quality of Indian iron ore is deteriorating. So you need to work on beneficiation, and probably there's some help because you need a land where to put a beneficiation plant, you need water for that. We should be allowed to put beneficiation plant at the mine head so that you save, I mean, India logistic cost is very high. So you need to, shift less material to your plant through, pipe conveyor or slurry pipeline conveyor, and also that so we need a lot of in terms of advocacy and policy correction from government of India so that this can be done on that part. Because I probably feel that sustainability is all right. I will call, even like people are discussing what Mr. Bhanu said rightly, it's not only the CO2, but there are multiple challenges in terms of sustainability. So we have to go for best of technology. That is what is in our hand. Whether Coco-1 battery, emission, the charging emission, CO2 consumption, dust level, which we go for best available technology. In India, the norms are 30, 40 grams in terms of dust. All the facility which being built in JSW, we follow European norms. We built at 10 milligram of dust level. Though you have relaxation statutorily, but no compromise on BAT, which is in our hand. So multiple challenges. Now we have to work on blast furnace, how we can, reduce CO2 generation by cutting down on CO2 on fuel rate. So multiple, options are available, I would say, which is my control, increasing scrap, improving 1% of, if I increase 1% of Fe, I reduce 15 to 20 kg of slag. If I reduce that, then I save 4 to 5 kg of fuel rate. Then I reduce 15 kg of CO2. See, that's the relation between CO2 and Fe, 1% of Fe reduced. So I can share one example. We have run at our Vijayanagar plant a program called SEED, which basically was meant to reduce CO2. And you will not believe that by material efficiency and operational efficiency, we could find out close to 400 to 500 kg reduction in CO2 by simply working on existing operations, forget about new technology. And so far in last 1.5 years, we have been able to cut down close to 100 to 150 kg of CO2. And there is a scope for another 200 to 300. So we have to tighten our belts to come over this sustainability challenges, something which is in my control or our control. And as he said, by the time hydrogen become commercially viable, I can go to DRI if the modules are much larger, though DRI has started coming out with the 2.5 million ton or so, then I can switch over to 100% hydrogen, probably, let's say some breakthrough technology comes up to reduce the cost of hydrogen. So challenges are many, but I think steel industry is, ready to face those challenges, because this decade, I probably would say, is a golden decade for steel industry when so much of consumption happening, 1.8 times of GDP, we cannot miss the bus. So we cannot miss the bus of growth. But we need to, as a responsible corporate, we need to balance between growth and sustainability. So all steel industry, Tata Steel, JSW, AMNS, SAIL, trying to put their heads together and how we can find solution for these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we heard a lot about the challenges, which means also that a lot of opportunities are there. straight away, directly, we heard from Kumar San how not having the right people is affecting our industry. And in fact, when Satish was the president IIM, that whole year he was trying to bring in more and more young people to, to the material field. Maybe Satish, you can summarize your experience, because sometimes, you used to take that group of young people and you will have a special session with them. So what is your insight or anything the CEOs or the company heads and all, they need to do which they are not doing, or the young generation need to do they are not doing? Any insights?
Well, I hope the young generation attending the IIM is convinced that working in factories is good. But I think Kumaresan actually said some of the right things. I think the working environment and the facilities that we provide, the lifestyle that we can give in these remote plants is becoming increasingly more important. I don't think the people are going to work in very difficult and remote places like my generation did. They will now want a much better quality of life. So the other thing that is a difference is that before, when you went onto a shop floor, you needed to do a lot of physical and manual type of exertion. Today, with automation and new technology, the level of computers, the level of IoT, AI that you see in a steel or aluminum mill is very high. So it's not that you are going to do a lot of physical work, but still the locations are not in the middle of Bangalore or Bombay city. So I think that on one hand, you need the corporates to provide a much better conditions of life, much better advancements, and frankly, maybe more salaries. Because, people, most of my engineering classmates ended up in banks, which I think, all of IIT Madras mechanical engineers ending up in investment banking is a pretty big waste of engineering talent. But I think they will go there because they get paid a lot more. So I think that it's also important that corporates realize that for manufacturing and engineering to be attractive to the new generation, the way that we pay and compensate will also have to change. So I think these are some of the compromises or challenges we have to meet, because if we can't get a next young generation of engineers to come and work, even if Kumaresan builds them, somebody has to run them at the end. And I think that, if you take in Hindalco, before, a shop floor worker would be a class 10 or a class 12 pass. Today, the minimum hiring that we do is a diploma engineer. So that's the minimum qualification required to work in an Hindalco shop floor now, because the level of automation is so high. The amount of computers used is so high. So this is why we need engineers on the shop floor, and then hence we have to make engineering an attractive career opportunity. And I think this is what is one of the biggest things that we are working on. We are making progress, but I think that this is still probably the one thing that's going to define whether India misses the boat or not. Because even if you build all these plants and you do all that, you still have to get people to go to some of these places and actually run the plants.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take one or two questions from the audience. I can hear the music at the background, so I think the cultural people, they are ready for their performance. Maybe a few questions. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, hi, good evening. My name is Sanjay Shivnani. I'm from Hindalco. And my question is directed at Mr. Kumarasan. I hope I've got the name right. Apologies if I haven't, Mr. Kumarasan. You're also sitting right in the center. So, so during your talk, you particularly touched on, you mentioned that you hire 200, 250 engineer trainees every year. So my question, I've got two questions. Actually, it's one question in two parts. Part A, part B is, do you have a problem in hiring, or is it a problem of retaining? So that's part one. Part B is, what are you doing to overcome this? Because you touched several times on this problem of manpower and people and human resource, so to say. Because we've been going round and round, as far as I know, for the last 20 years, industry-academia partnership. And it seems to be always pele up story. So, but I'm keen to understand what L&T is doing about it, specifically on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Singhania Sahab. It's a very, very challenging question. Let me answer that your question in two parts. L&T is, chosen as a great place to work. We attract talent. Every year, L&T as a whole, we get almost 114,000, applications, and 422 colleges we go for campus entries. The success rate is less than 4%. We recruit 2,500 graduate engineers, across L&T as a company. Out of that, 250 is for minerals and metals alone. So to answer your question, there is no problem in, getting the people on board, getting the talent on board. Again, retaining them. Today if you see L&T as a board, I'm 33 years. My CMD is just completing 40 years in the company. We believe in one life, one company. Most of the leadership team are started their career from GET and today's stage, which is not the case. Mr. Pfizer emphasized that. In today's generation, there are a lot of peer pressure. They come and ask that, retaining, today that, work from anywhere, not even work from home. I said that we have taken a complete policy, it will not work. You have to come to workplace and work. And if you see that, why the construction side, Red Hot Sun, because he also have that a lot of, his acquaintances, his college, his friends working in a different location in a much work from anywhere, 4 or 4.5 days. So that is the one challenge. Now, what are we going to do it? Some of the things that which we have taken initiatives that L&T has got a, step 7 leadership program. Start with HR. Means every stage, the training we provide that, world-class institutions. The first step is starting from our internal, which we call it as an executive development program. And step 2, step 3 and all that IIMs comes to our campus in Lonavala. And the step 4, step 5 and all, that is again, INSEAD and Harvard Business School comes to our places and give the training. And we also then, step 6 is again that we used to send people to their campuses, London Business School, INSEAD, Fontainebleau and Singapore. Having said that, this is one part. The second part is we show them the growth. There is no limit for meritorious, candidates. Again, we choose within 2 to 3 years, they get an opportunity to go to Build India Scholarship, which is a flagship program, which we are doing with IIT Madras and IIT Delhi. And now NIT Surathkal, NIT Trichy, also we have expanded. That is the one program. Similarly, when it comes to MBA also, that we tied up with best of the best institutes, IIM, and that we sponsor them and doing the job. And second thing is that this is one. Another thing is that, between the site and, majority of the people have to work at site. For them, we have also got a different career path. If you see anybody that will accept, the site work is that I have also risen from ranks in this company. Site work, one has to, slog at least anywhere between 12 to 14 hours. Today, you like it or not like it, still we are not able to catch up the schedule. Today, people are not willing to put the, that much hard work at site. The other way is we'll have to live with that, as there are many technologies, many automation comes. We have kept across L&T. If we do one project to the next project, how do we reduce 20 to 25% of workmen compared to the previous project? By doing digital, AI, modularization, taking out of work out of site. So all these things that, one is that is some of the, still we believe that, we are the attrition rate is single digit only, which is very good comparable to the industry. we need to strike a right balance between retaining these people and continuously making, HR initiatives to retain. Thank you.
Mr. Singhania probably, gave him an easier question. So the difficult question is retaining the, the people, labor on the, on the project, the electrician, the fitter, the plumber. So he answered the easier question. So, maybe if the time doesn't permit, we'll discuss this later. Thank you.
Okay, I think, okay, it's a rapid fire question. Question in 30 seconds, answer in 1 minute. Finish. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, my name is Abhijit Basu. Go ahead.
So, yes, sir, this is Vishwajit. I'm a graduate from IIT Hyderabad. I'm a budding entrepreneur right now. So I got a very bunch of leadership in front of me who's leading India in deep tech spaces. So I just like to take this opportunity to ask a question. What is India doing right now? So most of you had talked about hydrogen, green energy. Mostly it comes with cryogenic spaces and cryogenic technology in forward. What is India doing right now? And if there is an opportunity for India to place themselves in advanced cryogenic technologies, like what are we doing for that? Most of you can actually take a step forward for it. But what are we doing? When I see this in abroad, I've been to Korea, I've been to Singapore, Japan. I've seen people are working towards hydrogenic trains, hydrogen projects. A lot of things are happening over there, but mostly we don't hear from India. When I actually inquired in those Korean country, like who's working? That's all Indian talent, but knowledge base is from India, but the investment is happening abroad. Why don't we take up this? Why don't we actually invest in these deep technologies and work upon it and become a very deep tech space country? Usually, what is stopping us? You being in that leadership can perfectly answer this question. If I'm wrong, please excuse me. Thank you.
So look, I think that, when I look now compared to 10 years ago to the last 5 years, the amount of new things that are being done in India is actually quite amazing. And I say this because I'm in the aluminium industry and I used to chair the International Aluminium Institute. And what we found out is that many of the things that we do from a sustainability point of view, whether it's zero waste to landfill, I can tell you that in India we do more in zero waste to landfill than many Western countries that still do use a lot of landfill. So, and if you get to biodiversity, I think we are doing a lot. If you look at renewable energy and you look at round-the-clock power, I think you can see that the Indian aluminium industry is actually doing a lot more than some of these others. You took the example of hydrogen, and hydrogen is one thing that, as Mr. Bhanu said, the jury is still out whether it makes economic sense or not. Now, the Indian government is very hot on hydrogen, but I would prefer that, we work on some of the other things where we can see easier wins. So I really believe, at least from my vantage point of view, that the amount of investment now going into new things, emerging technologies in India, maybe is not as high as it should be, but still it's significantly higher than what it was a couple of years ago. And the fact that Indian talent is visible all over the world, well, that's because we got, 1.2 billion people, so we can keep some in India and we can share some of the talent as well.
Nice. Sir, just to continue that, why don't we do private research a lot? Usually when we talk, it's mostly government-led research or the things which happen mostly in India would come through IITs or IIC Bangalore or esteemed institutions and all. Why don't we actually why don't we actually invest a lot in private development, R&D, research and development? Why don't we do it in most of the private things?
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's again a good point. But again, as I said, compared to 10 years ago, in the last few years, the private industry's investment in R&D has started to go up. But I do take your point that we are not investing enough in R&D. I think Indian industry has got very used to buying technology from Danieli in Italy or somebody else. And then what is also happening is that today you can go to China and buy at half the cost most of the technologies available. So I think I do agree with you that maybe we have to spend more in R&D than we are actually doing right now. I agree.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay, please.
Can I
From
take a
technology,
please?
yeah.
Can I give one quick question?
So since I have been in technology company and I can echo your emotion, in last, actually real liberalization happened in 91 from industrial and economic point of view. So we are pretty young from that point of view. If you see most of the technology other than software and the latest technologies we are talking about, machine learning data and all this, the real mechanical or electrical technologies, those companies have taken more than 100 years to come to this stage. And now in last 10, 15 years, we are growing leaps and bounds. And everybody says that we are taking technology from Danieli, but today, whatever plants we are doing, I would say earlier we used to do some 20, 30% part from India, but today we are able to do 80, 90% from India. So we are moving in that direction. It's just a matter of time. I think we have, absolutely. So I was about to add, we have our designers working for global projects and not just us, peer companies like us, the technology companies. So we are in that direction, exactly in that direction. And I'll be very pleased to say that today our commissioning engineers are commissioning the plants world over. Our software engineers are developing the automation for, and now as Mr. Singhania said, between industry academia, we are going much closer to academy for PhD people to work with us and even to hire PhD students in our companies so that we also get into R&D, real R&D of technology, not just taking from our parents.
And I think I'll just add, I think number of global capability center being built in India in last 1 year or 2 years, I don't know, I mean, at amazing pace. So you'll see that.
Apart from that, India is fast becoming global center for data center. All over the world that it is coming to India to store the data.
Can we do one thing? We'll close it now. What we are going to do is that the panel, they are available here because there is a cultural show, most of them. And if you have got any question, come and occupy the front seat. We will have the one-to-one discussion. I don't think you will ever get an opportunity like this to directly interact and, and get the answers. But because of the time constraint, we are closing it. Thank you all for being great audience. And thank you all the panelists.
Thank you, sirs, for a wonderful session. So the bottom line is we are optimistic and we are growing. So kindly take the seat. So what I would like to do is to give a round of applause to the panel. That was a very good discussion. So now I would like to invite Chairman of our core organizing committee, Mr. L.R. Singh, to the stage to give some mementos to our esteemed panelists. So request another round of applause before we kind of switch over to the cultural program next. Thank you, everyone. Please stay in the room. We'll start the program in a few minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very shortly, we'll begin with our entertainment program, which is kind of a showstopper. So I'll request all you to stay inside this auditorium. We'll soon begin, which will be followed by dinner. And for tomorrow also, I'll request that we'll start sharp at 9 o'clock. We have NMA program, and then it will be joined by Union Steel Minister. So I'll request all of you, all the delegates, to join us 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. And now I'll request people who are outside, please invite your friends, colleagues who have come with you to have this entertainment program, which we are going to begin very shortly. And post that, we'll open for dinner.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskara, and a warm welcome to this wonderful evening of Karnataka's rich cultural heritage. I'm Priyanka, co-founder of Twarita Arts Collective, a platform for Indian artists. Today, we are here to celebrate the vibrant and diverse traditional art forms of our state. Each of the performances you will witness today carries with it the spirit of Karnataka's history, devotion, and celebration. From the thunderous beat of Dollu Kunita to devotional fever of Yakshagana and Somana Kunita, you will see a wide range of performances tonight. Without further ado, let's get started with our first performance, Dollu Kunita. Dollu Kunita translates to drum dance. This popular drum dance originates from the Kuruba community of Karnataka, known for its powerful beats, synchronized movements, and energetic rhythms. Dollu Kunita showcases the strength and unity of the performers. It is traditionally performed as a tribute to Lord Bireshwara. Let's welcome the artists as they bring the beats of Karnataka to life with these dynamic performances. Enjoy Dollu Kunita. A big round of applause for the team Ranga Charaka for performing the energetic Dollu Kunita for us. And now, it's always the energy of Dollu Kunita leaves us with a sense of strength and excitement. Now, we move on to a performance that evokes devotion towards goddess, the local goddess like Marama, and it's called Somana Kunita. You will see performers wearing big masks and dancing for the goddess, seeking her blessings for the well-being of the community. Now, let's give a huge round of applause for our Somana Kunita artists. I hope all of you also groove to the beats of the drums and the big masks along with the artists. Now we present to you a traditional theatre form, Yakshagana, which is known to have originated from the coastal Karnataka. Yakshagana is known for its grand costumes, elaborate makeup, and powerful narratives drawn from Hindu epic like Mahabharata and Ramayana. Today's performance will transport us into the mythical world, showcasing the mastery of Karnataka's storytelling traditions. Today, Yakshagana artists will be presenting the play Kamsavade. The play narrates the story of the demise of Kamsa, the evil ruler of Mathura. It was foretold to Kamsa that he would meet his end at the hands of his sister's children. To evade his destiny, Kamsa ordered the execution of all newborn children, but his nephews, Krishna and Balarama, the divine incarnation of Vishnu, escape his clutches. Despite Kamsa sending numerous demons to kill his nephews, Balarama and Krishna destroy them one after one. Finally, Kamsa invites them to his palace, where after numerous battles, they defeat the evil ruler and bring peace and prosperity to the people. Please join me in welcoming Yakshadegula artists to the stage for Kamsavade. Thank you. And we can have the music, please.
दक्षिणामूर्ति देवानां सकल कार्य दिग्विजयी भव
ಕಂಸ ಬಿಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬವನ್ನು ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿ ಅಕ್ರೂರರಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನೊಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವುದು ಬಿಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬವಲ್ಲ, ಮಾವನನ್ನು ಕೊಲ್ಲುವ ಹಬ್ಬ.
ಹೋಗುವ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆ
ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾಯಿತು. ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಹಾಲು ಮೊಸರನ್ನು
ಕರೆಸಿದ ಕಾರಣವೇನು?
ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಕಾರ್ಯವಾಗಬೇಕು? ಚಾಣೂರ ಮುಷ್ಟಿಕರೇ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಲರಾಮರನ್ನು ಬಿಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆಂದು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಓಹೋ, ಅವರು ಬರುವ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಜಕನನ್ನು ಬಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕುವಲಯ್ಯ ಪೀಡ ಎಂಬ ಆನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವಿಬ್ಬರು ಹೋಗಿ ಅವನನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಂದು ಮುಗಿಸಿ. ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ. ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಸ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೀರಾ ಎಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಕ್ಕಿರಬೇಕು ನಿಮಗೆ? ಅಳಿಯಂದಿರೆಂದು ಬಿಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದರೆ ತುಂಬಿದ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ತೊಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೊಲ್ಲಲೆಂದು ಪ್ರಲಂಬಕ, ಧೇನುಕ, ಶಕಟ ಮುಂತಾದ ಅಸುರನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳುಹಿದೆ. ನೀವೇ ಅವನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಮುಗಿಸಿದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೆ? ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಈಗ?
ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾವ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸಿಟ್ಟು? ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾವ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆಸಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಕೋಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರೆ ಹೇಗೆ?
ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಕೂತರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಲರಾಮರೇ,
ಹೇಳಿ ಬಾವ.
ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕರೆದೆ ಎಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿದಿರಾ?
ಹೌದು ಬಾಸೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕರೆದದ್ದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಮುಗಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಎದುರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚಟ್ಟ ಕಟ್ಟೇನೆ. ಇದಿರಾಗಿ
ನೋಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಣ್ಣ? ಈ ಖಳನಾದ ಕಂಸನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದಾಕ್ಷಣವೇ ಸುರರೆಲ್ಲ ಪುಷ್ಪದ ಮಳೆಯನ್ನು ಸುರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯನ್ನು ಕಾರಾಗೃಹದಿಂದ ಬಿಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾಯಿತು.
ಅಜ್ಜಯ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಪಟ್ಟಾಭಿಷೇಕವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾಯಿತು.
ಇನ್ನು ತಡ ಮಾಡುವುದಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಕತೆಗೆ ಮಂಗಳವನ್ನು ನೀಡೋಣ.
ಓದಿ ದೈವತ ಕಲಾಗಮ ಪೂಜಿತ ಯಾದವ ಕುಲ ಮೋಹನ ರೂಪ ವೇದೋದ್ಧಾರಕ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟ ವೇಣುನಾಥ ಪ್ರಿಯ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ನಾರದ ತನ್ನುತ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ನಾರಾಯಣತೆ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ
That was Yakshagana for you. I hope all of you enjoyed a small play. And now we come to the closing of the evening, and it'll be a quick, short finale performance where all the artists will come on stage and present to you a beautiful closing for the evening. Thank you for the organizers for giving an opportunity for the folk artists of Karnataka to be part of such a big conference. I really appreciate the effort and the encouragement that all of you have given for our artists. Hope you have a great evening and the rest of the conference. On behalf of Twarita and all the artists, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the long day can't be concluded with this better, brighter, bolder, and louder closure with the music and entertainment. Now I'll request, and I would like to thank Priyanka Mohan and her troupe for this wonderful performance and which kept us engaged. Now I'll request all of you to proceed for the dinner. And I once again remind you that tomorrow morning we will start at sharp 9 a.m. and we will have Union Steel Minister to preside over NMA, and then other activities will continue with the technical sessions. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.